This is a continuation of my Truth in Fiction video series, and today I want to reveal hidden truths in My Little Pony, which is claimed to be a show that is entirely fictional about pastel-colored ponies. But I believe, in truth, it is secretly based on a true story and real creatures. There are actually multiple shows or generations of My Little Pony made during different times and decades, known as G1, G4, etc. While I want to expose hidden truths in these different shows that have been kept secret by the film industry, I mainly want to focus on what is called My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, or My Little Pony G4. I also want to get into some related films, and Shrek, since there are connections. In My Little Pony, the characters Luna and Celestia are responsible for raising the moon and sun. They are depicted doing this with magic that comes from their horns that is able to make stuff levitate. Many characters in the show also seen lifting smaller objects with this levitation power. I think this is related to the psychic power of telekinesis, which allows people to levitate objects without physically touching them. However, the liars at NASA and these other organizations that control the narrative of science people believe will tell you that it is the Earth's gravitational pull that causes the moon to move, or that the Earth moves around the sun instead of the sun moving above the Earth or world, like what is seen happening in the realm of Equestria in My Little Pony, that depicts the sun moving above the world. Those who realize the truth know that the round Earth and the heliocentric model of the universe is a lie, fed to us by governments and so-called scientific organizations that really only have the intent to lie to people and make fake images of our space. But on the flat Earth model of the universe, the sun and the moon are around the same size, and they circle around the world. But many people say this can't work because if gravity isn't what makes things go down like they claim it is, then how could the sun and moon stay in the sky without falling? And what causes them to move? I think there actually are some type of celestial beings in the heaven above the earth that control the motion of the sun and moon and help hold them up in the sky with some type of telekinetic power. While I do not think it happens exactly the same way as how it is depicted in My Little Pony, I do still think this depiction in My Little Pony is partially based on truth, even if it is mixed with lies and fiction. In the very first episode of My Little Pony, there's this book, and it opens up, and it shows the history of the realm of Equestria, where the characters live. While it talks about Celestia and Luna raising the sun and moon, it shows a cosmology very similar to the flat earth cosmology and the ancient Hebrew depiction of the universe. Let's see it.
To do this, the eldest used her unicorn powers to raise the sun at dawn. The younger brought out the moon to begin the night. Thus, the two sisters maintain balance for their kingdom and their subjects.
Notice how this symbol resembles the yin-yang symbol? However, what we have seen is that it is the sun and moon on this symbol and it represents night and day, and we saw it in circular motion. Looks a lot like depictions we can see on the flat Earth model of the universe. Like right here, it goes around this map. See, it looks like the night and the day, the sun and the moon representing this yin-yang symbol here. And this only works on a flat Earth model that is circular, because the globe Earth model can't make the symbol because it's round, a ball, and not like a yin-yang symbol that can be a circle like the flat Earth is. Here we see circular motion of the sun and moon going around the Earth, just like what we saw in My Little Pony. In this image of Celestia raising the sun, you can see the sun here, but above the sun is what looks like a dome shape in the sky. And above this dome shape is different sections of what looks like clouds. But there shouldn't be clouds above the sun if the fake model of the universe was right, which it's not. But there's different sections of clouds above this dome shape. Then past it is this object randomly in the sky with no apparent explanation. And it's this circular disc, half-disc object with these different sections of lines on it. And then here's one section of lines coming out. And here's another section of lines coming out. And here's a third section of lines. It actually looks like the Flammarion engraving, which, if you did not already know, is meant to depict the dome firmament that surrounds the earth as the sky, which is mentioned in the Bible. Anyways, here is the sun, and above the sun is this dome shape, and here's somebody at the ends of the earth looking out from it, and above this dome, we can see different sections of these fiery clouds, just like what is seen in My Little Pony. And you can even see this half-disc object with 3 sections of lines coming out of it and lines across it, just like what was seen in My Little Pony. Luna is depicted as going from being good to turning into this negative entity called Nightmare Moon. Celestia banishes Nightmare Moon, then turns her into this dark part of the moon that you can see here. Then she is trapped in the moon. But I think this story is actually some type of retelling of what is related to the story in the Bible of Satan being imprisoned, because it is even said in the show that she is imprisoned in the moon for 1,000 years.
Does my crown no longer count now that I have been imprisoned for 1,000 years?
While in the Bible we can find that it says Satan is imprisoned in the underworld for 1,000 years. It also says that according to the Bible that there's a prophecy of that Satan will be freed after 1,000 years are up, and he will escape from his prison to deceive people. It's a lot like in My Little Pony when Nightmare Moon is freed from her 1,000-year imprisonment. She comes to try to cause eternal night, or do what is bad, like Satan.
The mythical mare in the moon is in fact Nightmare Moon, and she's about to return to Equestria and bring with her eternal night. Something must be done to make sure this terrible prophecy does not come true.
See how she was called the mare in the moon, and how her escape was referred to as a prophecy, similar to biblical prophecy of Satan escaping? But guess what biblical prophecy is sometimes depicted on? Stained glass windows, like those on churches. My Little Pony actually even shows stained glass windows. According to the Bible, after Satan escapes from his 1,000-year imprisonment and deceives people, he will eventually be defeated. Here in My Little Pony you can see a stained glass window of Nightmare Moon being defeated by what are called the elements of harmony, which are loyalty, kindness, magic, generosity, laughter, and honesty, which I think might be some type of metaphor or something like that for various different divine morals, such as the armor of God, the fruit of the Spirit, the chakra system, and numerous other divine morals. After she is imprisoned in the moon, it says,
The elder sister took on responsibility for both sun
And moon, and harmony has been maintained in Equestria for generations since.
So Celestia was ruler of Equestria for the 1,000 years that Luna, or Nightmare Moon, was imprisoned for. During this time, Celestia, says, ruled in harmony, which is like ruling in peace for 1,000 years, while Nightmare Moon is imprisoned for 1,000 years. Reminds me of the Bible. Specifically, the story of the millennial kingdom of Christ, which is a time when Christ rules the world in peace for 1,000 years, just like Celestia rules Equestria in harmony for 1,000 years. As we can see in the book of Revelation from the Bible, it is actually during the time Satan is imprisoned when Christ rules the world for 1,000 years, just like Celestia rules Equestria during the time Nightmare Moon is imprisoned. In this case, Celestia represents Jesus, and God who causes Satan to be imprisoned. Luna and her sinister version, Nightmare Moon, are related to dreams in the show. She is said to be able to go into people's dreams, and Nightmare Moon is sometimes said to be able to cause nightmares. But is this something that was just created by My Little Pony? Or is there a secret hidden that she is actually based on some real demonic entity? Ancient cultures believe nightmares and the related phenomena of sleep paralysis was caused by evil spirits. And in this old painting, you can see this demonic entity causing sleep paralysis. But in the background, if you look, you can see a horse. Nightmare Moon is a pony, which is a type of horse, so I think there's a connection. Creatures like this can be found in different depictions, but in this painting made in 1781 by Henry Fuseli, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it shows a woman receiving a nightmare from a demonic entity, but it mentions what is called this hidden horse called the Nightmare. So this horse is related to this demonic entity, and they are causing a nightmare. Just like Nightmare Moon.
The Mare and the Moon.
As we heard on the earlier shown clip, she is called the Mare in the Moon when she is imprisoned in the moon. Wait, the Mare in the Moon instead of the Mare on the Moon? So if someone is in the moon instead of on the moon, that would mean the moon is hollow, which makes me think this is a reference to the hollow moon theory, which says there's civilizations and other stuff inside the moon, unlike what modern science claims. We know this isn't a reference to the man on the moon or the fake moon landing, because that's the man on the moon instead of the man in the moon. Because in reality, there can't be somebody on the moon because they would fall off because there's no gravity on the moon like what they claim. Perhaps the name is a reference to what is called the man in the moon rather than the man on the moon, because there's an old story from the 1600s. It's called The Man in the Moon, and it tells of somebody going to the moon and finding a human civilization that spoke an unknown language. I think this is related to the hollow moon of a civilization living inside the moon. Luna is depicted as a winged unicorn, or what is called an alicorn in the show, which means she has a relation to unicorns from myth. Of course, what they tell us is fantasy and myth is really real. So, if Luna is in the moon, could she be related to an actual species of unicorns that live on the moon? This depiction comes from a newspaper article from 1835 titled The Great Moon Hoax, which claims there was a discovery on the moon of a civilization with humanoid bat beings and other creatures, including unicorns, as you can see down here. According to the story, someone invented an advanced telescope able to see very far, and through the craters of the moon, they saw a civilization and water, plants, animals, all up there. So, if somebody saw through the craters of the moon and saw something in it, that means this place they saw was inside the moon, just like what is taught by the hollow moon theory, of something inside the moon. Some sources say the astronomical observatory with this telescope was accidentally put on fire, but I think it was purposely set on fire by those who want to hide the truth about what the moon really is. The version of the story called The Great Moon Hoax, published by the Sun newspaper in 1835, is not the original. There's actually an older newspaper that's lost, so we don't have the original story. But this newer story from the Sun newspaper just claims that was a hoax. But I think the real moon hoax is the fake moon landing from NASA, and there might actually be some truth to this. And you can even see here that it says they discover many animals on the moon, which includes unicorns. When Nightmare Moon is trapped on the moon, she is turned into the dark parts of the moon. Just like these dark parts of the moon here. But guess what the name of these dark parts are? They're called a lunar mare or lunar Maria. Just like Nightmare Moon is the mare in the moon. The term Maria actually comes from the Latin word for seas, and this is because early astronomers observing the moon believed these areas were actually seas. It is claimed the dark areas on the moon is solidified lava, but that is just lies. Those who know the truth know that it's something else, and during the daytime you can actually see a blue color through the moon, even though it is dark at night. In these dark areas of the moon, the same area. So, the Bible says there's waters above the firmament, and waters can look blue from a distance. So, the blues being seen on the moon means that the moon has water, just like the firmament above, there's water above the firmament, that is the blue sky. One theory suggests that this is the waters above the firmament being seen through a transparent moon, but it is also possible these waters are on the moon but held in by some type of glass or crystal structure. They might be related to the early stories of discoveries on the moon, including discoveries of water on the moon. Must mean the term mare in the moon is a hidden reference to these waters related to the moon. Nightmare Moon is imprisoned in the moon, meaning the moon is viewed as some type of trap. Reminds me of what is called the moon matrix or Saturn moon matrix that proposes the moon is actually operating the matrix that people are trapped by. According to these facts, the moon is this trap used to cause disruption and monitor the world. The entities who operate the Matrix even use it to harvest people's souls. Some suggest that when people die, the souls go through this trap in the moon, then are put back in the reincarnation cycle, which is also a trap. It is even thought that Satan is the one operating all this, and using reincarnation as a trap to get people stuck in the world. So, seeing Nightmare Moon has a connection to imprisonment in the moon and Satan shows a connection to this. It is thought this matrix with the moon is somehow connected to Saturn, and the moon and Saturn are projecting the matrix. Of course, this is related to Saturn and other so-called planets not being what NASA claims they are, because in reality, They are a type of star much smaller than what NASA claims they are, but they're a different type of star than those stars. Ancient cultures actually called them the wandering stars. We can find a relation in the non-canonical Book of Enoch that was removed from the Bible by those who want to hide the truth. This book actually depicts what are now called planets as a type of star rather than balls in outer space. But in the Book of Enoch, what makes the planets different from the other stars is that they are beings imprisoned in the sky by God for disobeying him, which likely caused them to go off course. In the Book of Enoch, stars are living beings, but what are called planets or wandering stars, or these 7 stars, are specifically said to be beings who are imprisoned in the sky, possibly imprisoned in the firmament of the sky. But here in the Book of Enoch it says these are of the number of the stars which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years. So, is this possibly related to Satan being imprisoned for 1,000 years, and Nightmare Moon being imprisoned in the moon for 1,000 years, since the moon is a luminary up in the sky just like the stars? And I think this is also related to the Saturn-Moon matrix that imprisons people, because Saturn is what is claimed to be a planet, but is really a star. According to some sources, Saturn serves as a prison for souls. So since this is true with so-called planets like Saturn, I think this means My Little Pony depicting someone imprisoned in the moon for 1,000 years is also based on truth. In the different My Little Pony series called My Little Pony G3, there is a depiction of unicorns walking on stars, but in this depiction, they seem to be small objects instead of suns millions of miles away, like what is falsely claimed by NASA and others. One My Little Pony film even depicts a star as a living being, just like ancient cultures believed stars were living beings. While I don't think the way they depict stars in My Little Pony is 100% how they look, I think this might be some hint that stars are actually living entities, which exist in ways related to how ancient myths say they do. Next here we have a My Little Pony comic from the 1980s, which was part of what was called My Little Pony G1. It's called the Magic Telescope. It says that a pony, or one of these unicorns, was climbing up the sky, as you can see here. But if someone's climbing up the sky, it will need to be a solid object, like the dome firmament that is a solid sky. It also says stars are something that can be caught, unlike what mainstream science says about stars. I think this is also related to what is shown in the G3 show, related to shooting stars being objects smaller than what many claim they are. The comic even says there is an invisible stairway in the sky that can only be seen with a magic telescope. So because the firmament is clear, or what can be seen through, it would appear invisible. So I think this could be a reference to the firmament. My Little Pony comics also mention a piece of the sky being taken, indicating it is a solid dome. When Nightmare Moon is imprisoned in the moon, she turns into the dark spots of the moon. Various ancient cultures had myths about what the dark areas on the moon actually are, and they believed it was some type of entity that was actually put on the moon. Different stories say different things, like here in East Asian folklore, it's a rabbit, as we can see here. Other cultures considered it to be some type of human, And there's different myths about what happened, and there's all these different interpretations. But here we can see in one myth, in this tradition, holds that it was a man banished to the moon. In My Little Pony, Nightmare Moon is banished to the moon. And here we see it says, one medieval Christian tradition claims that he is Cain. Luna was jealous of her sister, Celestia, her sibling, just like Cain was jealous of Abel, his brother, his sibling, falling for the sin of jealousy.
Note, these myths say someone was banished to the moon for a crime they did, matching why she was banished.
But are the dark parts on the moon a rabbit, a human, an alicorn, something else? I think it's a possibility that they could be a mix of these different beings that were put on the moon. At least some of them. Some of these stories could be representations of other beings, or retellings of the story made new with other stuff. However, I think My Little Pony and the characters in it are meant to represent multiple beings and events and things, even if they are shown as being one being or event or thing. In addition to her being imprisoned for 1,000 years, Nightmare Moon has another connection to Satan or the devil, related to her trying to create eternal night. There is a movie from 1985 called Legend that depicts this figure who looks a lot like traditional depictions of the devil. In the movie, he tries to kill the remaining population of unicorns in the world, which I think is actually a documentary about how governments destroyed unicorn populations in the past in order to hide their existence. But this movie has a lot of similarities with My Little Pony. Of course, there is unicorns, which are also My Little Pony. If we look at the plot for this film, it says the Lord of Darkness, who is this devil figure, tries to create eternal night by killing the unicorns, similar to how Nightmare Moon tries to create eternal night. Celestia represents God and also controls the motion of the sun, so this is likely related to God controlling the motion of the sun. The book of Joshua from the Bible says God makes the sun stand still, and at this time the moon also stays still. So this means God controls the motion of the sun and moon, just like Celestia and Luna. As you can see here, this Bible verse also indicates that the sun moves, unlike what modern science claims about the earth moving around the sun instead of the sun moving around the earth. There's also a depiction in My Little Pony of Luna refusing to move the moon, making it stay still, just like was said in the Bible.
One fateful day, the younger unicorn refused to lower the moon to make way for the dawn.
Within the biblical book of Isaiah, there is a story of God making a sundial go backwards by moving the sun backwards, meaning he controls the motion of the sun. I think Celestia and Luna moving the sun and moon is based on real entities who control the motion of the sun and moon, as well as the stars and so-called planets. In old times, there was a belief in an unmoved mover who caused the motion of the universe, which included moving the sky. Early conceptions of the universe, or what is sometimes called the dynamics of the celestial spheres, considered the sky and what is in it to be moved by what here says are called celestial intelligences and eternal movers, such as motive souls or impressed forces, along with external movers. Here we can see angels turning the sky and moving the stars in it. I think the sun, moon, stars, and so-called planets are actually moved by many different beings, which could include angels, deities, and maybe other beings. Here in Islamic sources, it even says that this is related to the moon being moved, just like what Luna does. Nightmare Moon is blasted with this rainbow. which comes from the elements of harmony. She then turns back into her other version, Luna, who is good, likely humbled or changed by the elements of harmony that made her return to her better, good state. After seeing her return to her good state, Celestia forgives her, which could be symbolic of how Jesus forgives people for the sins they do and redeems them, just like Luna was redeemed. Christ is the Redeemer, after all. In the show, characters even say stuff like, "As Celestia is my witness," and "Dear Celestia," just like people say, "As God is my witness," and "Dear God." So this could mean Celestia represents God. You can even see characters bowing to Celestia, like people bow to God. Celestia and Luna are depicted as being more powerful than most of the other characters, just like how deities are depicted as being powerful beings. Ancient cultures associate the sun and moon with deities, like the sun and moon is associated with Celestia and Luna. But could Luna from My Little Pony actually be related to the Roman goddess of the moon, also named Luna? There are various solar goddesses that Celestia could be related to, such as possibly Sol from Norse mythology, though I think she represents multiple different beings, but it's also her own being, even if she exists in ways that are not the exact same as how they are depicted in My Little Pony. The name Celestia derives from the word celestial, which originally meant something relating to heaven before it was given new meanings. And the word actually comes from something that means was related to heaven, just like God is related to heaven. Could she and other characters be related to the angels of heaven? I think so. I mean, traditional depictions of angels depict them as people with wings, and they are described as having wings in many depictions. Many different depictions of angels exist. While the Bible and other sources do say they have wings, they do not say they look exactly like humans with wings. So these depictions of them as humans with wings are likely not correct, at least not with some types of angels. There are all different types of angels. My Little Pony references 4 main types of ponies, which are alicorns, which look like winged unicorns. Then there are unicorns without wings, like those from Mini Mitts. Next we have Ort ponies, which are depicted as regular ponies, except they are like pastel colored or something like that, which many ponies are not known to be on Ort. Finally, there are winged ponies that aren't unicorns, which are called Pegasi. They are related to who is called Pegasus from Greek mythology, which is a winged horse. Even though Pegasus is seen as one being in Greek mythology, there are myths from different cultures that mention there being multiple winged horses, even if they are given different names than Pegasus. Here's some that are from various different cultures that you can see the names of. One in particular that I wanted to bring out is the one from Slavic or Romanian folklore, that it's this winged horse that advises a prince. In myths related to this winged horse, it actually is depicted as talking, just like My Little Pony characters talk and are winged horses. In Hindu tradition, it even says the avatar of Vishnu called Kalki will come on this winged horse that's depicted as a white horse, a flying white horse, though in most depictions they don't have it with wings, but I think those newer depictions that show them without wings are incorrect, and that actually had wings. But the story of Kalki actually happens during the end of the world, just like Jesus comes during the end of the world on a white horse. In the Bible, this horse comes from heaven, and in early art it was depicted as flying. Even though it is often depicted without wings, I think those depictions are incorrect, and that it was actually what many call Pegasus, or a horse with wings. I would say something like this is a more accurate depiction of how the creature really looks. If something is related to heaven, it is related to the sky, so that means stuff that flies in the sky, like Pegasi. Also, in My Little Pony, there is a place called Cloudsdale where the Pegasi live and walk on the clouds. It looks like traditional depictions of heaven, which show a city in the clouds. While I don't fully agree with these depictions, because I think the real heaven is a place above the firmament, I think these depictions definitely can represent heaven, and may be partially correct, even if they're not fully accurate depictions. Though they do remind me of depictions of Jesus and his followers coming from heaven with these flying horses on clouds. I wouldn't necessarily say Pegasi are the same as angels, but they could very well be related. Possibly considered an angelic species. Guess what other horses are sometimes associated with heaven, or sometimes viewed as coming from heaven, or depicted as flying in some art? It's the 4 horses of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse from the Bible in the book of Revelation. But these horses aren't just normal horses. They're unusually colored horses. We have a white one, a black one, and a red one, and what is either described as a pale green or yellow one, depending on the translation. So, do these horses of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse mentioned in the Bible in the book of Revelation have a connection to the beings in My Little Pony, seeing they are these colors, just like characters from My Little Pony? I would say yes. We can even see in old depictions like this, they are flying like Pegasi. One of them is even depicted as red, like some characters in My Little Pony. One of the horses is sometimes translated as being a pale horse. In other translations, like what can be seen here, this pale horse is sometimes translated as pale green and yellowish green. There are also some translations that say yellow. My Little Pony features green, yellow, and pale green ponies, which are horses. Many different depictions of these horses can be found. Some old artwork even shows them as red and yellow. Kind of like Fluttershy, who is a character that is a flying yellow horse. While many depictions show them flying, they are not usually depicted with wings. However, I think these depictions are only partially right, but also partially wrong. In truth, I would say they are the winged horses, now known as Pegasi. If we take a look at the book of Revelation about these 4 horses, we can see it says that when the black horse comes, it says somebody heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts. So a voice heard during the time this horse came. So does that mean this horse was talking? My Little Pony characters are seen as talking ponies, and in shows like G1 they can even talk to humans. Balaam's donkey is a name given to a donkey mentioned in the Bible from Book of Numbers chapter 22. According to the Bible, this donkey actually had the ability to speak. A donkey is a type of equine, just like a horse or pony. So, this is likely related to the talking ponies from My Little Pony. I mean, there's even an episode with a talking donkey. You know what else features a talking donkey? It's the Shrek franchise. Isn't Shrek just fiction about fairy tales? Well, that's just what the occultists who control the film industry want you to believe. Ancient artifacts resembling Shrek have been found, which proves Shrek could actually be based on a true story. This artifact comes from China around 1200 and 1100 BC. It quite resembles Shrek. But guess where this artifact is kept at? It's kept by the Smithsonian. Many stories in old newspapers report the Smithsonian hiding secrets from the public, including hiding the existence of the remains of giants and Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon. Yet, in addition to the remains of giants and this other stuff being hidden by the Smithsonian, we can also find old newspaper reports saying the Smithsonian found the remains of a massive winged dragon. Then there are reports of the Smithsonian hiding the existence of little people, or what are commonly called a dwarf. Plus, there are reports of the Smithsonian finding the remains of and hiding the existence of Bigfoot and many other beings considered mythical. Shrek is said to be an ogre, like the ogres from mythology, even though Shrek looks different than other depictions of ogres. Thus, since the Smithsonian has an artifact of what looks like Shrek, and they are known to hide the existence of mythical beings, could they also be hiding the existence of a creature like Shrek? Since the Smithsonian has an artifact resembling Shrek that is on view for the public, could they have more artifacts related to it, hidden in their back rooms that the public can't see, which would provide evidence that the being Shrek is based on actually existed? The Illuminati, who control Hollywood and these other film industries, will present these beings as fictional in order to trick people, to make them think they're only fiction. So these Satanists who control the film industry could very well indirectly be saying with secret messages that the Bible is just a fairy tale or made-up story by putting a talking donkey in Shrek. So people will just think the Bible is a fairy tale or fiction. But that's not the only agenda. By showing all these mythical creatures and so-called fictional creatures in these movies and TV shows, they are subconsciously programming people to see them as fiction. They know about the existence of these creatures and are hiding them from people. Unicorns are creatures mentioned in many myths, said to be horses with one horn which had magical healing abilities and the ability to make poisonous water no longer be poisonous. In addition to unicorns being mentioned in many European myths, and similar creatures with other names being mentioned in other myths, the Bible actually references unicorns. Well, they appear in the King James Version as well as many pre-modern or old non-English versions of the Bible. However, in the newer versions of the Bible, the word unicorn is replaced with a name for some other animal. For example, if we look at different translations of the Bible, in Psalms 92:10, it says in the New International Version, and these other versions, you have exalted my horn like that of a wild ox. Then in some versions, it also says, my horn shall be lifted up as a buffalo. But if we look back to the King James Version, which predates these old versions, it says, but my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I say this supports the idea unicorns actually exist. Because the truth is that these different new versions of the Bible, such as what is called the New International Version, or NIV, are actually made to teach false doctrines. Sinister secret societies, such as the Illuminati and Freemasons, are what the Bible calls false prophets, or those who distort the Word of God. They control most of the world's churches, but while they may pretend to be on the side of God, they are secretly teaching the teachings of Satan. They are the ones who wrote these newer versions of the Bible, which claim to be better translations of the Bible, but there has been a lot of research on this, and many know the truth that these new versions are actually used by them to teach lies. Therefore, the fact they changed the Word of God by removing unicorns from the Bible proves that they are trying to hide the existence of mythical creatures, just like what various governments and other groups that are parts of these secret societies are known to do. Not only were unicorns removed, they also removed the names of other mythical creatures, such as dragons, you know, the legendary fire-breathing lizards, satyrs, the mythic goat people, and cockatrices, the chicken reptile hybrid creature. As we can see with verses like this, which originally said dragons in the King James Version, yet was changed to jackals in later versions. We can see the same thing when satyrs was changed to goats. Then again when cockatrice was changed to vipers. So the fact they're removing these names of mythical creatures means they want to hide their existence to make people not believe in them. Unicorns frequently appear in My Little Pony. Something I want to go over in this video is the symbolism of Jesus and the unicorn, which was viewed as a symbol of Jesus or God throughout history. We can even find parallels in My Little Pony and related films. We can see here that it says the unicorn was associated with purity, innocence, and magic. Then it was also associated with stuff like grace, strength, and power, as well as virtue and righteousness. This was done by many cultures which had unicorns throughout history. Early Christian art depicted unicorns. The unicorn was often associated with Christ and the Virgin Mary. Then coming back to life represents the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Many other depictions relate the unicorn to Jesus and the Bible. Not only do many sources say that the unicorn was a symbol of Christ, some sources say the unicorn represents the power of God. This is related to the unicorn representing the strength of God. The unicorn's association with purity is also related to the purity of Jesus, who is seen as a loving person without sin, like one who is pure. Going beyond works of art and other sources relating these unicorns to Christ and God, these associations are reflected in the Bible, which says the unicorn represents the strength of God or the power of God. In My Little Pony, Rarity bears an element of harmony called generosity. In My Little Pony, the elements of harmony are depicted as something magically powerful, just like the power of God. So, seeing unicorns associated with both power and stuff like innocence as well as grace and purity, I see a connection, because generosity is what is good, like what is innocent, which is what the unicorn represents. So generosity being something powerful is like the power of God and how his love is very powerful. Twilight Sparkle was a unicorn that later got wings. She is one of the chosen ones who bears the elements of harmony. She is said to be someone who wants to spread friendship with others, or as many as she can, making it her life mission to do so. This is similar to how people spread the gospel and the word of Jesus in order to bring the love of Christ to others by doing good deeds and sharing kindness with others, along with teaching the doctrine of Jesus, which is to love one another with kindness. Because they are mentioned in the Bible and are associated with God, Christians during the Middle Ages believed unicorns were sacred animals. The film Legend, which has a lot of similarities with My Little Pony, even mentions this, and it also associates unicorns with innocence and relates this innocence to something that is powerful, just like the elements of harmony. The goodness of unicorns is linked to something powerful enough to affect the whole universe. Just like in My Little Pony, they say the friendship of magic, which is related to the elements of harmony, and all that is good, is the most powerful magic of all. Also, when the devil character is talking about the unicorns, he says the unicorns have this horn that can reach to heaven, connecting the unicorn to symbolism of God in heaven, as well as symbolism of Mount Moru or the World Tree, which connects Earth to heaven. Let's hear some of these associations from the movie.
Creatures. One would not think that they could contain such power. One could rule the universe with it. They are each crowned with a single horn reaching straight to heaven.
I get the point, Lord.
There is only one lure for such disgusting goodness. One bait that never fails.
What be this bait? Please, you teach me.
Innocence. Innocence.
These are sacred animals.
We even see that the unicorns are connected to love, purity, and laughter in Legend. Like in My Little Pony, we see a connection with the elements of harmony, of kindness, laughter, which is pure.
Nothing is more magical. As long as they roam the earth, evil can never harm the pure of heart.
Do you speak the language?
They express only love and laughter. Dark thoughts are unknown to them.
There's also a scene where the devil figure says sin traps a unicorn, which represents how sin can trap people's goodness, but by the power of generosity, people can defeat sin.
Was it not your sin trapped the unicorn?
Within the biblical book of Deuteronomy and elsewhere in the Bible, it says there's this giant named Og. You can see here it says, "For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants." In ancient myths, ogres are described as being similar to humans, but different. They are like large versions of humans, similar to myths about giants. Notice that the word ogre contains the word Og. Even says down here, ogre could possibly derive from the biblical Og, last of the giants. The Bible actually mentions many different types of giants. There are the Nephilim giants who existed before the flood of Noah, who are the children of the fallen angels, but there are also other types of giants that existed after the flood of Noah, mentioned in the Bible. These verses in the Bible mention different types of giants called Anakims and Emmons. Biblical scholars connect these giants to a race of giants called the Rephaim, who lived in ancient Canaan and maybe elsewhere. They also say that Og was one of these giants. So I think there are different types of giants, and ogres are just one type of giant, but there are also other types of giants, which are the different types of giants mentioned in many myths. The part of the Bible where King Og is defeated is the Book of Numbers, chapter 21, verses 33 through 35. The very next chapter of the Bible is Numbers 22, which is the same chapter. that mentions the talking donkey of Balaam, meaning that right around the time Ogres were roaming the ancient Middle East, there was a talking donkey. Confirming Shrek is based on a true story, seeing the figure Shrek is an ogre with his talking donkey.
Blue Mustang,
also known as Lucifer, is this blue horse sculpture located at Denver International Airport, also called DIA. What are labeled conspiracy theories about this airport are prevalent. They propose this airport is being used by sinister secret societies to plot a new world order. You can even see murals that depict apocalyptic events, leading many to believe this is showing a new world order takeover, as well as maybe the apocalypse mentioned in the Bible, and that there are secret underground facilities located beneath the airport that are off limits to the public. The airport has a flat map of the Earth. They say shows the world from high up, revealing that they hide truth in plain sight. Then there are allegations about there being what are called UFOs being kept hidden in these underground facilities, similar to how they are kept at other military bases such as Area 51 and numerous others, along with there being claims of what are called aliens being kept in this facility. Some sources even suggest the Illuminati who control this facility have enslaved some humanoid beings who they keep in this facility and are forcing them to do construction for the underground tunnels and facilities. Of course, I do not believe in aliens from outer space. I believe they come from lands beyond Antarctica, other dimensions, underground realms, and heavens above the earth. So that's a whole nother story. Other rumors mention a breeding ground for gargoyles in these secret places.
Gargoyles are a type of statue. While ancient myths do associate legendary creatures with these statues, they are not directly called gargoyles in the myths, I don't think. However, works considered fictional, but are claimed to be fictional, do call beings who look like these statues gargoyles.
Denver International Airport actually has many gargoyle statues. Some people say they guard the airport, while others hold that they are based on demonic beings. So maybe they guard the secrets hidden at the airport. So, if claims about there being living gargoyles in places related to Denver International Airport are true, and the fact they have statues of these gargoyles, could it mean the sculpture Lucifer actually is based on a real creature that looks like it? Somewhere hidden underground beneath Denver International Airport? Well, if we look it up, we can actually find that this horse sculpture is related to a mythical creature. If we go here and look at the origins of the sculpture, it says that this sculpture is based on a legend from the San Luis Valley of Colorado. It says people here used to talk of a power stallion that was a leader amongst Mustangs, always capable of finding water and grass for the herd. This Mustang also happened to have a blue coat with red eyes, and at that time was said to be capable of flight, fitting for an airport, like Denver International Airport. So a flying horse, just like Pegasi. If you look closely on Blue Mustang or Lucifer, you can even see it has these curled up wings. Like how the My Little Pony characters even curl up their wings. Blue Mustang even resembles the ponies from My Little Pony because it has this blue color, just like characters such as Rainbow Dash. Is also seen as a flying horse, just like Blue Mustang. In fact, we see both of them are depicted as blue Pegasi creatures. This likely means Rainbow Dash is related to the type of creature Blue Mustang is based on. Some sources describe Lucifer as a demonic or evil being. So does this mean horses and ponies with these pastel colors are negative entities? I'm sure some of them are, but that doesn't necessarily mean all of them are, because just like humans can be bad or good depending on the different humans, and how angels can be bad or good, like fallen angels and angels who are not fallen, I think the same could be true with pastel colored horses, or these types of beings with these colors, these horse beings. Then there are Islamic stories of good and bad supernatural entities called jinn. As for the Illuminati who control Denver International Airport, they probably view these creatures as something neutral, just like advanced technology they have for the public is viewed as something neutral, not necessarily good or bad to them. But the fact they show this and have this sculpture that looks like this proves they know about the existence of creatures like this that they are working to hide from people. Whether the being Blue Mustang is based on as any type of these beings remains a mystery. Here we have an article that talks about secret underground construction beneath Denver International Airport and how these underground places are related to the headquarters of the Illuminati. It also mentions this entrance to an underground realm or facility near Lucifer where the lizard people dwell. But if we look at the origin of this sculpture from this article, it says it's partially based on an Appaloosa horse. Keep that in mind for later. But then it says, why is this horse has a blue color? And it actually says, here it says, the person who made this, the original early sketches of this horse included yellow and pink variations, but he ended up using an airbrushed vibrant blue. Then it says, this horse sculpture is based on this myth from San Luis Valley, and it says this myth goes as follows. A Mustang who led all the others, one who could run even faster than the wind. He would gather the herd from the plains and lead them to where the sweetest grass and water were to be found. They tell of a blue Mustang whose eyes glowed red. He could run so fast, some said he could fly. It says the sculpture originally had pink and yellow variations, but was later chosen to be blue. But these pink and yellow colors are like My Little Pony characters, such as Pinkie Pie, who is a pink horse, and Fluttershy, who is a yellow horse. Also, notice how the myths about the blue horse from San Luis Valley says that some said it could even fly and that it went very fast. Well, in My Little Pony, Rainbow Dash is depicted as being very fast, even faster than most or all the other ponies. In fact, her speed is what she is very well known for. Her interest in flying, shown in My Little Pony, reflects Blue Mustang's association with the flight of an airport and myths about it. So they could be some type of elemental beings associated with flying, especially since she practices to be a great flyer. She is associated with those known as the Wonderbolts, who perform air shows based on real air shows performed by groups such as the Blue Angels, who wear uniforms that are similar to theirs. They actually took inspiration also from who are called the Thunderbirds, who are part of the U.S. Air Force and stationed at the Nellis Air Force Base. Area 51 and Area 52 are part of the Nevada Test and Training Range, which is operated by the Nellis Air Force Base. Since secrets are known to be hidden here, I think it is operated by a larger complex which controls these air bases that also operates the Denver airport. The Wonderbolts happen to use an airport runway. My Little Pony Equestria Girls is a series of films that features human versions of the characters that are the ponies in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. In these films, the pony version of the character Twilight Sparkle is seen going through a magic mirror. She then enters the human world and becomes a human version of herself. The place this mirror portal leads to is actually a horse statue. She later uses this portal on the horse statue to return to the pony world, which is called Equestria. The fact different versions of the characters are depicted as existing in different worlds or universes is similar to the concept of parallel universes, which are a type of other dimension or other dimensions, which includes parallel versions of different people. Those who have experienced the supernatural report seeing parallel versions of themselves in different universes or coming from different universes, just like what is depicted in My Little Pony. This is related to what are called other dimensions. According to the rumors, there is this underground facility hidden from the public located beneath Denver International Airport. It is part of a vast network of secret underground tunnels and bases called deep underground military bases. Stories of particle accelerators in these secret underground facilities, similar to those at Soren, abound. Many people know how Soren is opening portals to other worlds with the use of particle accelerators. So, could the same be true with Denver International Airport? That beneath the airport in these underground facilities, there are top secret projects involving opening portals to parallel universes or other dimensions? Either with the use of particle accelerators or some other type of technology? According to some claims, yes, because there are actually rumors of there being a portal to other dimensions located beneath the Blue Mustang sculpture. Some even suggesting that the portal might be connected to it somehow. As we can see here, this Lucifer sculpture, or Blue Mustang, is connected to what are called or labeled conspiracy theories about, let's see what it says. It says it's a perfect internet subject that has been rehashed time after time, even leading some to theorize it's part of a vast alien conspiracy that also believes the IA is a secret CIA/FBI/UFO base with underground tunnels. Then it says portals to other dimensions. But notice when the article is talking about Lucifer, it connects it to what is called an alien conspiracy, hinting that Lucifer is based on some type of being people would call an alien. Now, I don't think it's the type of aliens that come from outer space, because this article goes on to say that Lucifer is connected to portals to other dimensions, so I think these are interdimensional beings labeled as aliens. Next, if we go here, it says that down here, it says, although some believe Lucifer might open a portal one day. So there's some type of portal connected to this sculpture. I think this means that Equestria is actually a real place, and that those who controlled the film industry and created My Little Pony are part of the secret projects that have opened portals to this realm. They could be documenting this world with the show.
The horse sculpture in My Little Pony looks very similar to Lucifer. If you look closely, you can even see that its legs look like this, like the legs of Lucifer. In My Little Pony, the portal to Equestria is even located beneath the statue of the horse in this part right here, just like there are rumors of an underground portal located beneath Lucifer in secret underground facilities. But doesn't My Little Pony show us at a school instead of an airport? Well, I think they put it at a school to try to hide its true location, because they don't want to make it too obvious of where the portal's true location is. So they mix truth with fiction to hide its true location. Oh, remember how I said Lucifer is based on an Appaloosa horse that has spots like this? A horse in Equestria, girls, is an Appaloosa horse with these spots. According to reports, the person who made this Lucifer sculpture actually had a supernatural encounter with an Appaloosa horse he owned, in which he saw it have glowing eyes, indicating that this sculpture is based on some type of real supernatural entity. The different My Little Pony shows actually serve as large advertisements for the My Little Pony toys. The G1 toys are said to be based on Appaloosa horses. This is related to what in My Little Pony are called cutie marks, which are symbols on the ponies that represent their destinies, who they are, and their special talents. They are symbols physically on the ponies, like what we can see here with Pinkie Pie, who is this pink one, has this balloon cutie mark. Some of the G1 pony toys have cutie marks that look similar to the spots on Appaloosa horses. So, could these types of ponies have some type of relation to Appaloosa horses? Here is one scene from My Little Pony depicting this horse sculpture or statue. But in the background, you can see this white horse making a similar pose. However, if we look at different scenes like this, or this, we can see this horse image in the background randomly changed to this blue color without a clear explanation why. And the horse statue itself looks partially blue, including in scenes like this, when it is grayish-white but tinted blue. The mirror portal that connects to this horse statue also has a depiction of what looks like a blue pony above it. So could this be some type of hint that the true location of the portal to Equestria is located beneath Lucifer? I mean, the pose made by the pony in this image does look like that Lucifer. And in this particular depiction of this portal, though it's not all depictions of the portal in all the movies, but in this one, it shows it as a machine. It may be hinting that the portal to Equestria is some type of machine. Plus, there are rumors about Lucifer having a portal to perdition. In biblical theology, perdition is a state of hell sinners go through, which likely means they are opening portals to afterlife realms at Denver International Airport. But I think they're also opening portals to other dimensions. They likely have some type of machine that can be changed to open portals to different worlds, like afterlife realms, but also different dimensions that are physical worlds, such as Equestria, and many other realms probably too. Denver International Airport once had posters where they would try to mock conspiracy theories about the airport. They tried to make it seem like it was just humor, but I think that it's actually, these theories are actually based on truth. Here it says gargoyle breeding grounds, which is mentioning these theories about there being gargoyles behind the wall the poster was on. They also showed stuff like aliens, UFOs, preparation for the end of the world, reptilian humanoids, and more. Another one mentions a secret portal to the underworld, which is likely mentioned in other sources too. You can even see this portal with this light, resembling how portals to other dimensions and parallel universes, and also different realms, are sometimes depicted as. The airport has another poster mentioning a portal to another realm, which shows the portal have these lines with this type of shape, matching how many sources depict quantum portals or portals through what some people call space-time or other stuff that is believed to be used for teleportation
and travel to other dimensions or universes with these lines that go in this shape. Plus, there is a postal where a person appears to be falling into one of these types of portals. Down here, we can see that some associate Blue Mustang with one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. This is related to it being seen as a symbol of doom and the murals at the airport showing apocalyptic events. But then, a place beneath Blue Mustang is associated with what it says here, a portal to the underworld. Then we see this is connected to a place beneath Blue Mustang. It says, one theory claims that Lucifer guards a hidden underground bunker beneath Denver International Airport, believed by some to be a post-apocalyptic government shelter or even a base for alien activity. So this means there are non-human beings in this place, which I think come through the portal. A stargate is a portal that leads to other worlds or through time. The official explanation is that stargates only exist in fiction, such as Stargate SG-1 and the related works of fiction. However, there are many reports featuring governments using stargates in secret projects in many different places. Videos like this state there is a hidden stargate beneath Denver International Airport, leading to other dimensions. Otherworldly beings pass through this gate, and it is stated that the airport is built on ley lines where the energy is right to make the portal. Passengers report going through time slips or having missing time and seeing unusual lights, likely a result of this portal. It even says,
others insist that the horse statue with glowing red eyes is not just art, but a guardian of the portal below. The Stargate theory gained traction when whispers emerged that the US government had long been researching such technology, citing parallels to rumors about Stargate programs in Iraq and Egypt. In this telling, DIA would be one of the West's most guarded installations, a place where science, occult symbolism, and extraterrestrial cooperation converge. The idea goes further. Conspiracy forums often link the Stargate to supposed alien agreements with world governments, suggesting the underground facilities may host extraterrestrial visitors who use the gate to travel unseen.
Check this out. It says, portals to other worlds. Different theories suggest there's a large bunker hidden beneath Blue Mustang where technology opening portals to the underworld and or other dimensions, so it's both the underworld and other dimensions, can be found. It is believed government organizations are in contact with interdimensional beings who come through these portals, or that demons use these portals to travel to our world. This is linked to conspiracy theories about Soren opening portals to other dimensions in hell with the use of particle accelerators. Again, here we see it say, warning of conspiracy theories that the portal to hell resides beneath Denver Airport. Next, we see this say, David Kopel of the Independence Institute saying, Lucifer is the portal through which demons enter the city. The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, is a book written by those who say they are victims of forced government experiments which they were taken to at an Air Force base where secret experiments took place. Notice how the horse sculpture in this book looks similar to the one in My Little Pony. There are many different types of experiments discussed in this book and other books that are part of the same series, which you can see here, which includes an alien monster which travels through the time tunnel, which is a portal to another dimension, which I don't think it's the type of aliens that come from outer space, but this is an alien that goes through a portal, meaning it comes from another dimension. The book mentions secret time travel experiments and also secret experiments involving opening portals to other dimensions at the same location the time travel happens. In the book, at least some of this is done with the use of particle accelerators. In the book, at the same location portals to other dimensions are opened at, and otherworldly creatures are met. Portals to the past and future are also opened at. They're used by time travelers to go back in time to the events of World War I and II, as well as to meet Jesus and do other stuff. But they also go into the future, to the year 6037, where they find a ruined city with no sign of life. The place the portal takes them to leads to a horse sculpture that looks like this, very similar to how in My Little Pony, the portal leads to the horse sculpture. You can even see in depictions on this, the horse sculpture is standing on something similar to what we saw in My Little Pony. The year this book was published was 1992. Blue Mustang was commissioned in 1992, but it was not installed at Denver Airport until 2008. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, My Little Pony G4 was made in 2010 at first, 2 years after 2008. Yet before this, there was a different My Little Pony show called My Little Ponytails, either considered G2 or G1.5. It was created during 1992 and has a Pegasus making the pose of Blue Mustang. So I think Blue Mustang is based on a horse sculpture time travelers saw in the future, and that technology used to open portals for time travel and access to other dimensions during the Montauk Project has connections to the technology used to open portals beneath Blue Mustang. The airport even referenced My Little Pony on its Twitter or now X post. Some theories say Blue Mustang is cursed or haunted because part of it fell on its owner then killed him before being completed. Yet there's another, not as well known theory related to his cause of death. You see here it says, the conspiracy that the horse somehow came alive and attacked his owner, so it's some type of living blue horse entity. Although it's the same as the statue, it's a different story. I think it's more likely a being who is different than the statue, but the statue is based on it. We can also find another connection to what is supposedly fiction actually being based on truth. Here it talks about the Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which is said to be a fictional work. It talks about coordinates given to humans by aliens, and it says, and that the coordinates shown in the fiction are directly taken at Denver International Airport, or that these coordinates lead to where the airport is located, she said. But that's not true, she says. It's about 51 miles northwest of us. Yet, many, we see here, question how the film, which was created 16 years before DIA broke ground, knew those numbers would line up near the airport. I think these coordinates are actually going to an underground location connected to the airport, because there are underground tunnels hidden beneath the airport going to locations near it. Close Encounters of the Third Kind features UFOs and the Devil's Tower rock formation, showing there is a connection between theories about this formation being a giant tree stump and non-human beings. Close Encounters of the Third Kind even references governments and the military trying to hide the existence of aliens. In the movie, these coordinates seen here lead to Devil's Tower in the state Wyoming. However, in reality, they lead to somewhere in the state of Colorado near Denver. So it is strange they show coordinates that lead to a real place, but a different place than where they go in the movie, making me believe this is secretly based on something else. Other statues that look like this can be found in My Little Pony, including ones that have an unusual color for a statue. The mirror portal is even covered with these crystals on the sides, similar to what is on the sides of a Stargate portal. Perhaps the portal is a combination of a linear particle accelerator and the Stargate portal. Stargate portals have a ramp leading up to them with what resembles rippling water, nicknamed the puddle, while the mirror portal has steps leading up to it and what resembles rippling water. While the image at the Denver airport has these steps leading to it. There is another story that shows a connection between the underground places at Denver International Airport and Equestria, related to unicorns, which are depicted as living in Equestria. In this story, somebody finds an entrance to a secret underground location at the airport. The person goes down a long staircase to a place called Sub-Basement 23. Among many strange things, the person finds a room with this table and some pool of dark liquid along with a binder titled Quarantine Procedures. But then this person sees what can be described as a monster that looks like a combination of multiple blackened human bodies, making this moaning noise. The person then runs from this monster and eventually finds a way out. But the fact this person mentioned seeing a monster in this facility indicates they are hiding the existence of non-human beings at this facility. However, if we look at the story that can be seen here, the person mentions that in this underground location, there is what is described as insignia related to a unicorn, as you can see here. San Luis Valley in Colorado isn't the only place with myths about a fast-flying blue horse. In this book, we see it's published in 1936, before My Little Pony was made. It's about Native American myths and folklore from Texas. But if we go down, we can see there's this myth about what is called the swift blue one. Swift, like fast. This is a myth about a fast blue horse. It says, the great blue horse was fast as the wind. He could skim across the prairies like the clouds' shadows, and his flying hoofs beat the ground like the roll of thunder. So, a flying, fast blue horse. And it also says, until the Indian learned how to speak them. At least the Spaniard died of his wound, but not before he had taught the Indian the horse language. So does this mean humans communicated with this blue horse, and it had some type of ability to talk, like the characters from My Little Pony? In My Little Pony, Rainbow Dash has a definite connection to rainbows, sometimes even being depicted as making a rainbow trail behind her when she flies. Here we can find stories from Navajo Native American folklore, but down here we see that it mentions this turquoise horse, that also mentions, it says, you could also see that rainbows formed an arc over the sky around the blue horses, while blue swallows fluttered. Blue horses associated with rainbows, like Rainbow Dash. It also associates these horses with birds, which might mean they're flying horses. And here it says the western horses and the things surrounding them were yellow, like Fluttershy. If we go down, we can see that also mentions the sun having a white horse. Then it mentions this horse of the moon. Then next it's this black horses that are associated with the night, like Luna is associated with the night, and there's a black, like a dark or black horse. But the white horse associated with the sun could be Celestia, or someone related to her. Then it mentions a red horse and many other mythical beings. If we look at this Navajo myth, it says, the sun rode a favorite horse as he crossed the sky and kept horses to the north, south, east, and west of his home. Turquoise boy journeyed to see the horses. Mirage man showed him the corals with white shell horses to the east, turquoise horses to the south, yellow abalone shell horses to the west, and spotted horses to the north. So these yellow and turquoise horses, they are located to the north, south, east, and west of the sun. So since the sun is in the sky, these horses are in the sky, just like My Little Pony shows Pegasi, including yellow horses like Fluttershy, in the sky. In non-canonical Islamic sources called a hadith, there are references to a mythical creature called Hazam. If we look at the description of this creature, it says, Hazam is a mythical creature that has its origins in the Islamic tradition. According to tradition, Hazam is the favorite horse of the Archangel Gabriel, who received it as a gift from Allah, who is God, for pleasing him. Hazam is described as a white, flaming spiritual horse that has a pair of wings like that of Pegasus, and can fly swiftly, meaning very fast, from one cosmic plane to another. And it says the Archangel Gabriel rides this horse. But it says it can fly from one cosmic plane to another in a second. So that will need to be very fast. In Islamic tradition, the cosmic planes are like heavenly worlds above the dome of the sky. They're each like their own world. So in order for a creature to fly to one from another in a second, it would have to be going very fast, which would require it to go faster than the speed of sound. In My Little Pony, Rainbow Dash is seen performing what is called a sonic rain boom, when she reaches very fast speeds. This sonic rain boom actually looks like what is sometimes called a sonic boom that happens when something breaks the sound barrier by going faster than the speed of sound. However, unlike a sonic boom, a sonic rain boom looks rainbow colored. But a sonic boom happens when something goes faster than the speed of sound. So what would happen if something went much faster, like going faster than the speed of light? Cherenkov radiation is a type of glowing radiation which glows that is made during experiments in which light is sent through water and maybe some other stuff, which slows down the light, then makes other stuff be able to go faster than the slowed down light. This radiation glows with a blue color that can sometimes be violet or purple, and maybe other colors. This radiation is also known as Cherenkov light, and it is related to sonic booms. As we can see here, it says this effect is optical equivalent of a sonic boom that happens with light instead of sound when the particles they send go faster than the slowed down light. But instead of a sonic boom being created when something goes faster than the speed of sound, this radiation is created when something goes faster than the slowed down light. As we can see here, it even says its cause is similar to that of a sonic boom. This, I think, is related to a sonic rain boom, because the color of Cherenkov radiation is blue or violet often, which is some of the colors of the rainbow. So it makes sense that when Rainbow Dash goes very fast, which I think is going faster than the speed of light, it creates this thing that is like a sonic boom, except it happens when something goes faster than the speed of light. I think the reason Cherenkov radiation only sometimes appears as some of the colors of the rainbow, but not all of them, is because to make Cherenkov radiation, light is slowed down in water and maybe some other stuff that
causes particles to be able to go faster than the slowed down light.
But if something went faster than the speed of light that wasn't slowed down and wasn't in water, I think it could make the colors of the rainbow, all of them, and make something similar to a sonic boom, just like a sonic rainbow. Many people have seen these cloud formations in the sky that appear to be more like rainbows than normal clouds. While modern science tries to give other explanations for what causes this rainbow phenomena in the sky, giving names to the phenomena like fire rainbows, I think this phenomena is actually caused by beings like Rainbow Dash and also other types of beings, which make rainbow explosions when going faster than the speed of light, or what I like to call breaking the light barrier. Sometimes this phenomena will look like rainbow trails in the sky. Like how Rainbow Dash is seen making rainbow trails behind her when flying. This all makes sense because for a creature like Hazem to fly from one world to another in a second, it will need to be going very fast, like faster than the speed of light, or around such speeds. A different mythical equine in Islamic tradition, which is mentioned in the Quran, is called the Borak. While it's not the same as Hazem or Pegasus, it is a winged equine, so I think it is related. According to Islamic sources, this creature flew Muhammad all the way from Mecca in Saudi Arabia to Jerusalem in Israel, then up to heaven during one night, during what is called the night journey, meaning this creature is very fast, just like Rainbow Dash and Hazem. In fact, the Borak is described as being around the size of a donkey or similar to one, making a possible connection to a donkey. It is also depicted as human-like, therefore it can talk. Reminds me of the story in Shrek. Yet Hazem isn't the only winged horse depicted with an angel riding it. In old artwork, the Archangel Michael was depicted riding a red horse with wings. Some sources like this, mentioning this depiction from the 18th century, associate this horse with the apocalypse, just like the four horsemen of the apocalypse. So I think this might be related to the red horse of the four horsemen of the apocalypse that can be considered a flying horse. This artwork associating these horses, or this winged horse, with an angel also ties into what I said about winged horses being related to angels in heaven. But these artworks also show the winged horse as red, or occasionally an orange-ish yellow color, like the ponies from My Little Pony. In Equestria Girls, the Dazzlings are a group of singers who use their music as a form of mind control and feed on the negative energy of others. The fighting of others is what they use to extract this energy from people. Here, you can even see them doing it in these hoods. But you know what this reminds me of? Satanic cults who perform their rituals in dark hoods. With their singing, they try to make people fight and argue by dividing them and making them have hatred for each other instead of love. I think this represents how various governments and secret societies want to divide people with hatred for each other instead of compassion. All the world's governments who run the strings behind the scenes are part of these secret societies and have an agenda to make the masses fight with each other instead of working together in friendship. Various celebrities, including those in the music industry like the Dazzlings and others, are part of this secret plot. One of the songs sung by the Dazzlings, called Under Our Spell, is used as a form of mind control to make people fight each other. Then the Dazzlings suck away their negative energy. It is a known fact the Illuminati use music and other forms of media as mind control to control the masses. We can see various celebrities part of the music industry making Illuminati hand signs and putting secret symbolism in their music videos and lyrics, often relating to Satanism or what looks demonic. Since celebrities are known to hide all this hidden symbolism in their music, could they also be hiding magic spells in their music? Just like the Dazzlings hide magic spells in their music, which is used to control people? After all, many celebrities are known to secretly practice witchcraft. This means the Illuminati is showing their plan in fiction in Equestria Girls, just like what they are known to do. But My Little Pony isn't the only source to say that music is being used as magic spells to control people. Taylor Alicia, who has lots of good videos exposing Satanism and how it is used to control people, she made a video on this, which is music artists casting spells on their listeners. Others like Jenny Weaver, who was part of the music industry, say that Hollywood is casting spells over their viewers. Which means music and other forms of mass media is used to cast spells on people and control the masses. That's why those who control the fake news media are called newscasters, because they are casting spells on their listeners. According to this video and other sources, the Illuminati controls the music industry and uses music as a form of mind control to make people act violent and do other bad stuff, just like the Dazzlings do. Alex Jones even mentions a belief about the ruling elite pulling energy into themselves.
Really pulling energy and power and energizing themselves to be...
Similar to how the Dazzlings take the energy away from people and feed on their negative energy. We can also find parallels to beliefs about an energy extraction matrix,
which proposes those running the matrix cause the hatred, arguing, and fighting in the world, then are using this matrix to extract people's energy or feed on their negative energy. They use the arguing and hate of people to keep them trapped in the matrix. According to some sources like this, music is used as a form of energy extraction to control people, just like other forms of technology, which is used by demonic entities to suck people's energy away or extract it into the matrix. But that does not mean technology is inherently bad. Only when it is used for negativity or what is addictive in bad ways is when it becomes bad. Some sources, like the KCXL radio station, say that the ruling elites who are running the government and are these celebrities are working with demonic entities which suck energy away from people. They're working through the humans to take energy and extract it from people. They do this by causing wars and other bad stuff in the world, which I think is related to how these demonic entities want people to sin or do what is bad.
The Dazzlings using music as a form of mind control to make people act violently with one another parallels ideas that violent video games, television, media, and music is used as a form of mind control to make people act violently or harmful by putting ideas of violence in their mind as part of a satanic agenda. They also use media to promote consumerism and make people buy their products, with the desire to disconnect people from nature when they promote stuff like eating meat and other stuff that harms animals and the environment. Forming a system encouraging feeding off of others energetically and in other ways, for animals and humans.
Another parallel is belief in what are called energy vampires or psychic vampires, which is a belief that some people have the ability to take the spiritual energy, or what is sometimes called life force energy or prana, from others when others feel down, or when others have anger, or feel sadness, or feel bad, or do bad. They can take the negative energy from people when the energy is low. So they may try to make others feel bad or do bad, so they can change the energy to a negative frequency. Yet those who remain positive despite this, and stay happy, and stay being kind, are able to shield themselves from their attacks. The governments of the world who are trapping people in the Matrix use various ways to divide people in order to control them. They divide people by nationality, by making people think those countries are different, when really nationalities are just labels and do not exist. They will create these countries to make people fight against each other and have wars, but in reality, people are the same, and there's no such thing as countries. It's just a label. All the land is the same. Then they will divide people and make them fight each other by creating different political parties for people to associate with, which are really controlled by the same people behind the scenes. They will split people into different races and financial statuses to split society apart, to make them think they're worse than better each other. They will also split people into various identities and make people argue about stuff unrelated to what people identify with, but it's all part of an energy extraction matrix. They will try to tell you that victory is about winning against others or succeeding in material or other ways. But in reality, true victory and happiness is found in living in peace with one another and having friendship with one another in harmony for all people and creatures. Kind of like in My Little Pony, how they learn that it is the power of friendship and what is good that helps them stop the negative plot of the Dazzlings and win.
During one of the Dazzling songs, there was a scene with them where they have these wings and red eyes. They look like they were possessed by demons. A clear reference to Satanism in the music industry. In Islam, jinn are a type of spirit which can take on many different forms. They have free will, so they can be either good or bad, but their negative forms are often associated with demons. Some beliefs even connect jinn to music. Some people working in the music industry, or those who used to, have reported being possessed by jinn while listening to music. It makes me think this is related to how those who are part of the industry worship these demonic entities as part of what their secret society does. Some have even linked this to Islamic beliefs that music can be sinful. In a lot of music and other forms of media, they will promote violence, seeing what is often promoted in songs from different types of music, as well as harmful forms of sexualization, seeing that the majority of popular songs promote what is sexual or romantic or related to relationships, which I think is part of a malevolent agenda. They will also use music to promote materialism, along with various other forms of ungodliness and negativity. I think this is purposely done by these music artists who want people to sin by implanting these ideas in their minds so people will be violent, lustful, rejecting God, and filled with other negativity. I mean, the rock and roll sign does look like a satanic hand sign. So does this mean music is inherently bad? I don't think so. I think if music is used for positivity and what is good or what is neutral, I think it is okay. A song called Welcome to the Show, or what is part of different groups singing, including the protagonists in the movie, sounds similar to a gospel song or some type of related music, even though it is not said to be in the movie. This song is like a battle between good and evil that is sung in front of a crowd, which saves them. Kind of like how gospel music and related music is about good being victorious over evil, as well as being used to save people.
If we look at the lyrics of this song, it says that, down here it says, "Don't need to hear a crowd cheering out my name. I didn't come here seeking infamy or fame." So this is like having a humble heart, like Jesus. Then it says, "The one and only thing that I'm here to bring is the music in my soul." Almost like what they want to do is bring the power of music, or the power of God, or the power of the Holy Spirit living in people's souls to people. This especially correlates if we replace the dazzlings with the devil, and the power of music with the power of friendship, then the power of God. Then later it says, "Gonna break out, set myself free." Similar to how the Bible says, "The truth will set you free." But then down here it says, "to set yourself apart." The biblical definition of holiness in the original Hebrew translation of the Bible is kadosh, which means set apart. It also says, "And you can try to fight, but we've got the light of friendship on our side," which could represent how the devil can try to fight as much as he wants to tempt people into sin, but people can have Christ on their side and not be defeated. It says, "We got the music in our hearts," which could represent how people have Jesus in their hearts. Then it says, "As the music of our friendship survives," like how people will survive with Christ and not be defeated. While singing this song, they launch a rainbow beam up into the sky, which later turns into this winged unicorn that takes out the dazzlings. Like how God is depicted as somebody in the sky, in the clouds, in many depictions, winning against the devil.
This creature that later brings out the horse in the sky is in a glowing orb form with wings, kind of even looking like it has two sets of wings, since this looks like one set of wings and this looks like another. Then here, one set, then another, making it have 4 wings. The Bible describes seraphim angels with 6 wings and cherubim angels with 4 wings. The book of Ezekiel says these angels travel in these wheels which are within other wheels, forming this circular or orb shape, similar to what was seen in Equestria Girls. The Bible actually mentions angels telling people to not be afraid of them, or to be not afraid, such as the Archangel Gabriel saying this to Mary, and an angel saying this to Zachary, as well as the Gospel of Luke mentioning an angel saying this to shepherds. Some sources might have other examples of this. Therefore, we see a connection with My Little Pony when this creature was seen, when they were singing about never being afraid of the dark. Ephesians 5:19 in the Bible says, "Speaking to yourselves in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, singing and making melody in your heart to the Lord." So they are spiritual songs, similar to songs that are spiritually powerful or magical songs. This is also associated with psalms, like in the Bible there's the book of Psalms, which are sacred songs. Then it says, "Singing and making melody in your heart to the Lord." That reminds me when they say,
We can also see these creatures coming out from the dazzlings, which might represent demons who possess them, But this creature looks like a combination of a horse and a fish. In mythology, a creature like this is called a hippocampus, which is also the name for part of the brain. So seeing the dazzlings are the ones who control your brain, it makes sense. In the non-canonical Testament of Solomon that was banned from inclusion in the Bible, God sends the Archangel Michael to give Solomon a magic ring which he uses to control demons and have power over them. But one of these demons resembles the creatures in the My Little Pony movie, which are depicted as half fish and half pony talking creatures. There are different types of these creatures called sea ponies and mermaids. They also appear in the G1 show. Here is text from the Testament of Solomon, as you can see here. It says down here, Solomon says, "And having praised God, I commanded another spirit to come before me, and there came before my face an old demon, having in front the shape of a horse, but behind of a fish. And he had a mighty voice, and said to me, O King Solomon." So this is a half horse, half fish creature that can talk, like sea ponies and these creatures in My Little Pony. Lyrics for many popular songs are actually words or magic words used for magic spells secretly, hidden in the songs. Take, for example, Abracadabra, sung by Lady Gaga, which is named after a magic word like a magic spell that says in the lyrics, "When the devil turns around," indicating that this song is satanic. And it says, "With a haunting dance, now you're both in a trance," like people being controlled by a spell, like being in a trance. And it says, "It's time to cast your spell on the night." So it's like there's a hidden spell in this song used to control people. I view the dazzlings as representing what goes on in the music industry behind the scenes with many different celebrities rather than actual individuals. Very well be true that the song Under Our Spell and maybe related music really do have spells in them put there by those making My Little Pony fiction and songs. I think when television and music is broadcasted, it is casted as are spells. There is an old recording featuring John Todd, an ex-member of a satanic cult, exposing Freemasonry, secret societies, and satanic music using spells.
But I was the managing president of Zodiac Productions. It was one of my jobs as being one of these 13 people. Thus, I got to know many of the people who produce music and sing the music and play the music that you play. Now, one of the closest friends that I got during that time that I obtained was a man named David Crosby, Still Nash and Young. I saw David last year, talked with him. I got him away from this witch that he had with him. He told her to go shopping. We were in West Hollywood, and I was witnessing around to people I knew. We went off in this store, and we started talking. I said, "David, I'd like to ask you a couple questions." I said, "I already know the answers, but I've been gone for 5 years. I'd like to know if certain things are still the way they were when I left." I said, now I'll have to explain some of this when I'm done, because you're not going to understand it all unless you know something about music. I said, "Do they still take the master to the temple room?" Dave said, "Yeah." I said, "Do they still have the coven conjure demons into the master?" He said, "Of course." I said, "Now, I got to know something. What's the main reason for rock music?" He said, "Come on, Lance, you know what the reason is." I said, "Please, David, I don't want to guess. Tell me what the main reason is." He said, "The same as when you were in, so that we can play spells on people that we couldn't cast spells upon." I'll explain what that means in a minute. I said, "Okay, one last thing. I've been hearing that you must be an initiated witch now to get a record contract." He said, "That's right." He said, "Many of us that weren't total witches have to be witches now in order to produce music." I said, "Thank you." The master is a tape about as big as the top of this podium that looks like an overgrown 8-track that the album is cut on and is placed in a machine that produces and presses the records and the 8-tracks and cassettes that you buy. After it's been recorded, it's taken in. This is why a master is cut months in advance before it's released. On the full moon, it's taken in to a temple room about the size of this auditorium, that is in every one of the major music companies, behind locked doors up in the executive offices, and it's placed on an altar sitting in the north of the room, and a pentagram engraved in the floor. And 13 hand-chosen witches and wizards and a coven come in and conjure a principality or a power up, usually Regia or something like that, and order him to tell the demons under him to follow every record and every tape coming off of that master. As I tell many Christian parents, you can go home and count your kids' records, probably yours too, and count how many demons at least are there. If that's too hard for you to believe, I'm sorry. That's why they do it. Now listen to me. This is why rock music's addicting. Have you ever seen kids that got rid of their music? They go around like this. They can't wait to find a rock station somewhere and they sneak off just like getting a cigarette or a fix because it's addicting. That's why they can't give it up. The rest of the conversation was this. You can't cast a spell on a Christian, but you can get a Christian to cast a spell on themselves. If you give the permission for the spell to work, being a Christian won't block it. And rock music is not just a song. It is supernatural music that which is carefully designed by their spirit guides or familiar spirits in the form of spells. Now, although the devil's music's power is the music and God's music is the words, much of the songs are written in what we call witch language. Give you kind of an idea. Many of you talk on a CB, unless you know what a smoky is, and a 10-4, and a front door and back door and rocking chair and these type of things. You don't know what you're talking about. Same with witches. When you're in the first or second level, you have to learn over 2,000 words that said by anybody else mean something totally different than when you say them. Elton John has said he's never written a song or sung a song that wasn't in which language. And I want to show you something. See how many kids in here, be honest, and adults. How many remember and have heard at least several times a song called Hotel California? Somebody tell me what it meant. That's pretty close. But from the words, what did it mean? Well, that's more of a guess. See, most people can't tell you. That's why when people do drugs and they listen to songs in which language, they get some of the meaning. But most of the time, they can't tell you. Stop and think how many songs are out there that you really like, and you don't have any idea what the person was talking about. Beyond the Yellow Brick Road? How about The Destroyer by Kiss? Can anybody tell me what it's about? Kiss said in it, kids, kill your parents. They're talking about Helter Skelter. Beatles sung Helter Skelter in which language? Nobody knew what it meant. Manson did because he belonged to the process. Helter Skelter is a several thousand-year-old word. Most of the music is either about Helter Skelter or a place called the Night Winds, which is what Hotel California is about, and different doctrines of witchcraft. You listen to them, your parents let you listen to them, and they have no idea. Kiss openly bragged how they were gaining control of people through their music because the people played their music. They told how they didn't form their own group. Their church, because they were ordained ministers of the Satanist church, placed them together. And that's how most of the music is done. David Crosby, when him and Crosby, Still Nash and Young produced the record Two-Way Street, they ordered the principality of Medici to order demons of rebellion to go into the record, and everybody that heard it would be rebellious.
Something to add is the Dazzlings are said to be human forms of mythical creatures called sirens, who in Greek myth lured sailors to their doom by tempting them with their enchanting music, demonstrating how some use music as a tool to tempt people into sin, symbolically and literally. Farther showing they are demonic beings, the Book of Enoch says the people who were led astray by the fallen angels will become sirens. I think the sinister Cabal who controls the world knows about the existence of the elements of harmony and the power of friendship. Thus, they try to cause disharmony and disrupt friendship, also trying to convince people that power and value comes from material things and other stuff, which is not really as important as what is good. The heroes of My Little Pony using music as a form of magic or something powerful for good, and the villains using it as something powerful that is bad, resembles how different frequencies of music, such as different Hz frequencies, are known to be able to harm or benefit people in spiritual or other ways. A lot of music today is torn to this negative frequency, which I think is purposely done by groups such as the Illuminati, who want to weaken people with music. By singing about what is good, we can bring positivity and good vibrations, while singing about negativity brings bad vibrations and negativity. Reflecting the protagonists of My Little Pony singing about what is positive and good, while the Dazzlings and others sing about what is bad. We also see a relation to shamanistic music. Shamans in different cultures do it differently. Some use drumming to induce altered states of consciousness to enter the spirit world. In Korean culture, shamans are sometimes called mudong, who use dancing and music in their rituals to communicate with spirits. This belief is actually referenced in the movie KPop Demon Hunters, which shares many similarities with My Little Pony. Especially seeing the three heroes of the movie use music, which can be considered positive music, at least somewhat, as a form of what can be considered magic. The villains of the film are the Sadja boys, who appear to be humans but are secretly demons. So we see a clear connection with demons in this film. We learned that in the film, demons are malicious creatures originating from the demon world, a dark underworld. Their primary goal is to steal human souls, which function as a vital energy source. So we see the demons take their spiritual energy from the people, similar to what we saw with the Dazzlings and what we know many celebrities secretly do. That is why these different films show the same thing. It says, being outwardly creatures, demons possess a range of supernatural abilities, including teleportation and mind control. So, it's mind control. They're actually depicted as using music as a form of mind control. One of the songs the Sadja boys use to control people is called Your Idol, because they want to make the people in the crowd they're controlling and taking the souls from view them as their idol. So they're making celebrities their idols. You know, the Bible warns about people following idols blindly, because I think it is better to not worship these celebrities or others, rather to see them as individuals rather than an idol that is put above someone. It is good to see people equal in the right way and the same for other beings. We learn here that this song says, but Rumi, who is one of the heroes, returns by the end of their performance, having embraced her half-demon heritage, encounters with a heartfelt song, a new song, what it sounds like. So it's a heartfelt song, a positive one, even mentions harmony, similar to My Little Pony. There's elements of harmony. So it's a positive song using to fight the wicked song. That says, immune to his influence through her human blood, she breaks Guaima's hold on Mira. Guaima is this Satan-like figure who rules over the demons. That says, hold on Mira and Zoe, who reunite in her in acceptance. Together, they reform Huntrix and begin to break the Sadja boy spell over the crowd who was listening to their music. A spell over the crowd with music, very similar to the Dazzlings. Your Idol mentions loving sins and pray for me now in its lyrics, encouraging people to be sinners, and has what is called Dies Irae, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, an ancient Latin musical sequence believed to represent God's judgment or those being judged, that has long been used to signify death or gloom. It is believed to have supernatural powers. I think in the film, one of the heroes somehow embraces or falls in love with one of the Sadja boys, so embracing the demonic side. However, I think this part could very well just be deception covered over the hidden truth. We see there are more similarities with My Little Pony when they cast the spell or the mind control over the crowd. They say this is just for entertainment purposes. Purposes. But in reality, I think it's actually about the Bible. And how there is these spiritual forces that exist in the world, hidden in media and elsewhere. Music is one of the tools they can use to take people, and they want people's souls. In K-pop demon hunters, the demons they try to hunt or defeat are taking people's souls. So celebrities and demons they work with use music to tempt people to steal their souls and bring them to their realm, or use them as an energy source. Here we can see this clip I'm showing of similarities. So I think this is stuff that actually happens, or at least partially based on what actually happens. So that explains why we see the same thing happening in different works of what is considered fiction. Reality repeats itself in different ways. Whether obviously or not. Then there is a similar scene where they, I think, rise up and to see all the energy they're sucking from the crowd. Those who can see through the symbolism know what it is really about. Here it's the rising up scene. And might be using the energy for good this time. I'm not sure, I haven't really seen all of it. But you can see they rise up and make this like light similar to the rainbow they form in My Little Pony. Then all the bad is pushed away and the crowd is cleared. Of the control they were under. But the demons in K-pop demon hunters are based on beings in Korean mythology, such as Doka Ebi, who use their powers to either trick or help humans. Here they are shown like this. I think some of them are also based on Mol Gwishin, who are spirits who are unable to cross into the afterlife, who died from drowning, seeking to kill nearby swimmers, shown as these, and Dal Gael Gwishin, if I pronounced that correctly, who are mountain spirits believed to be a sign of death, depicted as this, and possibly others. Korean shamans or mudang were believed to be able to cast away evil spirits using their ritual music. In Korean myth, these beings aren't directly called demons, though I think they're the same beings, just different cultures have different names for the same beings they encounter. The Bible uses the term demons, while in Korea they have other terms, then there are different terms in different places. Of course, there's definitely some misrepresentation of these ancient myths, but I do think there's some hidden truth if you look close enough. The character Rumi also has the same name as the mystic from the Sufi Islamic sect. There's also a part of the movie where a character named Jinnu sacrifices himself to save Rumi from Gwai Ma. I don't think this is something that actually happened, but I think it is symbolically showing how Jesus died for people's sins to save them. Note that one of the Saja boys named Jinnu, who I don't think is an actual person, but I think he symbolically represents different stuff. Though it says here, once human, Jinnu was cursed to become a demon through a pact with Gwai Ma, who is Satan. He accepted an offer of a powerful singing voice. However, the pact came at a cost, so this is basically selling his soul to Satan to become a famous singer. This is exactly what the Illuminati are known to do. They make these pacts or deals with the devil. If the U in the name Jinnu is replaced with no N, it says Jin. In K-pop Demon Hunters, the demons and the Saja boys who are depicted as exploiting people's insecurities. Jinnu, one of the Saja boys, can represent the insecurity of wanting fame, money, and power, or people seeing themselves as bad for not having it. Examples of him selling his soul for such things. Another Saja boy named Baby could represent the infantilization of K-pop idols or celebrities. Then there is a Saja boy named Romance. I think he represents toxic romance and relationships like what is promoted in a lot of music today. Next there is a Saja boy named Abby, who based on what he is seems to represent the sexualization of K-pop idols and other singers, as well as bad sexualization promoted in music. Final Saja boy named Mystery could represent the pressure and lack of privacy K-pop idols and others experience. I see other things they could represent, but this isn't just something that happens in fiction. In real life, in the K-pop industry and other parts of the music industry, there is a stigma to be what is considered perfect. They also promote this in music to try to make others be like what the celebrities are, such as supposedly perfect bodies, a wealth-seeking mindset, and a lot of other things. So it makes sense why a lot of music either talks about or promotes fighting, a heavy focus on relationships, body issues, lookism, all types of violence. Negativity towards those who do not follow, and sometimes those who do follow, certain types of beauty standards. Sexualization, usually of women, and sometimes also men. Shame, guilt, harmful forms of breakups, unnecessary revenge, utter toxicity, and a lot of other stuff that is not good to push with music. The Han Moon is a type of magical burial in K-pop Demon Hunters, powered by the heroes singing as well as the positive energy of their fans and themselves, similar to the magic of friendship in My Little Pony, powered by their friendship. It can also be seen as something like powered by devotional singing from a group, similar to devotional songs to God or others. Also note that during what is called Welcome to the Show, when the Dazzlings sing, they say, "We will be adored. Tell us that you want us." They say this to the crowd, similar to how in K-pop Demon Hunters, the song Your Idol is used as a form of mind control to make people want them or support them. Also, the word adore has been used as another term for worship, like those who worship idols. Idols can be many things. They can be statues, celebrities, money, ideologies, and many other things. This can be harmful when people see this stuff or non-living things as something very important or what needs to be worshipped. Or they put humans or gods or all beings above them or others instead of considering them to be equals. With examples such as these and so many others, we can see there's an unnatural focus on what is perceived as love, which is really a toxic form of romanticism and sexualization, as well as what is perceived as beautiful. Of course, everything really is in a subjective way, but this is often promoted in music in harmful ways. Then there are types of music that mention various types of violence, often for controlling or nonsensical reasons. I could see this as purposely promoting it. Plus, we love music. They will push discrimination against religious people and rejection of God. That I think is part of a satanic agenda to remove Jesus from music. We know various musicians are part of these secret societies. In fact, the word musician might actually be related to the word magician, which is somebody who uses magic to cast spells on people. But the Steve Miller Band, their album cover for their music, has this blue horse with glowing eyes. This like Lucifer sculpture with the glowing eyes. Another version of the album cover shows a Pegasus with a pyramid behind it with what looks like an eye in it, like the Illuminati one eye symbol. This deluxe edition version even shows a Pegasus making a pose similar to Lucifer. Another album cover from the Steve Miller Band shows a Pegasus with these rainbow looking wings, or these multicolored wings. Sort of like the mane and tail of Rainbow Dash, who is a blue horse. In this different album cover from the Steve Miller Band, you can even see a Pegasus with red, yellow, and maybe orange colors. The Steve Miller Band also has an album called Abracadabra that shows one eye on it, representing the Illuminati one eye symbol hidden in it. But the name of this album is Abracadabra, which is a magic word. So this means there must be magic spells hidden in the music from this album, which is used to control people. One of the songs on his album is called Jet Airliner, appearing to reference the aircrafts of Denver International Airport. There is a song sung by Chappell Roan called Pink Pony Club, but is it actually referencing some club of a secret society, just like they are known to have clubs, that knows about the existence of these creatures? Because the song is not said to be inspired by My Little Pony. In fact, it's said to be inspired by something else. Yet it sounds a lot like the character Pinkie Pie. They will give you reasons like this as to what they say inspired the song, though I think this is just a cover-up for interdimensional travel. One of the music videos about this song from Chappell Roan even features a pink pony with what looks like a heart cutie mark. Checking out some of the first lyrics on this song, it says, "And I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day." I think the special place is referring to the My Little Pony world, which is viewed as a place of magic and wonder, which can be viewed as special. The most well-known part of the My Little Pony world is Equestria, which G4 depicts as being ruled over by the characters Celestia, Luna, and eventually Twilight Sparkle. Though in the G4 show and O shows, there are other places in the world the ponies dwell in, which is called Ponyland in the G1 show. Some of these locations include Canterlot, Ponyville, the Crystal Empire, Dream Valley, Unicornia, and more. Similar to the song saying, boys and girls can all be queens, in the end of the Princess Promenade for My Little Pony G3, they say that everyone is now a princess, or can be a princess.
Being named a princess is just that, a name. Each and every one of us is a princess in our hearts and in the hearts of our friends. So today, as a princess, I am making each one of you a princess.
How nice that everyone's a princess.
We're glad that everyone's a princess.
That's you, and yes, it's true.
That you are a princess too.
Even if some places in the Ponyland realm have different forms of government, like what is seen in some depictions from some My Little Pony shows, which might or might not be accurate depictions, I think this indicates at least some of the locations in the Ponyland realm have a political system which views everyone as being someone who has authority, therefore allowing everyone to be part of the government or the rulers, in this case princesses or queens, perhaps holding a stance that nobody should be put above others in positions of power, in an attempt to be fair to everyone. At another place in Denver, there is this red horse sculpture at a former nuclear weapons site, which, just like with Blue Mustang, people associate it with the horsemen of the apocalypse because it has a red color like them, and also has a hazmat mask like someone who is surviving an apocalypse.
It would make sense a civilization in Equestria that resembles the human one would have such masks.
The red eyes of Blue Mustang are also sometimes associated with a harbinger of doom like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, showing a connection to the murals at Denver International Airport depicting an apocalypse.
Some say these horse sculptures represent the coming end times. There are a lot of hidden symbols and messages in My Little Pony. While I'm sure there's much deception, I think there is also hidden truth. But let's start with this. It shows an owl that looks a lot like the Bohemian Club owl symbol from the Bohemian Grove, which is known to be a place where members of secret societies gather to plot sinister agendas. You can even see the owl in this depiction has the same lines and the same eyes, the same head shape, and a leg going out, along with this upper body that looks the same as the Bohemian Groove logo. Here in the background we can see a triangle with an eye in it, meaning this is a symbol that is hidden in the show by the Illuminati, who control the film industry and know about the existence of the creatures they are depicting in these films. Again, here is a one-eye triangle symbol just hidden there. Not long after the cosmology showing Luna and Celestia moving the moon and sun is introduced in My Little Pony, there is an image that resembles Freemason imagery, which I think indicates Freemasons know the earth is flat and know about the true cosmology of the world they hide from people. Here you can see the sun and the moon, as well as what looks like two pillars combined, and this downward pointing yellow or golden triangle. Then looking at some Masonic symbolism, we see the moon and the sun near these two pillars. Then there's this yellow or golden downwards pointing triangle. I think some of these concealed messages are purposely put there, but others are unknowingly put there because of the intuition people have. They unknowingly put stuff in places, but also because reality, the universe, spiritual forces, or hidden realities speak or speaks or shows itself or themselves through many things, showing truths many do not recognize, as well as for other reasons, which I'll probably get into at another time. I think some of these messages are mixes of any of this, while others could not be. Another character is named Tirek, or Lord Tirek, who is said to be a centaur, although he does not look like how centaurs are depicted in Greek mythology, which are humans with the lower bodies of horses. Tirek looks like this red, horned creature, similar to traditional depictions of the devil or Satan. Tirek is a creature that is a mix of a traditional centaur and goat and bull. Going here, we can see that it says Tirek has red skin, white hair, dark fur, black horns, and cloven hooves. His head has bull-like facial features with a goat-like beard. Thus, Tirek, being this humanoid goat creature, shows a relation to the humanoid goat being called Baphomet, who is an evil entity the Illuminati is known to worship, just like Tirek is depicted as this evil entity. But if you look at depictions of Baphomet, you see he has this black fur, just like Tirek can be seen with this black fur here and here. But notice on the lower part of Tirek there is this upside down triangle. Freemasons, who are also known to worship this evil entity that is Baphomet, who is considered the same as Satan, use these, I don't know what they call them, but they wear these things. They have this upside down triangle on it. Some depictions even show Baphomet wearing one of these on the lower part of his body. Though also notice that on Baphomet, between his horns, there is this fiery torch on his head. Tirek is shown with some type of fiery energy that comes from his horns that is located between them, like the fire between the horns of Baphomet. It also resembles the Eye of Sauron from the Lord of the Rings, which I think is hidden Illuminati one-eye symbolism. Tirek is a humanoid bull creature, but notice how his horns twist inwards or curve inwards. Well, at least in some of his forms, he actually has more than one form, which he changes to after taking the magic of ponies. But do you know who he reminds me of? Baal from the Bible, which is an idol of an evil demon or deity who people made sacrifices to. It is known the Illuminati still worship this entity today. In some depictions, Baal is depicted as a humanoid bull creature with inward pointing horns or inward curved horns, just like Tirek has these inward pointed horns and is a humanoid bull creature. Also notice how the horns of Tirek look like the outline of the body of a guitar, which is a reference to Satanism in the music industry, as well as maybe beliefs about rock and roll being influenced by the devil, or that rock and roll musicians are influenced by Satan. Similar to what I said about the Dazzlings. In some depictions of Tirek, he is shown wearing this triangle amulet. But look closely, and it looks like a pyramid with an eye on top. Like the Illuminati pyramid eye symbol. So seeing Tirek represents the devil, and the Illuminati worships the devil, it makes sense. It also kind of looks like there is this eagle or two-headed eagle in the middle. High-ranking Freemasons actually wear
this two-headed eagle amulet, which was sometimes even a golden color like the amulet of Tirek. There is even a scene of Tirek destroying a stained glass window, which shows Twilight Sparkle, who I think represents Christ, while Tirek represents the devil, rejecting God.
Every Pegasus, unicorn, and earth pony will bow to my will.
He is saying that he wants others to bow to him, just like when people bow to someone, they are worshipping somebody, just like those who worship Satan.
And Tirek was sent to Tartarus for his crimes. But it...
Notice how it says Tirek was sent to Tartarus in My Little Pony? And in My Little Pony, there are depictions of Tirek being imprisoned in Tartarus, which in Greek mythology, Tartarus is the name of a place in the underworld where beings are imprisoned. Like what is said in the Bible about Satan being imprisoned in the underworld, or what is related to hell. But in My Little Pony, it says Tirek was sent to Tartarus for his crime to be imprisoned a long time ago, when Celestia and Luna were still around doing stuff at times before Nightmare Moon was imprisoned. So this means that, just like Nightmare Moon was imprisoned for 1,000 years, so was Tirek, making a connection between Tirek and Satan being imprisoned for 1,000 years.
One song from My Little Pony sounds very similar to a gospel song or related music.
Let the rainbow remind you that together we will always shine.
It is called Let the Rainbow Remind You, and as we heard, it was singing about their friendship and this rainbow reminding them of it, or them shining together. According to the Bible, God actually made a rainbow to remind people about his promise of the covenant he made with all creatures after the flood with Noah. Many hold that this shows that rainbows are a reminder of God's love, like his love not to again flood the earth and his covenant. While in My Little Pony we can see they are singing about the rainbow reminding them of their friendship or their love for one another.
The cutie mark of Rainbow Dash is a rainbow with a cloud, while the Bible says God sets a rainbow in the cloud to remind everyone so they will remember the covenant between God and every living creature. It is why the Bible says God states that the bow, which means rainbow in Old English, is in the cloud, and it says, I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature. Seeing a rainbow is believed to be a sign, to be reminded, to remember this covenant. When individuals make a covenant, they are forming an agreement, which can be a partnership, therefore can be a type of friendship. Basically what the song is about.
And when we come together, there'll be a star to guide the way.
Right as they are singing, there will be a star to guide the way. They go onto this 8-point star. You can even see the bottom and top points are different sizes than the others, with the bottom being the largest and longest. In the Bible, a star guided the way of the 3 wise men to the birthplace of Jesus. You can even see in many depictions of this star, it has 8 points, with the top and bottom parts being different sizes than the other points. Some depictions like this, you can even see the bottom part is the largest, just like what we saw in My Little Pony. So I think the song is actually referencing this star that guides the way to the birthplace of Jesus, which is the star Bethlehem.
The cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle is a 6-point star. She leads the other 5 main characters, along with others. Plus, she sometimes teaches others, such as with the School of Friendship, so she guides others as a star guides the way.
And when we come together, combine the light that shines within, there is nothing we can't do.
When they come together with the power of friendship and combine the light that shines within, they can do anything. Like in the Bible, it says, with God, which is the power of God that can be compared to the power of friendship, anything is possible.
The song is sung shortly after they win against Tirek, representing how God and good is victorious over evil and Satan. The name of the episode the song is sung in is Twilight's Kingdom Part 2, perhaps referencing God's kingdom or Christ's kingdom.
We have a light that shines within us that we were always meant to share.
In the Bible, Jesus says he is the light of the world. Those who follow Jesus will have this light that is the light of life. We can even see the Bible saying that you are the light of the world, or that people have the light of the world. Some interpret this to mean that the light of Christ is within people. We can even compare this to the beliefs of some Christian sects, such as Quakers, who speak of what's called the inward light, which is sometimes known as the light within, like what was mentioned in the My Little Pony song. It's a belief that the light of Christ is within people, as some type of spiritual light. We can also see that the Quakers were known as friends. This is because they believed friendship had some spiritual connection with Christ, or that they were friends of Christ and one another. Similar to how in My Little Pony there's the magic of friendship. In legend, the devil figure tries to plunge the world into darkness by destroying the light of the world, which is contained by the unicorns. Right after they mention the star to guide the way, we hear,
The way it's inside us every day. See?
So, if the light of the world is within us, and the star that guides the way leads to Jesus, this means Jesus is inside us. Plus it said, a star to guide the way. In the Bible, Jesus says, I am the way. The three wise men are depicted as riding camels, which are ungulates like ponies. But while not specifically said in the Bible, in some works of art and depictions, they are shown as three kings who leave their kingdoms to travel to another land where Jesus is born, or no kingdom. In part 1 of Twilight's Kingdom, when the song is sung, Twilight Sparkle and her friends travel to a place called the Crystal Empire, which can be viewed as a kingdom that is not her own. These episodes are also about Twilight Sparkle trying to find her duty as a princess. There are actually 4 princesses. 3 of them rule Equestria, which are Luna, Celestia, and Twilight Sparkle, but there's a 4th that is Cadence. So if you count the 3 that found their duties already in this episode, which is Cadence, Celestia, and Luna, then that could be 3 princesses similar to 3 kings. But though the episode, in the end of the 2-part episode finale, Twilight Sparkle is given a castle and finds her duty as a princess, making her the 3rd ruler of Equestria if you don't include Cadence, who rules a different kingdom, showing a parallel to the 3 kings. Right before the song is sung, we even see Twilight Sparkle gets the title of Princess of Friendship while being given a castle.
As princess, I believe I have the power to spread the magic of friendship across Equestria. That is the role I am meant to have in our world. The role I choose to have. But I didn't
alone.
Wow! Wow!
You are now Twilight Sparkle, the Princess of Friendship.
Christmas is associated with the birth of Jesus, so the Christmas star is connected to the Star of Bethlehem, related to his birth. Many Christmas stars have 8 points for this reason, just like the Christmas star is on top of a tree. My Little Pony also features a tree with a star on top, as you can see here. While the outer parts of this star around here do have more than 8 points, if you look at the inner part right here, it has 8 points. The first time this tree with this castle on it appeared was right before they started singing Let the Rainbow Remind You. Also notice how the tree is large in size, like the world tree from many mythologies, which was depicted as being in the center of the world. Flat Earth cosmology depicts the northern star Polaris in the center of the world above the Arctic and Hyperborea, where the other stars surround it. So it is above the world tree, similar to the star on top of a tree.
A rainbow shoots out of the tree. One scene from the same episode shows this multicolored light surrounding the tree, but if you look closely, you can even see a green light shooting out of the tree. Similar to the multicolored aurora borealis, which includes the color green, and is thought to be produced by some type of power or device in the center of the world in Hyperborea, in the lands hidden beyond the Arctic, according to some. The Crystal Empire is a place located in the Arctic North in My Little Pony.
At the center of this location is a large structure. Here we see these lights coming out of the structure, just like some hold the belief that Mount Meru in the center of the world produces the aurora borealis. But you can see there's a green land where this place is at, but then over here there's a snowy place which represents the Arctic. So this is like lands beyond the Arctic. So I think this is symbolic of the hidden lands of Hyperborea beyond the Arctic, rather than an actual place. Also notice how in the recently shown clip, Twilight Sparkle said she wanted to spread friendship, as in how the Bible, Jesus says to spread his teachings, which I think means to spread love and kindness with others, like sharing kindness, as we see an association of Fluttershy and sharing kindness.
So it makes sense. The song says, we have a light that shines within us that we were always meant to share. Since this shows sharing the gospel with others, which is the teachings of Jesus, to love one another. The word crusade is related to the word cross, since Christian crusaders associated them with the Christian cross. The My Little Pony characters, the cutie mark crusaders, vigorously tried to find their own and eventually tried to help others find their cutie marks. While many crusades were violent, some are not, by trying to spread their message in non-harmful ways, with campaigns per the definition of crusade. Also, the chakras are imagined as spiritual lights within us, which form the colors of the rainbow. Each chakra is associated with a different mantra sound that can be chanted with music. Then there are the different solfeggio frequencies that are musical tones believed to spiritually uplift and heal people, some of which are associated with the chakras. The large tree has a castle on it above the ground where the characters dwell, with this rainbow coming from it. Norse mythology features a giant tree called Yggdrasil in the center of the flat world. On one of its branches above the ground is the world of Asgard, where the gods dwell. From Asgard goes the Bifrost Rainbow Bridge, which connects to the world of humans. The rainbow comes down from the tree, then travels to different realms. So I think this represents the Bifrost Bridge coming down from Asgard, then attaching to the world of humans, as well as the rainbow spreading joy to different worlds, which I think might represent the different realms held by Yggdrasil. The Norse religion states that during the end of the world, the god Heimdall, who guards the Rainbow Bridge, will blow his horn instrument to alert beings about the coming end, which will be heard in all the worlds. Therefore, he is playing supernatural music, basically what I talk about in this video, and fits with this song. Corresponding to his instrument are the supernatural trumpets blown by angels in the Bible. Again, we find the rainbow and cloud symbolism when the Bible describes an angel clothed with a cloud and rainbow, who announces what will happen when the seventh trumpet is blown. The way a rainbow reminds them can be viewed as the practice of dhikr in Islam, which is recited to remember Allah. Some Muslims do so with chanting and rhythmic movement that is related to music, but no actual music. However, other Muslims consider it okay to use music if done for the purpose of Allah's good plan. So some, such as the Sufi mystics, recite dhikr with music. Right before the song is sung, there is an object called the chest of harmony that is opened, then a rainbow comes from it, later to be seeded into the ground with the rainbow. A treasure chest is also a type of chest, often containing gold. So, the chest being shown where the rainbow ends or starts is a lot like Irish myths about pots of gold being at the end of the rainbow, associated with the leprechaun mythical little people. Thus, I think leprechauns have the same rainbow magic unicorns have. Inside the chest of harmony is the magic of the power of friendship, showing that true treasure is more than just gold. The greatest treasure of all is the joy and kindness we can share with one another. To treasure something can also mean to value or keep something. So when they are singing about together we will always shine, they are treasuring their friendship. In Old English, ark is another word for chest. So I see Noah's Ark from this story when the covenant is made. There is the Ark of the Covenant, which the Bible says contains the 10 Commandments, which are a moral code from the covenant God made with people to live by this moral code. Similar to how the chest of harmony contains the magic of the morals that are the elements of harmony. Both the Ark of the Covenant and the Chest of Harmony have supernatural powers. Another song from My Little Pony resembles this genre of music. It is called You Will Play Your Part and sung in the Twilight's Kingdom episode. It is singing about Twilight Sparkle finding her duty as a princess, which is her part as a princess ruling a kingdom. So it is about the coming kingdom of Twilight Sparkle and her part in the kingdom. The Bible talks about the return of Jesus, then after the end of the world, and also during different times that the kingdom of Christ will come. The same is true for his 1,000-year ruling of earth in peace. Also resembles the Bible verse saying, Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Since the part of Twilight Sparkle plays as the princess is like the will being done on earth, since that part is being done in her kingdom. The term die is an older word for your, similar to Yule. Therefore, you will play your part for Twilight Sparkle. Her part is spreading friendship, as the will of Jesus is to spread his doctrine of caring for others. She, along with other characters, are chosen by the elements of harmony. So, the main 6 characters of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic are the chosen ones to bear the elements of harmony. That are these powerful virtues that are often seen as magical, so they are like what is divine. Corresponding to these virtues and the traits of these characters is the armor of God, which in the Bible is this collection of divine virtues that are spiritually powerful and can protect people from negative spiritual forces. They are often 6 pieces of the armor of God. Well, sometimes there's a 7th piece, sometimes identified with prayer or something, but all depictions show 6, some 7, corresponding to the My Little Pony characters and the elements. Part of this armor is the shoes of the gospel of peace, or the shoes of peace, which might be related to the Bible saying in 2 John 1 to walk in love and truth, like the elements of harmony are kindness and honesty, truth and love. Yet these shoes are associated with being peaceful or peace. In My Little Pony, Fluttershy is associated with the element of kindness and depicted as someone who loves peace. Her tender-hearted nature can represent someone who is a peace bringer, thus can be someone who brings the gospel of peace by seeking to stop fighting and instead cause peace, therefore is connected to the shoes of peace. This is especially true since we know those who are kind desire to spread peace. The belt of truth is one of the pieces of the armor of God. It shows us how truth is spiritually powerful and can protect us from the wiles or deception of the devil or the lies of the devil, which are also spiritually powerful. But the truth is more powerful. As we can see, with the belt of truth is what is spiritually powerful and is the truth. Applejack is who bears the element of honesty, which is speaking the truth. She learns that the truth is better than lies. It is better to speak the truth. In My Little Pony, this element is viewed, along with the other elements, as something that is magically powerful and good, like what is divine. Just like the belt of truth, which is spiritually powerful and divine, is good. Other parts of the Bible support the idea that the truth is spiritually powerful. For example, the Bible says, "The truth will set you free," which means that the truth will spiritually set people free from spiritual enslavement of lies. In the Bible, it also says that the armor of God will protect people from the wiles of the devil, meaning his deception, including his lies, which spiritually harm people. Those with eyes to see and ears to hear the truth know that governments will often tell lies as part of their dark agenda. The governments are with these other members of their secret societies that are part of these various other institutions, such as the education system, which is really made to indoctrinate people with lies. Then we have various scientists and many others who are part of these lies of these secret societies. One of the questions many people ask is, why would they lie about the Earth being round when it's really flat, or outer space existing when it really doesn't? Or why would they lie about mythical creatures not existing when they really do? Or why fake all the history and lie about history not happening like the way it really did, and lie about all this other stuff? According to some, it is at least partially, even if not entirely, done to spiritually destroy people with lies, or enslave them spiritually with lies, instead of having the truth set them free by telling the truth with love. This is related to how the devil uses lies to spiritually harm people, and how we can spiritually be protected with truth. The Bible even relates the Word of God to the truth. Here it says, "Thy word is the truth," or "Thy word is truth," which means the Word of God is truth. And it says, "Sanctify them through thy truth," which means make them holy or good, or purify them, thus indicating the truth is something holy. So, if the Word is the truth, or God's Word is the truth, I think this is related how when you speak the truth, you are speaking with words, which are spiritually powerful, if spoken with loving truth. In Hebrews 4:12, it says, "The Word of God, which is the truth as we learned, is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit," meaning that the truth is spiritually powerful, like the element of honesty is magically powerful and divine. In the Bible, Jesus says he is the truth, indicating the truth is powerful and divine like him, similar to how the element of honesty is depicted. She can be considered a truthful, basically. In My Little Pony, Rainbow Dash bears the element of loyalty, corresponding to the breastplate of righteousness, because when one is righteous, they are living for God and not others in bad ways. Therefore, they are loyal to him with loyalty. Rainbow Dash can also be seen as representing the breastplate of righteousness in other ways, because the righteous are depicted as those who are victorious, or confidently victorious, or winners in ways that are good. She can be viewed as someone who is confidently victorious and a winner, like in her races, not willing to give in to personal wants when it requires abandoning her friends, as those who bear the armor of God do not give into sin, but instead follow the teachings of God. The Bible tells people to be devoted to God. Those who show devotion, such as the righteous, are very loyal. In fact, to be devoted means to be very loyal to someone. Different theories have linked Twilight Sparkle to different pieces of the armor of God. She represents the element of magic, showing a possible connection to the shield of fate. Because when someone has faith in someone, like Jesus, they are believing in them. So, people who believe magic exists have faith that it exists. Therefore, they have an association with magic. Or belief in the supernatural, like having faith that the supernatural exists. That can also be faith in themselves, because faith is spiritually powerful, and having faith or belief in magic can make it more powerful, even though it exists whether anyone believes in it or not. Though it is also possible Twilight Sparkle represents the sword of the spirit, because the spirit is what is spiritual, and historically magic has long been associated with the spirit world. However, if this is the case, that could make Pinkie Pie be the shield of fate, because Pinkie Pie seeks to make herself and also others happy with laughter and other forms of happiness. When people feel sad and depressed or bad, all this can be related to being hopeless. But when people have faith in God, or at least what is good, then they can find happiness in God or what is good. Pinkie Pie uses the power of laughter to diminish fears. In the same way, we can use the shield of fate to diminish fears and be optimistic, as in Pinkie Pie is known to be optimistic. So we can have faith in what is good to bring happiness and joy and laughter. This would leave the Helmet of Salvation for Rarity, who represents the element of generosity. Because when Jesus gave us salvation, he did it in the most generous way, even willing to put himself through death and pain for people, so that they could receive salvation. Rarity being associated with salvation and also being a unicorn parallels what the Bible calls the horn of salvation, which is like what some people might call the horn of God even. In the Bible it says this horn of salvation is related to the strength or power of God, just like how the Bible relates unicorns to the strength of God. Then we have other parts of the Bible that mention somebody saying God will exalt his horn like that of a unicorn, which I think is related to this. Also, the sword of the Spirit is concealed the Word of God, which is the teachings of God, contained in the Bible that is a book paralleling Twilight Sparkle's love of books. While I think My Little Pony was made by those who are Illuminati members, I think the people and creatures it is based on are not, but are, in fact, good. According to some creepypastas, the characters and personalities of the 6 main characters in My Little Pony are actually based on real people, at least partially, even if not entirely. There are different versions of this story. One that depicts them all dying at the end, but another that depicts them traveling to a parallel universe. Different sources give different dates to when events related to this happened. Some say the 1980s, others say the early 2000s. Then there might be other dates given, but there are different versions of the story, which one version allegedly comes from an old newspaper. However, such a newspaper has never been found or been proven to exist, and the story is often dismissed as a hoax. But this likely just means sources relating to the original story were lost. However, I think the story that features them dying might actually be a cover-up to explain them going missing when they actually went to a parallel universe that is the world My Little Pony is based on, or what Equestria is based on. Even though it is said neither of these stories are based on truth, I think that there is a secret that My Little Pony is actually based on contact with another realm and the story of real people. According to the story called My Little Pony Theory, the My Little Pony character Fluttershy is based on a human named Samantha Gales. She was described as a kind and introverted girl who had the traits of what society labels a pushover. She had a deep love for animals, which she would care for dearly from the compassion in her heart. She would rescue animals, then take care of them because of her love for them. This is reflected in her character in the show, in which she is depicted as somebody who takes care of and loves animals because of her compassion for them. Unfortunately, not everyone has such compassion. Many people still view animals as nothing more than commodities or objects that could be sold. People will give in to their cravings and support stuff like the meat industry, responsible for mass genocides of animals. They will give themselves to these soulless corporations which promote materialism and consumerism by buying their products blindly, without bothering to care for the mass amounts of destruction done to get the materials to make these products, or to think about getting what they want in more simple and less harmful ways. Much of the world focuses mainly on humans and won't give nearly as much focus to animals except when they are used for them. There are those who consider what they want to be the most important instead of making what others want and what they want to be equally as important in ways related to loving others and sharing kindness. Sadly, this mindset seemed to affect Samantha Gales in this story because her parents did not love her. They were described as abusing her and even locking her in a basement and making her sleep outside. At the time, or at least earlier in her life, the only friends she had were the animals she rescued. So it might mean she was bullied at school and was too shy to try to make friends, at least at first. She is said to have tried to overdose herself, but depending on which version of the story is true, she either ended up dying or finding an entrance to a parallel world, which is Equestria. Either way, she had a desire to inspire greatness and share kindness with all beings. In early episodes of My Little Pony, Fluttershy is shown as being a pushover. Even when her pet rabbit hit her and is ungrateful, she still shows love to it. Which is what somebody with true kindness will do. Even when those aren't the best to you, it is still good to be kind to others. Just like it is good to be kind to anyone else. In earlier seasons of My Little Pony, Fluttershy was also shown as being someone who is shy and not assertive. However, in later episodes of My Little Pony, Fluttershy is shown as changing to no longer be a pushover and start being assertive. Yet, while they depict this as being a good thing, I don't think it is. I think these newer depictions and some of these old depictions are incorrect, and that in reality, the person Fluttershy is based on and the pony version of herself in a parallel universe were always and are still what society labels pushovers. Unlike how it is shown in some My Little Pony depictions, which show her as changing to no longer be a pushover, which I think are inaccurate depictions of her true self. Many will tell you that being a pushover is bad, and that being too kind is a weakness. But I don't think that's true. I think kindness is powerful, or even if it wasn't, it would still be better to be kind than to be unkind, even when it requires being what is considered pushover, which isn't really a bad thing. Well, those who want to abuse pushovers and use them for themselves for bad reasons are bad, but it is good to care for others in ways related to what is called a pushover. Well, if somebody is what is called a pushover only to get approval or attention from others, that is not really a healthy mindset for oneself or others. Yet, if one does it out of pure kindness from the heart, it is good. I also don't think being what is considered not assertive is bad either, though being assertive can be good in some ways, but being bubbly or something else instead of assertive can also be good, as long as one is happy and kind, or at least tries to be, then they are good. Being assertive to help others or stand up for them can be good, sometimes also with oneself. However, I think it is most important to be kind and want to be kind to others, spreading happiness and stopping bad. I also think all this should be done in non-violent ways. Fluttershy is shown a lot like this, and I think her true form matches this greatly. Someone who deeply cares for others. If bringing good to others does or does not require her to put their needs above hers, I think it would be great if everyone lived by this mindset. A character depicted as trying to change the ways of Fluttershy to make her no longer be like this is named Iron Will, and he looks like a humanoid bull creature, just like Bale. So he could be a representation of some demonic being who tries to make people do what is bad.
Goats who work for him could be symbolic of Baphomet, especially seeing one has dark fur like him.
In the background of one of the scenes, You can even see an image meant to depict him that looks like a red devil. Fluttershy has a pet white rabbit named Angel. Unlike mini rabbits, this white rabbit is depicted as standing on two legs often, and is even at one time shown with this clock, paralleling the white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland.
For a very important date.
Please, I'm late for a very important date. No time.
In the movie The Matrix, Morpheus says that if you take the red pill, you will stay in Wonderland and he will see how deep the rabbit hole goes, which is a rabbit hole of finding the truth. But if the blue pill is taken, they will wake up and stay asleep or stay believing lies. So this is connected to Wonderland. There is even a scene in the Matrix movie that says to follow the white rabbit. There are many who think this is more than fiction, and that by following the white rabbit, they will find the truth. People have reported seeing white rabbits and white rabbit imagery in random places. Then when they follow or pay attention to these white rabbits or the white rabbit imagery, they are led to truth, which they believe helps them escape from the Matrix. But who is making them see these white rabbits and white rabbit imagery? According to some, it is angels, like messages or signs given to people from angels. I think this correlates to the rabbit named Angel in My Little Pony. I explained it in one of my other videos, but this relates the White Rabbit to the Matrix and Alice in Wonderland. It talks about people reporting seeing white rabbits in many places, and it connects this to spiritual signs given by spirit guides, such as what are called angel numbers, and it says this happens with other things than just numbers that they use to send people messages and signs. But then it says, ancient cultures held a belief in white rabbit spirit entities who were viewed as divine messengers and spiritual guides. Some also associated the white rabbit with truth. This means we can conclude seeing white rabbits often means they are a message from our spirit guides meant to lead us to the truth and freedom from the Matrix, since spirit guides are known to be those who guide us, and also can be angels, like in My Little Pony. There's a rabbit named Angel, who were historically, and still are, identified as those who bring people messages. These associations can be found here, where we see it says, revered in Celtic, Native American, and East Asian folklore as a messenger of divine wisdom. This is about the white rabbit. It says it's also associated with truth and signifies guidance. But in some myths, as we can see here, it says in Celtic traditions, it is considered to be a messenger from the gods, appearing during moments to deliver divine messages. Next, we can see that this says, the Druids believed that the white rabbit was a spirit guide. Yet, we learned that some cultures associate the white rabbit with innocence. So, I see the kind, innocent nature of Fluttershy. Since she is associated with a white rabbit, I think Fluttershy also represents the archetype of Alice from Alice in Wonderland, which also has this yellow insect horse, which is the same color as Fluttershy. Also similar to the creatures called the Breezies in My Little Pony, who are linked to Fluttershy, and live in their own different world with giant mushrooms, serving as their homes that correspond with ancient giant petrified mushrooms They are mud fossils entities are known to have lived in, and giant mushrooms from Alice in Wonderland, along with My Little Pony. G1 has a humanoid rabbit living next to giant mushroom, including one that is someone's home. Posey, who is either the G1 version of Fluttershy or someone related to her, appears in scenes paralleling those in Alice in Wonderland. Angel Bunny uses his arm to point at the clock to show Fluttershy she is late. Yet, notice how the time the White Rabbit points at is 12 o'clock. When he points at this time, I think he is actually telling the viewer to look at a concealed message found in numerology. Because the mythic figure of Father Time who holds this side points at a clock exactly at 12. Since he is deeply linked to the new year, which ends at 12 o'clock, therefore this 12 symbolizes a spiritual transition to a new year, or a new beginning, demonstrated by him having Baby New Year start the new year. Rabbits also symbolize new beginnings, seeing they have babies during the beginning of spring, and are associated with ancient spring equinox festivals at the start of spring. The Greek god of time, Kronos, and his Roman equivalent, the god Saturn, have a sight and are compared to him. In art, they are depicted with wings, similar to an angel. While they are not called angels, I think they are the same beings, yet given different names in different cultures. So the White Rabbit is showing the way out of the Saturn moon matrix. And there is Angel the Bunny, who can also be seen as the rabbit on the moon, depicted as a humanoid white rabbit.
You're running! We're running out of time?
The wings of Saturn are actually said to represent time going by fast or flying by, while the white rabbit being late and Angel running for time demonstrate time going by quickly or having a short amount of time left to finish something quickly. People saying time flies by, in reference to time going by quickly, originates from the ancient Roman phrase tempus fugit, symbolized by an hourglass with wings comparable to those of an angel. It can also symbolize the journey of life quickly flying by and entering the afterlife at the end of the journey, reminiscent of the journey down the rabbit hole. It is why the white rabbit runs and rushes quickly to meet with the Queen of Hearts when he is late. On the next clip I will show, you can see Nightmare Moon hidden in the background if you look at this hourglass.
The mythical mare in the moon is in fact Nightmare Moon, and she's about to return to Equestria, and
She indicated that she was about to escape, yet she is not depicted as escaping until later in the episode somewhere else. Therefore the hourglass represents her imprisoned in the moon, and it finishing shows the short amount of time left until her escape. Thus somebody trapped by the illusion of time. Associated with the god Saturn, who operates the Saturn moon matrix, while Nightmare Moon represents the moon. The fact she appears in the background yet is not directly acknowledged shows a concealed message. Angel Bunny puts one of his arms upwards, while the other faces down in this direction, matching the pieces on the clock. Also seen with the arms of Father Time. Some versions of the creepypasta even say the rabbit named Angel is based on a real stuffed toy rabbit named Angel, likely having such a name because of some sign or omen given by spirits. In both versions of the My Little Pony origin story, the character Pinkie Pie is based on a human named Katherine Jackson, who heard mysterious voices when nobody else was there, which I think this means she had a supernatural experience in which spirits were talking to her. She was described as acting out in class, which others falsely labeled as her being hyperactive or trying to be funny. Yet, she would draw and write about fantastical things, even holding a belief that she could fly. Her birth parents and foster parents were also said to have not loved her. Their abuse is even said to have caused nightmares for her. the character Twilight Sparkle is based on somebody named Cynthia Little, who was held to unfair standards to try to meet her brother's academic achievements.
The character Applejack is based on somebody named Jamie Sanders, who is described as being a hard worker who lived on a farm. Just like in the show, she is described as having this rural or southern or country-like personality. Because of financial issues, she is said to have been required to do hard jobs and work to keep her parents' farm running. Janice Walters is the name of the inspiration for the character Rarity, who is described as being held to high standards by her parents to keep wealth due to them being rich. The character Rainbow Dash is said to be based on somebody named Alexandra Matthews, who was neglected by her parents and pushed hard to succeed at sports. In one version of the story, they find a magic mirror with a portal in it to Equestria. Because of all the abuse and bullying they faced from their parents and others, they decide to leave the Earth behind, then enter Equestria for a happier life,
where they hope their dreams come true.
But in both versions of the story, they are described as being human students based on the 6 main characters.
This parallels Equestria Girls, which depicts human students who are parallel versions of the pony characters in Equestria. Yet, when looking at the date when the first My Little Pony Equestria Girls movie was released, it is 2013. This is the first movie in which they were depicted as human versions of the characters. Before they were just pony versions, and when My Little Pony Friendship Was Magic was released in 2010, at first it was just about the ponies and their world. But when this movie was published in 2013, they showed this magic mirror that was a portal to the world with humans. This was the first time they showed the magic mirror in this movie in 2013. While there were human characters in the 1980s G1 show, they were seen as unrelated to the main 6 characters in the My Little Pony G4 show, published in 2010 originally. They were also not depicted as parallel versions of humans, unlike in the 2013 Equestria Girls movie and later movies, when they were depicted as human versions of the pony characters from the show originally published in 2010. But if we go here to this video that is about the My Little Pony theory creepypasta, we can open the description up, and it says it was published on September 29, 2012, before Equestria Girls was made. And it shows a human version of the character Pinkie Pie near a pony version of her coming out of a mirror, like a magic mirror portal. This isn't actually mentioned in the video. In the video, it depicts them as human students who end up dying in the end with no magic portal. But the fact this is shown in the video in the background, I think it makes me think that there is a connection to the other version of the story, which is mentioned by other sources. According to this other version of the story, they do not end up dying, but instead find a magic mirror portal, allowing them to enter the world of Equestria. But this story is not the same story found in Equestria Girls, which makes me think Equestria Girls changed the story to make it different from the original story. In Equestria Girls, only the pony version of Twilight Sparkle uses a magic mirror to go to the human world. Then she ends up near the horse statue, while the rest of the characters stay behind and don't go with her. However, in this image, which dates back to 2011. We see a pony version of Pinkie Pie coming into the human world through a mirror that is located in the human world instead of the mirror being located in the pony world or Equestria. Also notice that the human version of Pinkie Pie looks more human-like, unlike in Equestria Girls where she looks more pink. I also noticed that in this story they have more quote-unquote human-sounding names, while in Equestria Girls they have the same names as the pony versions of themselves. Makes me think Equestria Girls is based on a true story but was changed to be a different story that isn't entirely true. The story even relates these students to some type of mirror portal before Equestria Girls depicted a mirror portal leading to this world. In fact, the original My Little Pony Friendship is Magic show, published in 2010 originally, that features pony versions of the characters which this story is said to have inspired, does not mention or show this magic mirror leading to another world. Some scenes of Equestria Girls show the human characters getting wings, but guess what else are depicted as humans with wings? Angels. While many people imagine the wings of angels, or what are called angels, as white, if we look at some old depictions, there are many different colors which include white as well as other colors, such as purple, yellow, blue, and other colors. The same color of the wings they have in Equestria Girls. When they first get their wings, it is depicted as happening during times they are fighting against this demonic-looking entity, which I think is symbolic of angels versus demons. While some demons and angels or related beings might look like this, I do not think most of them do. However, I definitely think this is symbolic of them. Her name is Sunset Shimmer. She was originally a human, but later turned into a demon, so I think this represents how she is a member of the Illuminati who work with these demons. In one of the movies, it is even said specifically that she became a demon.
A demon. I turned into a raging she-demon.
She is seen as attempting to destroy the portal to Equestria. While in the movie there is a different reason as to why she tries to do so, I think what this really is showing is somebody who destroyed a portal leading to a parallel universe in order to hide the existence of that universe. Here, I think Sunset Shimmer represents one of the creators of the show who destroyed the mirror portal to Equestria so people would not find it. In Equestria Girls, she is depicted as failing to complete her mission of destroying the portal. But I think in real life the story is different, and that somebody actually did succeed in destroying this mirror portal, which I would assume would be done by hitting its frame. In Equestria Girls, the portal that is a mirror which Twilight Sparkle goes through is depicted as being attached to the portal beneath the horse statue in the human world. But I think in reality, this represents two different portals that aren't attached. I think one was this mirror portal that was where the public could see, so it was destroyed, so the public would not know about the existence of Equestria. But I think the other portal that isn't the mirror one, that is the one that's located beneath the horse statue, is actually one that is beneath the Blue Mustang sculpture, which various scientists and others part of the Illuminati use to do further research on parallel universes. Sunset Shimmer is shown as being defeated by this rainbow blast, by the elements of harmony. She is then depicted as becoming good and changing from her bad ways while being forgiven for her bad by the main characters. Later, she takes on this angelic looking form that has these white colors like many depictions of angels. We can even find a scene where she is up against this demonic looking being. While I think this is symbolic of many things, I do not think the person Sunset Shimmer is based on really did actually become good. I think in reality she did not, unlike in My Little Pony Equestria Girls. Though this does not mean we should completely discard the metaphorical and symbolic meanings found in this show. I think what is depicted could represent how after people do bad, they can come to Christ and be forgiven by Him. The story of Sunset Shimmer can be seen as a parable for how people can be redeemed through Jesus, then forgiven for the past or the bad they did in the past. In the Bible, Jesus tells people to love their enemies. That does not mean people should allow bad stuff to happen. It's good to seek to stop that stuff, but it is still good to have compassion for everyone, even those who are bad. In a song sung by Sunset Shimmer called My Past Is Not Today, it says, "When I began to fall and I lost the path ahead, that's when your friendship found me and lifted me instead." So this could represent how someone fell into sin or the fallen angels, then how Christ and His love found somebody, or that they found the love of Christ, then changed from their sinful ways in the past and were reborn in Christ. So again, we see the theme of gospel or adjacent music. So seeing what happened with Luna and Sunset Shimmer, I think the elements of harmony can show that it is better to seek to change people to make them become good rather than harming them, unless required for the greater good. Sunset Shimmer likely represents Lauren Faust, one of the primary creators of My Little Pony, G4, who has red hair, similar to the red hair of Sunset Shimmer. Old legends speak of somebody named Faust, said to have sold his soul to the devil. Today this happens with celebrities who sell their soul to Satan to join secret society. Lauren might or might not be descended from him. Of course, many think this selling the soul is actually a trick from demons to make people think they have given themselves to Satan entirely and that they cannot be saved. While this is definitely used to harm people and should be avoided to stop harm, it can be viewed as a trick demonic beings use to make people think they cannot come to Jesus, when in truth Jesus loves everyone and they can still come to Him. Some parts of the Bible say those in the millennial kingdom reigned with Christ, meaning all of such people ruled with Him. As ponies sing, everyone is a princess. Looking at the horns of Tirek, they are carved in, just like those of the figure who represents the devil in the 1985 movie called Legend. Before My Little Pony Friendship Was Magic aired, there was a different My Little Pony show, sometimes called My Little Pony G1 or My Little Pony and Friends, or just My Little Pony, but it was aired between 1986 and 1987, as we can see here, right around the time the film Legend was made, which we learn is 1985. In this My Little Pony show, there is this demonic-looking entity named Tirek, who is basically the same as Tirek from G4, but he has a slightly different name, and he looks a little different. But unlike in My Little Pony G4, where Nightmare Moon tries to create Eternal Night, in this show, it is Tirek who tries to create Eternal Night. Just like figure who represents the devil does in the 1985 movie Legend. We can see here he does this by ordering his minions and slave to kidnap the ponies in order to execute his plan of creating eternal night.
As the darkness ends, now begin the night that never ends!
If we compare that with the devil figure from the movie Legend,
The sun sets forever. There shall never be another dawn.
In G1, we can even see a pony falling into the fires of hell.
prayer is also mentioned, indicating God exists.
Think so too. You're the answer to our every prayer. Time will tell.
Also, there is a pony named Bright Knight who had a toy released during the G3 franchise that says a prayer.
Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. May angels watch me from the skies until the morning when I rise.
We can look at the plot for Legend, and it says, the Lord of Darkness, who is the devil character, instructs his goblin servant Blix to locate the two unicorns that roam in the nearby forest and remove their horns. If the unicorns die and the horns are removed, the Lord of Darkness can ensure that dawn never again breaks and sunshine never returns. So, his servant, who is this goblin, and other beings that work with the goblin, are sent to kill the unicorns, as we can see here. In My Little Pony G1, Tirek sends his servant Scorpion, who is a gargoyle, to capture the ponies, along with the help of dragon-like creatures. Though the idea of capturing and killing unicorns is nothing new, there are actually many different depictions of this throughout history. One of the well-known ones is the unicorn tapestries, which depict people killing or attempting to hunt down this unicorn and kill it, similar to what they depict happening in Legend. One of the images from these tapestries even shows a unicorn within this enclosure or a fence that is keeping it trapped there. Presumably, it was put there by the same people who are hunting these unicorns in order to trap it. But if you look closely, you can see it's chained to a tree with this chain and this collar. It reminds me of how Tirek and his minions trap and capture the ponies in My Little Pony G1. You can even see them have these chains and collars on them. Like here, we can even see it's on the unicorn moon dancer, similar to what we saw in the tapestry. We can also find depictions of people killing unicorns elsewhere. While we are often told to believe that unicorns and stories about them were only myths, I think they were actually real, and these depictions are showing stuff that really happened. I believe these depictions and others are showing a past historical event in which the Illuminati, who are the ruling elite and the governments of the time, or the kings of the time, they ordered for these unicorns and also many different other mythical creatures to be killed and destroyed and banished from the earth in order to hide their existence. I think unicorns and other mythical creatures were more common in the past, but were killed off, and are now less common because of them being killed off in the past. The same is true with mythical creatures like Bigfoot, dragons, along with all these other legendary creatures. In all these myths, ancient cultures had and believed in all around the world. I think these creatures used to be very common in Earth in the past. That's why ancient cultures had so many myths and legends and mythologies. Because these myths weren't actually myths. They were actually truth, documenting encounters with real creatures. But I think an event happened in which the ruling elite sent people and other beings to kill off these creatures which made them go extinct or be less common, explaining why people only rarely see these creatures today. Most people don't. But that is because most of them were killed off in the past as part of hidden history hidden by secret societies, who I believe were around in the past, even if history says they weren't, because they write history and make it up. What they tell you is myth is really fact, and what they tell you is fact is really myth. I think whenever these creatures do show up where people can see them, or evidence of these creatures is provided, government agents or those who work for them are sent to capture them, then take them to top secret facilities. So I think they also sometimes just kill them and hide their remains. Because in some stories, like the story of giants being found in underground realms beneath Malta, there are cases or reports of governments killing these beings, like to hide their existence. Similar reports are those like the giant of Kandahar, in which there are many sources that say the military fought and killed this giant, then took it away in order to hide its existence. We also have reports of the Smithsonian killing dragon-like beings somewhere in the jungles of Africa, as well as killing other mythical creatures. I think this happens in modern times, but I also think it happened in the past. Many people have heard stories about people slaying dragons. I think these stories originate from real events in the past, in which knights who worked for the ruling families at the time, controlled by these secret societies, attempted to kill off the world's mythical creatures, explaining the lack of dragons being seen today. We can actually find a variety of different depictions of people killing what are considered mythical creatures in modern times. Modern stories of Bigfoot resemble ancient stories of the mythical creature called the Wild Man that is this hairy humanoid. Old depictions show people killing and capturing or about to kill and capture these mythical creatures. Plus, there are portrayals like this, which shows someone fighting a griffin standing on top of a slayed dragon. Or this.
Of course, more with dragons.
Alexander the Great is seen trapping a unicorn in this artwork. There is a scene where the ponies are put in this cage, or prison cell, which resembles some stories of there being these secret underground facilities and other places where they lock hybrid mythical creatures and other legendary beings in cages or prison cells, then keep them secret from the public. An example of this is stories about the Dole Space. We also see depictions of humanoid reptilian beings who serve Tirek. Those who awaken to the truth know that humanoid reptilian beings exist, as we can see by many sources that provide evidence for this. The so-called world leaders and these others who are part of the Illuminati are actually these reptilian humanoid shapeshifters disguised as humans. They are known to serve the devil, just like in My Little Pony G1, the reptilian humanoids serve Tirek. Other depictions of humanoid reptilians can be found in My Little Pony, including the character Spike, who is said to be a dragon. Historically, dragons are identified with reptilian creatures, but Spike is depicted as being a humanoid dragon, unlike how most dragons are depicted as looking. Unlike in My Little Pony G4, where other types of reptilian beings aren't mentioned, in My Little Pony G1, Spike has a connection to these other types of reptilian humanoids who serve Tirek, since he was originally depicted as being on the side of Tirek before joining the side of the ponies. We look at the two-part season finale of Season 4 for My Little Pony, we see that it says Tirek, who wants to rule Equestria by absorbing all magic. So he is like taking all the magic away from Equestria. In the show, we can see him stealing magic from ponies.
Taking the magic of the ponies makes him more powerful and larger. While in the show, the reason why he's taking this magic is something like it being to get power or something like that. However, I think what the show is really saying is something else. I don't think the show is 100% accurate about what is really being described. I think it's a cartoonized version of the truth that is shown in fiction that is mixed with fiction. But I think the true story is different. I think what is actually secretly being shown, an event in the past where some type of demonic being and the people who worship him tried to get rid of the world's magic in order to hide its existence and make people less powerful because they no longer would get magical powers. I think in the past, the world used to be filled with creatures now considered mythical and filled with wonder, as well as magic everywhere. I think people used to use this magic and it used to be used commonly in the past. But I think the ruling elites that control things eventually wanted to get rid of this magic. Thus, they plotted sinister agendas to steal magic from the world. I think the practitioners of this magic were killed off by them, and the remains of magical objects were either hidden or burned or destroyed somehow. We can even see throughout history that practitioners of magic were killed. While they give certain reasons for why this happened, I think the rulers, the ruling elite and the kings and stuff who were behind all this actually had secret reasons as to why it happened. It was really about control and to hide the existence of magic, even if they said it was for other reasons. However, I think mainstream history does not give the full picture about what happened. I think the events were actually much bigger, since according to many sources from what is dubbed alternative history, there were actually millions of people killed for practicing magic, and that all this magical objects and stuff were destroyed. So I think it happened all around the world, unlike what mainstream history claims about it only happening in some places.
In addition to doing this, I think they also got rid of magic using other methods that most historians won't tell you about. T-Rex stealing magic from others,
and trying to take all the magic in Equestria, or the last remaining magic in Equestria, shows parallels to these ideas. Because this has actually been proposed by many people, that in the past there was an agenda to wipe out all the magic people had in order to hide its existence and to make people no longer be able to use it. However, in My Little Pony, this is depicted as happening to ponies instead of humans in the world of Equestria. While yes, I do think the world of Equestria exists, I don't think it is the same as how it is depicted in the show in real life. I think the events of Tirek actually happened on Earth in the past. I do think Equestria exists, but I think it's different and did not involve the events of Tirek. I think the events of Tirek happened on Earth in our ancient history, in which some type of demonic being and people who worship him try to take magic away from humans rather than ponies. We can even see a hint to this in one My Little Pony episode, in which it says Scorpion and Tirek try to take magic away from people, or ponies in this case, during a time long ago in the past. As we can see when a book is opened up that shows the history of the My Little Pony world, which is shown as happening before Luna was imprisoned for 1,000 years, meaning a time in the ancient past.
Tirek and his brother Scorpion came here from a distant land, intent on stealing equestrian magic. But
in My Little Pony and Legend, this stuff is shown as only happening to unicorns and other types of ponies. However, I think in reality, the true story, there's a much bigger picture where this happened to many other mythical creatures too. While yes, I do think unicorns were a part of it, I'm sure it happened to other mythical creatures too. We can also find a story which I think is related in Shrek, because there is this character named Farquaad, or Lord Farquaad, who is this ruler of a kingdom. It's called Dolok, if I remember correctly. In Shrek, he tries to get rid of the world's fairy tale creatures, or he tries to banish these fairy tale creatures from his kingdom. The event is sometimes called the eviction of the fairy tale creatures, because he tries to send
these fairy tale creatures, which I think are the same as or related to the mythical creatures of ancient myths, to Shrek's swamp away from his kingdom. He does so by sending his knights to capture them.
We can see he does this with many different types of fairy tale creatures. If you look, you can even see them pushing this unicorn into this cage, similar to how in My Little Pony G1 and ancient depictions they were capturing unicorns. You can see it happens with other mythical beings such as dwarfs, like the small dwarfs from mythology, and the witch, a talking donkey, paralleling the talking equines captured in My Little Pony, fairies, and many other beings who are sent to Shrek's swamp after they are captured. However, I think all these fairy tales and myths are actually documentation about true history that has been labeled as made up or imaginary today, and that Shrek is secretly based on a true story about how people tried to get rid of the mythical creatures during the past and hide their existence. Farquaad is shown as some type of king or ruler, so in modern times he would be considered part of the government. So I think this is related to how governments are secretly hiding mythical creatures and know about their existence, keeping these mythical creatures and magic hidden from the public, which they occasionally will show in fiction produced by them. The idea of rulers during medieval ancient times trying to get rid of mythical creatures or fairy tale creatures is not new. We can find old depictions of Alexander the Great or his men trying to kill these mythical creatures. For example, there's these mythical creatures called the Blemmies, which are these humanoid beings or considered headless men who have their head on their chest. Some sources even describe Alexander the Great as capturing one of these creatures, similar to how there's depictions of people capturing unicorns. We can also find depictions of his men about to fight these creatures, like try to kill them. Which I think are depicting an event which is the same one shown in Shrek with Farquaad.
Depictions of the soldiers of Alexander the Great killing different mythical creatures, such as the three-horned Odontotyrannos and others, can also be found. As we saw, there were many of these creatures like dragons, griffins, and numerous others. Here it says, Lord Farquaad was a tyrannical and ruthless ruler of Dorlock who yearned for his concept of a perfect world, quote-unquote, free of all things magical. So he tried to get rid of all the magic in the world, or his kingdom, such as the magical creatures. But I think he also got rid of magical objects and powers, along with the magical creatures that are the creatures in many myths. I also see this connecting to how Tirek tried to take the magic away from Equestria.
In Shrek, it's not quite clear the exact reason he tries to do this, but it is related to him wanting to make his idea of a perfect world with only humans in this place or in certain positions. So maybe one of the reasons, at least it might be more than one, of why these creatures were killed off was to create some type of human-centric society. Because humanoid beings like fairies, Bigfoot, ogres, and these other beings would challenge human-centric ideas and not put humans at the top of the world, or their idea of being on top of the world, if people knew these other creatures existed and if we still had contact with them. He is also shown as trying to get rid of non-humanoid mythical creatures, like unicorns and many others. But since these creatures have magical powers, their magic would challenge the superiority or the power of humans, therefore not putting them in a human-centric society. The unicorn tapestries are also known as the Hunt of the Unicorn, because it depicts people hunting then killing a unicorn. Yes, I do believe these events literally happen, but I think some of these depictions are also at least partially symbolic of how humanity fell into corruption to not care about other creatures and hunt them mindlessly, without caring for them. Historically, unicorns were associated with nature, or as wild creatures from nature. They were considered a shy type of creature. In this depiction, you can even see other animals surrounding a unicorn, like it had some ability to attract or take care of these animals. Similar to what Fluttershy is shown doing in My Little Pony, where she takes care of the animals. She is related to the unicorns in the show, too. Her love for animals can also be seen as symbolic of how our true good nature is, which is caring for others, including animals. Yes, I do believe non-human entities helped humans kill and capture these beings, or what are considered mythical creatures today. However, I think these beings want people to not know that they exist, so they hide their existence, and also helped hide the existence of other beings by killing them and capturing them, like Scorpion and Tirek, which I think are worshipped by the same secret societies who are part of the ruling elite that killed off these mythical creatures. There is even a scene where Scorpion bows to Tirek, like how Satanists bow to Satan when they worship him. Also notice how he looks like a humanoid monkey creature? In some old depictions, we can see this humanoid monkey creature about to kill a unicorn. Historical documents show that royalty and the kings or these other rulers commanded their men to capture the unicorns, then take them to them in order to be killed or taken somewhere. Similar to how Farquaad commands his men to capture the fairy tale creatures. The unicorn tapestries actually show this, because they show the unicorn being taken to this palace or castle, then being killed. If we go here, we can see this is connected to royalty, where it says, the 7 panels in the Hunt of the Unicorn tell the story of a royal hunt and capture of a white unicorn. So it was royalty commanding their people or their knights or their men to capture and kill the unicorn. Royalty means they are rulers or kings, therefore the government, trying to kill these creatures and hide their existence. In My Little Pony, the unicorns and the other creatures are these colors that ponies are claimed to not be in real life. While in most ancient depictions, unicorns appear as white, yes, I'm sure white unicorns do exist, but there are other depictions that are less common which show unicorns as being other colors. Like this one that shows a blue unicorn. Similar to Trixie from My Little Pony. This looks like a red or reddish-brown unicorn about to be killed.
Again, a reddish one.
This one is called the Ethiopian Pegasus, which is depicted as this orange winged horse with horns. While not the same as the traditional Pegasus, I think it is related. Then there is this blue horse with orange wings that might also have a connection. A blue unicorn being killed. You can see this one is a blue unicorn with white spots. A yellow one. To the right is a winged horse that is this pinkish, purplish red color.
Again, a blue one. Green colors can be seen on this one. Appears to have some red. Looks like a greenish blue one being killed. Unicorns in My Little Pony have these colorful or pastel horns. Here we see a white unicorn with a red horn that is being captured by people, similar to the unicorn in the unicorn tapestry that was shown trapped. Here we see a purple unicorn, but it looks different than how many people imagine unicorns today. It doesn't fit the modern standard and concept of cuteness as how many unicorns are depicted today. Well, I'm sure there are unicorns like that exist, just like there are other types. I think there were a variety of types, but historical sources show many different types of unicorns, including ones unfairly deemed ugly. and many other types of wonderful creatures. An orange one can be seen here.
This one has a reddish-orange head with a multicolored horn like those of the ponies in My Little Pony. The one here looks like a purple horse with a fish tail,
resembling the My Little Pony sea ponies. While many sources depict the mythical hippocampus as colors a lot of horses are known to be, there are some sources which portray it as having colors like blue, green, and occasionally a splash of brown, as you can see here. We also see that it says these creatures could size up anywhere from perfectly pony to massive proportions, so they're like the ponies of My Little Pony. Diving into the history of the unicorn, we can see here the ancient Greek writer Theseus described the unicorn as white, red, and black. We can find other depictions from him and more like older sources made by him that describe unicorns in India with what it says here. It says the rest of their body is white, but the head is very nearly purple, like the purple color of Twilight Sparkle, and their eyes exude a deep blue color. They have a horn on their forehead, almost a meter long, and the lower part of the horn is white, the upper part a deep dark red, and the middle a dreadful black. In Sikhism, there is this legendary blue horse named Neela, which belonged to the prophet Guru Gobind Sai, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. In Hinduism, there is this humanoid horse being who is the avatar of Vishnu, named Hayagriva, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. In some depictions, he has this blue color. In this Native American depiction held at the Nelson Atkins Museum, you can see yellow, green, red, and purplish blue horses. Then another depiction with a yellow one. Pink, red, yellow, and bluish purple ones are in this image. And this one, which also has green and a purplish pink one. Red, yellow, and green in this depiction. If we look back here, we can see a red, purple, yellowish orange, and blue one. Red again. Notice how the My Little Pony characters have what are called their cutie marks on this part of their body. Here is an old depiction of this reddish-brown unicorn, which is reddish-brown, so it has this reddish color like some My Little Pony characters, but if you look at it, it has this crescent moon symbol on it, just like a cutie mark. This is from the 1500s, as we can see here, before My Little Pony was made. Princess Luna has a similar looking crescent moon cutie mark. In addition to Luna, there are other ponies with crescent moon cutie marks that I think could be related to this, such as Trixie, whose cutie mark looks like a crescent moon with a 5-pointed star. The cutie mark of the G4 version of Moon Dancer also looks like this. Various cultures use the crescent moon and star symbol, including Islamic society, like we can see on this Islamic mosque. So does this mean the ponies have some type of connection to Allah, who is God in Islam? Bucephalus is a horse that belonged to Alexander the Great. Historians generally consider it to be a real horse. However, there are myths about this horse which are said to not be true by historians, such as them coming from a race of immortal or great horses belonging to the Greek god Poseidon. And there's also this myth here that says mythic attributes of the animal are further reinforced in the romance by the Delphic oracle, who tells Philip that the destined king of the world will be the one who rides Bucephalus, a horse with the mark of the ox's head on his haunch. This is the same area where My Little Pony characters have their cutie marks that says there's an ox head on it, so that must be some type of cutie mark. While not said to be a unicorn, there is a legend about Bucephalus giving birth to unicorns, as we can see here. This says that Bucephalus left many wild mares in the region and a supernatural species of horse, unicorns. These unicorns, so the legend claims, were rounded up, and the ownership of the rare horses were strictly monopolized by a single royal family. This is like the royal family, these royal family bloodlines are known to be part of the Illuminati and are royalty, so they are part of the ruling elite, which is the government that hides it says they rounded these unicorns up, which means they captured them, like what we can see in the unicorn tapestry of the unicorn being captured. That says, as a conclusion to the tale, Marco Polo claimed that the unicorns were destroyed during a dispute between the two branches of the royal family that owned the rare breed. So they were killed off, like some part of an agenda to kill them off to hide their existence. Old artwork depicts people killing these colorful unicorns, like here we see somebody killing a blue unicorn. This means that this shows a relation to My Little Pony depicting Tirek capturing these pastel colored ponies, who are also often seen with the cutie marks. This manuscript from the 14th century looks like it depicts a red horse with this horned creature as its cutie mark. Royal families killing and capturing these unicorns shows a connection to the Rockefeller family, which some theories say is related to royal families who secretly control the world. Here we can see that John Rockefeller Jr. bought these unicorn tapestries, indicating that the Rockefeller family is connected to the agenda to wipe out and kill these creatures. Here we see a depiction of colorful horses, including a yellow and red one. But this is from a vision of Black Elk, who is a Native American medicine man. It says these horses were in a cloud world, like Cloudsdale from My Little Pony. And it says the sky then fills with dancing horses, meaning it was like they were flying across the sky. But it also says they are associated with this teepee that has a rainbow for a door, just like the rainbows associated with Cloudsdale and My Little Pony characters. Here it even says a bay horse greets Black Elk and tells him, meaning that these horses can talk. Yet, if we look at these depictions, it looks like they have cutie marks. This one even looks like a cloud with lightning, similar to the cutie mark of Rainbow Dash. Chinese myths speak of Kai and Lima, a mythical winged horse said to be so swift and fast it had the ability to travel 1,000 li in a single day, which is a Chinese mile, so I'm reminded of the speed of Rainbow Dash. It is associated with what is called the red hare, depicted as a red horse. Historians say it exists, but they say it wasn't red, since old depictions show it as not. However, I think it actually was, although they admit to it existing. Green ponies in My Little Pony fit some descriptions of the shape-shifting, water-dwelling horse from Scottish mythology called a kelpie. Right here we can see some versions of the myth describe it as black or white, but it says other versions of the myth describe the kelpie as green. Then up here it says it appeared as a lost pony. The biblical book of Zachary says, I turned and lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, there came 4 chariots out from between 2 mountains. It says in the 4th chariot were red horses, and it mentions colored horses. Yet this is looking upwards to see beings like flying horses or Pegasi. It says, these are the 4 spirits of the heavens, meaning they are in the sky where the heavens are, and Pegasi live. Some My Little Pony characters are depicted as wearing these robes or this type of clothes with some type of star pattern on it, such as Trixie, Sunburst, and Star Swirl the Bearded. Ancient depictions resemble this, such as this one that shows a unicorn with this robe-like thing on it that has this pattern similar to what was seen in My Little Pony. I think this means that some unicorns were seen as human-like because they were intelligent and maybe even able to talk, like in My Little Pony. So they were seen as humans, or human-like beings, so they were given stuff like robes, which humans also use. Connections are found with Pink Pony Club. The cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle has a 6-pointed star.
So keep in mind this 6-point star has 6 large points, but is attached to 6 smaller points.
In the background here, you can see 6-pointed stars. Notice someone holding a flag with a star on it while riding the pony. Depictions like this, which come from the time period people called the Middle Ages, depict someone riding a horse with a flag that has a 6-point star. But notice that this horse has blue legs, so it's a blue horse, like the blue ponies in My Little Pony. This old depiction shows a blue horse, but up here there's a star that has 6 points, large points, then 6 small points coming out of it. Plus, these horses are seen wearing this robe-like clothes, just as some My Little Pony characters do. Myths about Bucephalus being an immortal horse related to the horses of Poseidon links him to Pegasus from Greek myth, who is said to be an immortal winged horse connected to Poseidon, who causes him to be formed. 2 other horses from Greek myth, named Balius and Xanthus, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, are said to belong to Poseidon and are said to be immortal horses. But it says it is possible that Xanthus's ability to speak. So this horse had the ability to speak, similar to the ponies in My Little Pony. We can also find depictions of unicorns wearing capes and holding shields, indicating they must have possessed human-like intelligence. However, I don't necessarily believe that all unicorns had this human-like intelligence or the ability to talk. I think there might be some unicorns that come from other dimensions, like the world of Equestria, that occasionally visit the Orit. And these types of unicorns, I think, could talk, and do, actually. However, I think the Orit has its own unicorns that are just like creatures out in the wild in nature, which don't talk and aren't human-like in the way they are depicted in My Little Pony. I also think the events of Tirek, which wiped out the unicorns, didn't really happen mostly or at all with the talking unicorns. I think it happened with unicorns like out in the wild in Orit, and also other mythical creatures. I think these unicorns are separate from the ones in Equestria, which I think exists, but not in the exact same way as how it is depicted in My Little Pony. Pretty sure most of the unicorns on Orit in the past and in modern times did not and do not talk, even if a small amount did. I also think that unicorns on Orit never had a civilization or anything like buildings like they do in Equestria. A movie predating My Little Pony called Fantasia, made in 1940, has connections to My Little Pony, like depictions of pastel-colored unicorns and Pegasi. But in addition to them, the film also features pastel-colored centaurs.
While most depictions of centaurs show them with colors that horses are known to be by most people, we can occasionally find them with other colors, such as this blue one. Here is an orange one, then a pink one, a yellowish, brownish, golden one, a red centaur. Both blue and red here, purple too. Then a green one. In My Little Pony G1, Tirek is shown as having this greenish color, or in some depictions this bluish color, similar to these centaurs, showing a connection. Here we see a warrior killing a red centaur, which I think is related to what I said earlier about them trying to kill off the mythical creatures. In fact, within Greek mythology, there is a war called the Centaur Ramaki, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It was fought between humans and centaurs, in which the centaurs were either killed or banished from the place of humans, showing a connection to what I said about them killing off the mythical creatures. We can also find many depictions of knights fighting giant snails. Though in some works of art, we can see that it is centaurs doing this, including this one that shows an orange centaur, or a related creature. So this makes me think some centaurs were sought out to be killed by these corrupt humans, but there are different centaurs that worked on the side of the corrupt humans that tried to get rid of the mythical creatures. So there are good and bad centaurs. I would say Tirek was on the side of the corrupt people. Plus there are depictions like this of an orange centaur battling a giant hog. There is a new religious movement known as Shrekism, held by groups such as Shrek Nation and many others. There are many different sects of, or at least a few different sects of this religion, but one of these sects holds the belief that Shrek is a divine creator deity comparable to the God of the Bible. Personally, I do not agree with everything taught by these religions, but I think there is some truth to them, as I think the world and other realms were created by multiple beings. Yet, we can see a connection to Shrek and the Bible again, and his name derives from a word that is a Yiddish word. Yiddish is a Jewish Germanic language, so it's related to the Jewish language, which many relate to the Bible. But it says his older name is, I don't know how to pronounce this, but Shrek. That means this might be the true name of Shrek. One of the sects of this religious movement started in Friesland in the Netherlands, during times in which there were alleged sightings of Shrek, or some being like Shrek. Around the time of these alleged sightings, people claimed to start having visions. They were like visions of this divine revelation featuring Shrek and what happened during the past. These visions identified Shrek as a divine being comparable to, or at least related to, the God of the Bible, while Farquaad is identified as a Satan character, which shows a connection to Tirek and his association with Satan. Though personally, I think Farquaad was a human that worships Satan, or some type of powerful being that worships Satan rather than Satan himself. The visions show that during the ancient past there was a very large war that Farquaad caused and was likely related to him trying to get rid of the fairy tale creatures. These visions showed a massive war that happened throughout the entire world. All, or at least many, of the gods from mythologies around the world were part of this war, using powerful weapons that caused mass destruction. Therefore, a war like this would have been big enough to wipe out the world's mythical creatures that were spoken of in ancient legends, just like what I've been talking about. In My Little Pony, Twilight Sparkle lives inside a large tree. A lot of us know that many of the mesas, mountains, and other rock formations in the world are actually giant petrified tree stumps from trees that were cut down. My Little Pony, there is a scene where Tirek destroys Twilight Sparkle's treehouse, and it turns into this
giant tree stump. Seeing Tirek is related to Satan, and the fallen angels as well as their giant children are also related to Satan, I think in this case, Tirek is symbolically representing the giant Nephilim who chopped down these trees during the past. Twilight Sparkle later gets another tree house where she has this castle on it. But this tree is related to another tree, known as the Tree of Harmony. On this tree, the crystals that are growing on it represent the elements of harmony, which are kindness, laughter, generosity, honesty, magic, and loyalty. In some depictions of the Tree of Life, you can even see it growing this fruit which represents virtue similar to the elements of harmony, like this meekness, which is related to kindness, and this joy, which is related to laughter, and this love that is related to kindness too, then there's charity that can be related to generosity. There's also truth that is related to honesty. And there is faith, which can be related to magic, like if you have faith that magic exists or believe in magic. In a similar depiction, we can see down here there's this devil or demon with an axe about to cut down the tree, then an angel stopping it, which I think represents how the fallen angels wanted to chop down the giant trees, because the Tree of Life is often associated with the giant trees. A separate My Little Pony show, known as G5, shows a connection with these large trees. We can find here they are called together trees. It says these trees are very powerful trees, created only when ponies come together through true friendship. This is coming together in true friendship rather than fake friendship. Also shows similarities to Jewish legend because it says these trees are created when they come together in true friendship, just like in non-canonical Jewish legend. It says whenever people come together in friendship, an angel is born. Then down here we can even see that they are also called wishing trees because in the show they are able to grant wishes. And if we look at depictions of these trees, you can see they are large in size. In Jainism, Buddhism, and Hinduism, if I am pronouncing this correctly, a kalpavriksha is a wish-fulfilling divine tree. In the Jain tradition, it is said that a long time ago these trees used to be all over the earth during times in the past when there was increased amounts of happiness and when the world was much happier. But when the world started falling into sadness and negativity and all forms of hatred and bad, these trees went away. So it's similar to like the Tree of Harmony is related to what is good rather than what is negative. But in Jain belief it is also said that during these times in the past the humans used to be much larger, like they were giants, and that they would make wishes with these wish-granting trees, meaning that it would make sense for these trees to be large just like the humans who lived during such times. Some Hindu and other sources even associate these trees with harmony and other forms of positivity and goodness, like we can see here. Shrek is also depicted as living inside a giant tree stump. There are also myths of mythical creatures living inside rock formations and mesas believed to be giant tree stumps, making me think some beings actually lived inside these large trees. In the film Legend, the devil figure is also depicted as living inside this giant tree, which is called a great tree in the movie, therefore meaning it is large and great.
The great tree. When evil anarchy ruled the land, the wicked came here to sacrifice.
Notice how they also said it is where the wicked made sacrifices? This is similar to how people who are members of the Illuminati are wicked people and they make human sacrifices to Satan, just like the movie said it was where the wicked make sacrifices to, but is also depicted as the dwelling place of the devil character. There's also another scene in the movie that looks very similar to satanic abuse and a human sacrifice. this how this person that is doing this ritual or sacrifice is wearing this pyramid-shaped mask that resembles the pyramid symbol used by the Illuminati? Which makes me think that the Illuminati existed in the past just like they do now. Even if history says they were founded at a certain time, I think they were part of the agenda to kill off the world's unicorns and worshipped the Satan figure who wanted to get rid of them. The goblin character who serves the devil even mentions worship of goblins, like worship of negative entities.
Of the night and worship goblins as divine.
There is also footage taken by Alex Jones and I think others if I remember correctly, of people at Bohemian Groove wearing these pyramid-shaped masks during these rituals where they secretly perform human sacrifices.
Then we see this human being with this triangle head with the head in the middle, making the triangle and eye symbol that uses hypnosis on someone like mind control.
There is this demonic entity in Fantasia who I think is related to Tirek, because in My Little Pony, Tirek has a connection to the pastel-colored ponies. So there's a connection to him because in Fantasia there are pastel-colored unicorns as well as Pegasi, but there are also pastel-colored centaurs like Tirek.
His name is Chornabog. It says here he was described as Satan by host Deems Taylor. He was actually originally going to be called Satan, but his name was later changed to Chornabog, perhaps to hide his connection to Satan. Going down here, we see it says Chornabog, who summons fire and demons, but it says harpies, who are these mythical creatures that are his minions, fly above the demons, occasionally grabbing them and throwing them into the inferno, like a sacrifice to him. Then it says Chornabog, ready to continue, eagerly leers over his minions, but is interrupted by the sound of church bells, which herald the coming of the dawn.
We can even see him create this darkness, similar to how in My Little Pony G1, Tirek tries to create eternal night by ending daylight and causing darkness. In this movie, you can see beings being thrown into this fiery pit or hell, or these are like fiery sacrifices to Satan by his minions who throw these beings into this fire. Witches, demons, and other beings are shown as performing rituals to him. Notice that when the church bells ring, the light comes, and this is harming him. He's being depicted as being harmed by the light and these church bells, just like what happens with the demons with, which shows a relation to the devil figure in legend and also Tirek from G1, who are associated with darkness. In fact, in the movie Legend, the devil figure is actually harmed by light, and I'll show you some scenes where that happens after this. Once the daylight comes and the demon goes away, we can hear this type of Christian or church or religious singing or chanting by these monks, nuns, or others carrying these lights that cast away the demon figure. The entity being attached to, then turning into the mountain, is symbolic of how the Nephilim giants were petrified, then turned into mountains as mud fossils. Here we can see this light coming to the figure in legend, and it blasts him or hits into him, which is shown as harming him. He is also depicted as saying,
Sunshine is my destroyer.
As long as the sun still shines, we can destroy him.
Fantasia showing the devil character being overcome by the power of godly music parallels My Little Pony showing the Dazzlings being overcome with the power of friendship connected to music. The Dazzlings
putting spells in their music reflects other parts of Fantasia in which music is used
as a form of magic to make a broom move and do other stuff.
Prior to the cartoon part of the movie, some versions of the film feature this realistic looking scene of someone talking about what the song or music in the movie is about.
The last number on our Fantasia program is a combination of two pieces of music so utterly different in construction and mood that they set each other off perfectly. The first is A Night on Bald Mountain by one of Russia's greatest composers, Modest Mussorgsky. The second is Franz Schubert's world-famous Ave Maria. Musically and dramatically, we have here a picture of the struggle between the profane and the sacred. Bald Mountain, according to tradition, is the gathering place of Satan and his followers. Here on Walpurgis Night, which is the equivalent of our own Halloween, the creatures of evil gather to worship their master. Under his spell, they dance furiously, until the coming of dawn and the sounds of church bells send the infernal army slinking back into their abodes of darkness. And then we hear the Ave Maria, with its message of the triumph of hope and life over the powers of despair and death.
He connected this with those who are evil, worshipping Satan, but also two forms of music that are opposite of each other or in contrast. Similar to how in My Little Pony, in the song Welcome to the Show, they sing different songs that are good and bad. In the case with the Dazzlings, like two songs or forms of music of good and evil going up against each other. As is the case with the Dazzlings' music having spells in it. We see he also mentioned beings under the spell of Satan during times when the music related to him is playing, which controls them like satanic mind control. This music is known as The Night on Bald Mountain. It is based on this older composition with different versions that is about a legend featuring witches and demons gathering on a mythical mountain called Bald Mountain. We can see here it says, the witches used to gather on this mountain, gossip, play tricks, and await their chief, Satan. So these are witches who serve Satan, like the wicked witches of satanic cults. The other music played after this is called Ave Maria, which translates to Hail Mary, which is a Christian prayer in some traditions, addressing Mary, who is the mother of Jesus. It is based on the Bible verse, Luke 1:28, where the angel Gabriel hails Mary, which is connected to the worship of Mary. Some Catholics chant this prayer or mix it with music, and they believe that it has spiritual power able to cast away demons and negativity, providing them with spiritual protection and letting them be saved. Again, this ties into how they were able to win against the Dazzlings by using music and saved others with it in a positive way. Reflects how music can be a powerful spiritual tool if changed to a positive format, and sometimes like changing the frequency of it, which has been proven to work.
When they use their music to call upon this heavenly force, I see it as them like they are calling upon God with prayer.
If you replace the A in the name of Chornabog with an O, it says Chornobog, who is said to be an evil god worshipped by the ancient Slavs. Some people say this deity was not worshipped by them, but was made up by Christians as a way to defame them. However, others say it was an actual being who was worshipped by them. It is also said here that Chornobog is viewed as an epithet or another name for Satan. But one of the ways they are said to have appeased Zornebog, which is another name for him, was by sacrificing people, similar to what was seen in Fantasia about the beings being thrown into the fire. Chornobog is said to be opposite of another god called Bellowbog. In some sources you can see that they were representations of night and day, and that they rode these horses. As we can see here, it says, the two were considered to be supreme opposites, one good and one evil. In a simple sense, Chornobog was called the Black God, representing the blackness of night, like Nightmare Moon and Tirek, and Bellowbog, the White God, representing the light of day, like Celestia, and each rode a horse corresponding to their color, like Luna and Celestia being these horses with these colors. Then it says Bellowbog would fight Chornobog and stop his dark ways from destroying the world. Slavic mythology also features another god associated with the sun called Dadspog, who had 3 horses, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 diamond, so they are abnormally colored horses. In Fantasia there's this small unicorn donkey, like the donkey in Shrek. But these Pegasi and unicorns in Fantasia are shown with these angels going near this rainbow. Some of them even have colors similar to those of the people in Equestria girls, which matches what I said earlier about these creatures having a connection to angels, along with rainbows. But in Fantasia, they are also shown as dwelling around the mythical Mount Olympus, with Zeus and other gods, indicating they live in a celestial realm where beings like angels live. Scenes where angels sleep on clouds confirm that this is taking place in some type of heaven due to relations with many depictions of heavenly realms. As in Equestria Girls, the angels here have blue wings, following the blue-winged Pegasus. Those following the facts about mud fossils also know that many of these mountains and rock formations are the petrified remains of giants and other beings. Here is a rock formation that resembles Shrek. While it is possible it is Shrek, I think it is more likely it is a being who is the same type of creature as Shrek but different than him, or some other type of related creature. There is another similar movie made around the time of Legend and My Little Pony G1 called The Last Unicorn, made in 1982. In this movie there is this Red Bull creature who gets rid of all the world's unicorns except one, who is known as the Last Unicorn. This film reminds me a lot about Legend and My Little Pony G1, with the Red Bull creature representing Tirek, who is this Red Bull humanoid centaur creature, just like the Red Bull from The Last Unicorn. Tirek having ponies, including the unicorn, be captured in G1 is related to how this Red Bull captures or takes away unicorns from the world. In the Last Unicorn film, this is even related to the ends of the earth, which are mentioned in it, indicating the world has ends and the earth is flat.
Awake, anyway.
A butterfly told me of a red bull who pushed all the other unicorns to the ends of the earth.
Also, notice the star on the unicorn's head has this color and these points, similar to the cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle. The Last Unicorn makes connections to the Bible, meaning the unicorn is meant to represent God.
What is the red bull?
His firstling bull has majesty, and his horns are the horns of a wild ox. With them he shall push the unicorns, all of them, to the ends of the earth. Listen.
Although it was slightly changed in the movie, this is a clear reference to the book of Deuteronomy in the Bible that says his glory is like the forceling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people to go to the ends of the earth. According to this movie, The Last Unicorn, in the past there used to be unicorns all over the world, but then this Red Bull came and they went away, leaving only one unicorn remaining in the world. I think this movie is actually telling a true story about hidden history. I think this story is about how there was a plot to get rid of the world's unicorns, but it is stated that the unicorns were taken to the ends of the earth. So does this mean that they are hiding unicorns at the ends of the earth? Or that they took unicorns away from the world, then put them at the ends of the earth, or the lands beyond Antarctica, which are beyond the ends of the earth? Many of us know that the earth right here is not the only realm, and that beyond the ice wall of Antarctica, governments and various other part of secret societies are hiding extra land that has been hidden from us. Explorers like Admiral Richard Byrd and others have ventured beyond the ice wall of Antarctica and reported seeing these lands.
Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth?
Yes, there is. But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole.
Some sources, such as this map made by Urbano Monte in 1587, and other sources, even depict what are called mythical creatures living in these lands or places near them. Here you can see instead of an ice wall of Antarctica, there are these lands surrounding the Earth. I think this map either represents Antarctica before it was frozen over, or lands beyond it. Well, actually I think it represents both, but that's another story. But anyways, it shows this land, which I think connects to Antarctica. I think there are lands that connect to Antarctica, but also an ocean beyond it, then more lands in this ocean beyond it that are past it. Anyways, you can see this land past what is Antarctica on other maps, this circular landmass that surrounds the world. But there are mythical creatures such as dragons, or whatever those are, and mythical one-eyed cyclops, and centaurs in these lands. Here is a map from 1565. If we zoom into the area where Antarctica is, we can see a unicorn and a dragon. A lot of other evidence and sources support the idea that mythical creatures, or what are so-called mythical creatures, live in these lands. I think all these legendary creatures from all these different myths were actually creatures that were common on the Earth during the past. But then there was an agenda from ruling elites and the entities they worship to wipe out these creatures. They either killed them off or took them away somewhere. I believe some of these creatures went extinct on Earth, but others are still around, but became rare creatures because of the agenda to wipe them out, which killed most of them. And for some species, maybe all of them. But I think some rare species of these so-called mythical creatures still exist out in the wild in places most people don't see. But whenever evidence for these creatures is presented, or when these creatures are seen anywhere, governments and those who work for them try to hide their existence and destroy evidence for their existence. However, outside of the Earth in the lands beyond Antarctica, I think these creatures exist in large numbers, even though they are rare on Earth, or now extinct on Earth. Makes me think The Last Unicorn in the Last Unicorn film is meant to represent the small amount of unicorns still left in the world after most of them were wiped out in the past, during an event that made them be less common, unlike in the past on Earth, when they used to be a common species. In the story, most of the unicorns are at the ends of the Earth, while this unicorn is the only one left in the world, which I think represents all the unicorns in the lands beyond Antarctica, which is located beyond the ends of the flat earth. Thus, I think this means more unicorns, or a lot of unicorns, exist in the lands beyond Antarctica, unlike Earth, where they are rare species. Many people say that unicorns don't exist because they haven't seen them. No, I think the reason most people don't see unicorns is because they are rare species, so most people don't encounter them. In fact, in some legends, unicorns are actually considered a rare species. As we can see in places like this, it says unicorns are seen as rare and magical beings. But also, unicorns are associated with purity, innocence, and divine power. Just like in My Little Pony, the elements of harmony are viewed as what is good and loving, as well as being powerful, like divine power. Down here in the same article, it says the unicorn is associated with purity and innocence. The unicorn is often depicted as a creature that can only be approached by those with a pure heart. It represents goodness, truth, as there is the element of honesty and integrity. In fact, if we go here, we can see it says the unicorn is used as a symbol of rarity, showing a connection to the unicorn in My Little Pony named Rarity. In the last unicorn film, the place the Red Bull takes the unicorns is shown as being some type of ocean near this land. So this is where the Red Bull took the unicorns, which is the ends of the earth. So this is how they are depicting the ends of the earth. Like we can see here, this castle that is near the place where the Red Bull took the unicorns. So it is the ends of the earth. But this depiction looks different than many depictions of the ends of the earth, where the world just ends and everything falls off. But in this depiction, you can see this castle, then at the ends of the earth, then a drop. But beyond this castle is water, meaning that rather than showing an edge of the earth that is a drop that leads to nowhere, the film is actually depicting an ocean and maybe a landmass beyond the ends of the earth. Just like how it is thought there is an ocean with land masses in it located beyond Antarctica. That is the ends of the earth. An ocean located beyond the flat earth can be found in some old sources, like this map that was made over 10 centuries ago that is mentioned in the Hawaiian Gazette newspaper in 1907, which depicts an ocean with lands beyond the earth. Then we have stories of people claiming to go beyond the ice wall of Antarctica and finding an ocean beyond it before ending up at some land beyond it with an advanced civilization, such as the Iron Republic, published in Florida Magazine in 1902. I think the story of the Red Bull taking the unicorns and then putting it in these waters at the ends of the earth or beyond it is symbolic of how unicorns were banished from the earth and made to no longer be on the earth, but are still at the lands beyond Antarctica.
Vedic cosmology also features a model of the universe with the earth in a large ocean near massive land masses. Then beyond this ocean is even more land masses and other types of oceans inhabited by various beings.
The castle in The Last Unicorn is near where the Red Bull dwells and where it took unicorns to. In My Little Pony G1, the place where Tirek, who represents the Red Bull, has the ponies taken to, is a place called Midnight Castle that looks similar. Both are located near water. In My Little Pony G1, you can even see what looks like some type of land or something on this water that can be viewed as the lands beyond Antarctica. A song in the last Unicorn movie also called The Last Unicorn, has what can be considered odd lyrics. Let's listen to them.
They will stare, unbelieving, at the last unicorn.
It says they will stare unbelieving at the last unicorn, meaning that this event with the Red Bull that wiped out most of the world's unicorns was what caused people no longer to believe in unicorns, unlike what they did in the past.
Seems like all is dying and would leave the world to mourn. In the distance, hear the laughter of the last unicorn.
Now it says, it seems like all is dying in reference to The Last Unicorn. So wait, dying? In The Last Unicorn film, what makes most of the unicorns go away is the Red Bull capturing them or taking them away somewhere, not the unicorns dying. So the song is singing about something that's not even in the movie, about what can be interpreted as unicorns dying that makes a unicorn be the last unicorn. The song is saying that the unicorn will leave the world to mourn in relation to this dying, indicates that the killing of these creatures is what caused people to no longer see unicorns as they have now left the world. Think it is referring to an event in the past in which mythical creatures were killed off. But the song says it seems like all is dying when talking about the last unicorn. So the fact it says all could indicate multiple beings are dying. This means there is more to the story that they did not show in the film, that during this event in the past, multiple different creatures, considered mythical, were either killed or captured, like what can be seen in Shrek as well as old depictions. So the fact they're singing about something that's not in the movie makes me think they know about this event where multiple creatures killed off, but decide to only show part of it and not the whole picture. Let's hear the next lyrics.
Then look into the sky where through the clouds a path is torn. Look and see her, how she sparkles. It's the last unicorn.
It says, look into the sky where through the clouds a path is torn. Look and see her how she sparkles. It's the last unicorn. So, could this be referencing a flying or winged unicorn that is in the sky with clouds just like flying creatures? I mean, the movie does show this cloud form of a unicorn. You could say it's referencing that, but it might actually be referencing what is considered a flying or winged unicorn, which aren't directly shown in the movie. It's saying, look and see her how she sparkles, could be a reference to the name of Twilight Sparkle, which contains the word sparkle.
However, Twilight Sparkle was originally not depicted with wings. She was originally depicted as a regular unicorn without wings when My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic first aired in 2010. It wasn't until the end of Season 3 in 2013, then later seasons, when she became a winged unicorn. So the fact this movie that was made all the way back in 1982 is mentioning a unicorn in the sky associated with sparkles could prove that Twilight Sparkle is actually based on some real creature. Because if Twilight Sparkle was simply inspired by the last unicorn film, then wouldn't she be depicted with wings at first instead of later? Perhaps the real Twilight Sparkle always had wings and was never a unicorn without wings. In My Little Pony, winged unicorns are called alicorns. There is debate about whether the term alicorn was actually used to describe winged unicorns. Some say the word was used to describe winged unicorns. Others say it was used to describe a unicorn's horn, or maybe the substance that heals people related to its horn.
Urbano Monte's map calls a unicorn without wings an alicorn or alicorno.
But regardless of what the name for the winged unicorns are, there are depictions of what can be described as winged unicorns in ancient sources, even though they are not always given names. An example would be the ancient Assyrian seals that depict winged unicorns.
I looked it up and I was not able to find any historical sources outside fiction that call a winged unicorn an alicorn. The only source I know of predating My Little Pony's use of the term is Pyros Antony's Bearing an Hourglass novel, which is claimed to be a work of fiction. Some sources even say this is the first time the term alicorn was used for winged horse-unicorn hybrid. The term is a combination of ali and corn, which means horn, but the term ali in Latin can be changed to ala, which is Latin for wing, meaning this proves the word actually has some relation to a flying creature, meaning the idea these are some real type of flying creatures which are named after this are true. But notice how this ala term that Ali can be changed to. It is a lot like the name Allah, who is God in Islam, which some say this name of Allah derives from this word Ilah, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, which can also contain the term Ali, as we can see here and here. But this is also related to the term El, which is connected to Elohim, which is the name of God in some Judeo-Christian traditions. In fact, the term Eli is related to the term El also. It's considered like this holy name. And you can see here it's related to the Arabic name Ali, which can sometimes mean my God, or it can also mean high, elevated, or stuff like King of Kings, hinting that the alicorns in My Little Pony are the princesses, so they're like rulers, similar to kings. The same can be said about this term meaning emperor. Keep in mind the Bible says Jesus is the King of Kings. It can even mean exalted, like the Bible says, the horn of the unicorn will be exalted. See here, Ali is the name of, if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Ali ibn Abi Talib, who is an important figure in Islam, who is related to the Islamic prophet Muhammad. What we learn here is that Ilah is the Arabic term for God, like a deity, while the plural term is alihat, for gods or deities, causing me to think alicorns are gods because they are depicted as being powerful like them, because all of them are princesses in positions of power. Plus, Celestia and Luna moved the celestial luminaries with great power. As for Twilight Sparkle, she is even depicted with powerful magic. Also ties into what I said about Luna being the name for the Roman moon goddess. Another connection between alicorns and deities can be found with the alicorn Cadence, who is associated with love. We can even see her cutie mark is this diamond heart connected to love. I think she was also called the Princess of Love. As in Greek mythology, Aphrodite is the goddess of love. The partner of Cadence who wears armor is named Shining Armor. Greek myths say the partner of Aphrodite is Ares, who is associated with battle, therefore the armor of battle. In stories and art, he is even depicted with the armor. As Jesus ascends to heaven to join God, so too does the unicorn version of Twilight Sparkle ascend to join Celestia as an alicorn. In the episode She Ascends, something happens where it makes it seem like Twilight Sparkle vanishes, which I think represents Jesus Christ dying on his crucifixion. Twilight Sparkle then appears in this otherworldly realm, which I think represents some heaven or some different realm. People have reported seeing this realm during supernatural experiences in their dreams, connected to the stories I'll tell later in this video. At the end of this episode, Twilight Sparkle comes down in a star form and goes away from this realm, which I think represents Twilight Sparkle coming down from heaven during the return of Jesus, and Jesus rising from the dead. When Twilight Sparkle goes from being a unicorn to an alicorn after she ascends, she gets more magical abilities than is exalted to the status of a princess. Mormons believe that when they ascend to heaven with God, they become gods with their own worlds. This belief is actually called exaltation. It says, is a belief in Mormonism that after that some people will reach the highest level of salvation in the celestial kingdom and eternally live in God's presence, continue as families, become gods, create worlds. Exalting someone can mean to raise them up in power or something else. A different song in The Last Unicorn called In the Sea gives another hint about there being winged horses. Despite only white unicorns being depicted in The Last Unicorn, there's a part of this song that seems to indicate beings with many colors are in a parade of clouds in the place where unicorns go.
Every color, they keep their secret in a parade of clouds, playing hide and seek. Do they know where do unicorns go? Where winged horses fly.
The Last Unicorn film is actually based on the older book called The Last Unicorn, published in 1968. If we look at the origin for this book down here, it says that the creator was inspired by a painting he was given of unicorns fighting bulls. If it's based on a painting, perhaps this painting is based on some type of real event. It says the original version of this story differs greatly from the current version of the book. In this original, there's a different story. It's called The Last Unicorn, the Lost Version. Though it says in this version of the story, it says the unicorn is much the same. The story is set in modern times, and the unicorn is accompanied by a two-headed demon named Webster and Azazel. Likely means there's a different version of this story that is the true story that they're not entirely showing. The original version for the story was decided to not be published in the 1960s, but it was supposedly republished in 2006 in a book titled The Last Unicorn, the Lost Version. Though, who knows if this is really the original story that is going to be published. Perhaps the original story is now lost, but these stories of The Last Unicorn contain parts of the true story that aren't complete. Also notice that in this version of the story called The Last Unicorn, the Lost Version, there is a demon named Azazel. If we look up the name Azazel, we will find that in the non-canonical Book of Enoch, the name Azazel is found, and it is used for the name of a fallen angel. While removed in The Last Unicorn film, in the 1968 version of the book, there is a reference to the Red Bull being the devil. In this page of the book, you can see that it says, when it is talking about the bull, it says, it is the devil to whom Haggard has sold his soul. In The Last Unicorn, King Haggard is related to the Red Bull and considered royalty. So if he is related to these unicorns being wiped out and he is royalty, this makes him similar to Farquaad from Shrek, who is related to the fairy tale creatures being wiped out. It also mentions selling one's soul to the devil, just like how to enter the Illuminati, many celebrities and governments who are part of the Illuminati sell their souls blindly for fame and power in order to join the Illuminati. So this Haggard character likely represents the ruling elite, especially seeing Haggard can be seen as somebody who works for the devil, just like Satanists who are part of the Illuminati serve the devil. Many know that the world's large corporations are controlled by evil secret societies. These secret societies are known to hide satanic and other symbolism in the logos of various corporations. like Baphomet imagery, 666, and various other symbols. Of course, this is not limited to the energy drink industry, which is known to be harmful for people's health, which I think is related to sinful agendas. But if we look at the Red Bull energy drink logo, guess what? It's Red Bulls. So if Tirek is this Red Bull creature, I think this means that those who are running these evil corporations actually worship the entity who is Tirek. Thus, this Red Bull logo is hidden imagery of him. Plus, the hidden symbolism I recently showed in the Toyota logo can also be seen as representing a Red Bull. I tried looking up the painting that is said to have inspired The Last Unicorn, but I could not find very much information on it. All I could find were a few videos that quickly showed it, such as this, where the book's author describes it.
When I was 17, one of my favorite cousins married a Spanish painter, and he gave me one of his own paintings, which depicts unicorns fighting bulls. And then one of them's a Red Bull. And
Notice that not only does this painting have a red bull, it also has unusual colored unicorns, such as a green one, then beneath it to its right there's a purple one. Therefore we see a resemblance with Twilight Sparkle, who is a purple unicorn that became an alicorn. It also greatly resembles the scene in My Little Pony where Twilight Sparkle battles with Tirek, as we see the same story repeated over and over. Keep in mind the painting has colorful unicorns that aren't white, unlike the movie The Last Unicorn or the book, which only has white unicorns. So this makes it show that Twilight Sparkle is actually based on something, because she is a purple unicorn, unlike the white unicorn in The Last Unicorn with the Red Bull, so it doesn't make sense how she would just so happen to appear like how the painting looked. But it's also unrelated to the other parts of The Last Unicorn. Also, the scene where Twilight battles Tirek doesn't come until farther in the seasons, or like I think season 3 or season 4. It's not at first, so this means the story was not directly taken from The Last Unicorn, showing it is something that actually happened. Legend makes a connection to The Last Unicorn in ways related to the final unicorn being killed.
The last unicorn dies tonight.
Okay, now this scene from Legends is where the devil character is defeated, but if you notice, it looks like he is near what appears to be a wall that's kind of looks like ice, just like the ice wall of Antarctica.
Okay, let's continue watching. Notice how the unicorn horn
falls in the snow, just like there is snow in Antarctica, hinting that this is happening at the ends of the Earth where Antarctica is. Then look what happens next. We just saw the devil figure falling downwards towards stars. But wait, stars are not located beneath the Earth on the globe Earth model, but on depictions of the flat Earth in which Antarctica is an ice wall that surrounds the world, it is possible for stars to be located beneath the Earth. In some depictions of the edge of the Earth on the flat Earth, like this depiction here in Antarctica, depicting somebody at the edge of the Earth, there is stars beneath the Earth at the ends of the Earth in the snowy place that is Antarctica, just like the devil character falls down into stars from a snowy place in legend. Ancient cultures had beliefs about this. Like here in this Greek myth, it says, the Greeks imagined the heavens as a great solid dome. Then it talks about how this is related to causing the stars to sunrise. But it says, part of the heavenly dome was always lay beneath the horizon. Here the constellations were apparently believed to dwell beneath the Earth. So these constellations with stars are in the sky,
but can also be beneath the Ort.
Myths say the stars beneath the Ort sometimes rise up to the sky. Meaning it makes sense for there to be an opening at the ends of the Ort where stars beneath the Ort travel up to the sky through. Also explaining why some stars are not seen on either hemisphere of the Ort during certain times, such as the constellation of Orion and others.
So does this mean there is a drop at the edge of the world? Some people believe the world just ends at the ends of the Ort at Antarctica, while others believe that once you get past Antarctica, there are more oceans and lands that have been hidden from us, connected to the Ort. I think there is truth to both these beliefs, because at certain areas of Antarctica, there could be entrances to other oceans and lands that connect to the continent, while at different areas, there could be these drops at some large cliffs that can be considered the edge of the Ort. I do not think these drops lead to nowhere, though. I think if something were to fall off the edge of the Ort, it'll eventually land on ground somewhere that is connected to the lands beyond Antarctica. But if someone were to fly over the drop from the edge of the Ort, they would eventually reach other lands. After the devil figure is defeated in legend, it depicts light returning to the world. While it seems to end there, there is a strange scene at the very end of the movie. Let's see it. The final scene depicts the devil figure laughing sinisterly. Yet earlier in the movie, they depict the devil figure being defeated and vanishing. But what if that was just deception? And this means the creators of the movie secretly support the devil, rather than the unicorns, who they want to depict as creatures that aren't real, to make people think they are only fiction and legend. I think this means that the story didn't happen exactly like it is depicted in the movie, but those who wanted to kill the unicorns actually
managed to destroy them.
At least temporarily. Maybe there was an attempt to create eternal night that failed or succeeded, then was stopped, whether or not somebody is still plotting to create eternal night today.
One version of the trailer for Legend even seems like it is actually supporting the devil figure, because it is mostly about him and his mindset, rather than the movie, which is mostly about the people who are good in the movie. It is like this even when it ends.
There can be no heaven without hell, no light without me. I am darkness.
Then it ends there.
In The Last Unicorn, the unicorn is depicted as being kept in this cage, which is said to be related to a carnival instead of the events of the Red Bull. But I think this might actually be showing how people captured unicorns in ways related to how they killed them off. Depictions of other mythical creatures, such as manticores,
a dragon that is shown captured by the humans running the carnival,
and satyrs are also shown in these cages. While in the movie, these creatures end up being illusions and not real, I think in reality, this is actually hinting that the story is secretly referencing a past event in which multiple mythical creatures were captured and killed. In The Last Unicorn, there is a scene that when this butterfly is telling the unicorn what happened to the other unicorns, it shows what appears to be massive amounts of fire in the background behind mountains, or some type of large explosion. But something like a large fire or explosion would be something that kills unicorns, but in the movie, unicorns aren't depicted as dying. They are only said to be taken away or chased away by a red bull. Reminds me of scenes in My Little Pony in which you can see destruction and this fiery stuff or an explosion in the background. It is actually Tirek, who represents the Red Bull, that causes this. During times, he tries to harm Twilight Sparkle and her friends, just like the Red Bull does with the unicorns. He does this by shooting blasts out of his horns that cause mass destruction. One scene even looks like a nuclear explosion.
This is likely a metaphor for some type of advanced energy weapon or powerful magic, and nuclear explosions from a type of technology they won't tell you about in history books. While I'm sure simple weapons were a part of it, I think those who were part of this worldwide war that killed off these mythical creatures also used weapons of mass destruction to do so. Just like the Red Bull can be seen as an entity that banishes creatures to the ends of the earth or the lands beyond it, the creatures in Shrek being banished from the kingdom of Farquaad to Shrek's swamp could represent how there was a real event in which these creatures were banished from a realm, then sent to the lands beyond Antarctica, where people would not find them. Some sects of Shrekism use a holy scripture called the Book of Brogor that says Shrek created multiple worlds, which might mean Shrek's swamp is a different world that is located beyond Antarctica.
Is Tirek the same as Satan, though? Well, I think Tirek at least partially represents Satan, seeing he was imprisoned in the underworld like him. However, I think the being these different shows and movies are depicting might actually be the son of Satan, because in legend, the devil figure is in communication with this owl being who is his father, who could represent Satan while he is the son of Satan. I also think the being these different shows and movies are depicting looks different than how they are depicting him. Well, I think he actually is a mix of how these different shows and movies depict him in regards to how he looks in the real world.
In Greek mythology, minotaurs are these bull creatures that look something like this. However, in Dante's Divine Comedy, there is an old depiction of what some sources call a minotaur. It is depicted as being in hell, as some type of demonic being, which looks similar to some type of bull centaur, like Tirek.
There's even a scene where he says he's going to make a sacrifice to his father, like how Satanists from the Illuminati make sacrifices to Satan.
Ye powers of the night, we offer this sacrifice in honor of you, sanctified with blood and with fire. I pray you, Father, accept my sacrifice. Let light be forever extinguished. Let the age of darkness begin. Come, lady. The birth of a new world awaits your stroke.
Let my offering be made of flesh and blood.
She means to do it.
Shortly after, we see these figures in dark hoods who are depicted as serving the devil figure, like a satanic cult.
Sightings of beings similar to Tirek have been reported in modern times, including this report from the Phantoms and Monsters website that mentions someone seeing this demon being
somewhere in Melbourne, Florida.
It says the person saw what they could only describe was a centaur on a sidewalk. And it says this being had a reddish torso with 4 horse legs, like Tirek. Here is another report documented by researcher Lon Strickler from a Navajo man who saw this centaur demon during the 1980s near a church at the Navajo reservation at New Mexico. It says it was a 7-foot-tall centaur demon. The bottom half was actually a dark-haired horse, like the bottom part of Tirek is this dark horse. Then it says it had the upper torso of a man. It says his skin was a dark red, like the skin of Tirek, and he had horns, like Tirek, on either side of his head. He said they were like ram's horns curled up on both sides. Possibly related to T-Rex horns being curved a certain way?
Despite legend depicting the devil figure as a being that is like a human, there is a scene where he runs towards somebody and tries to ram into him with his horns, like what bulls do, causing me to think the being he is based on is a real being that is actually some bull centaur creature like Tirek, rather than what is depicted in the film. At the beginning of the movie Legend, it says, "Once long ago, before there was such a thing as time, the world was shrouded in darkness." This is like what is taught by many myths, that at first there was darkness, then came the light. But in this movie, it says that the Lord of Darkness retreated into the shadows once light came into the universe. So it is depicting him as being some type of primordial being. Of course, I think that many beings existed during the time of darkness, including both negative and positive beings. Then it says, "But precious light is protected, harbored in the souls of unicorns, the most mystical of all creatures." So it's in the souls of the unicorns, the light, just like beliefs saying there is the light of Jesus within our souls. Soon afterwards, it says the harmony of the universe depends upon an eternal balance. Out of the struggle to maintain this balance comes the birth of legends. This is like some universal or great harmony, like spiritual harmony, similar to the elements of harmony and their divine power. The devil figure tries to kill the unicorns because they contain this light, so he can plunge the world into darkness, meaning that the light of these unicorns supports all the light in the world, so it is the light of the world, like Christ.
The same as God does, the unicorns are said to have the power of creation.
Even one unicorn walks the earth. My power is not complete.
She's just a female, Lord. She has no power.
Only the power of creation.
Then notice how these goblins and this other creature bow to the devil figure in the hood, like those who worship Satan. Early depictions of Tirek also show him with a dark hood. People refer to the beings they worship as Lord. In My Little Pony, he is sometimes called Lord Tirek, while in legend he is referred to as
Lord.
Remember how Nightmare Moon causes nightmares? Guess what is said in legend?
Dreams are my speciality. Through dreams, I influence mankind.
Church orders from the 1500s actually make commands for people to close all the entrances to underground realms in every country in the world in order to stop contact with the peoples of the underworld and the beings from these underground realms, which I think is related to the Hollow Earth. That is connected to ancient myths about what are called mythical creatures and other civilizations living in underground realms beneath the earth. I think the church was part of these secret societies that tried to hide the existence of the mythical creatures, so they banished them to these other realms located beyond Antarctica, but also beneath the earth. Then they closed off the entrances to these realms, so people will not be able to find it, and so the creatures will not return to the earth. I'm probably not pronouncing this right, but in Islamic tradition there is a figure called Du al-Qarnayn, who is associated with Alexander the Great, just like I said earlier that Alexander the Great is associated with hiding the existence of these mythical creatures. But this figure in Islam is sometimes depicted as a jinn or spiritual supernatural entity, but other times a human. He might be a mix of both, but in this picture we can see humans and these entities they work with building a wall, which I think represents the ice wall of Antarctica. It says here, they are building this wall to keep out or keep away the people of Gog and Magog. In some depictions from other sources, the people of Gog and Magog are depicted as giants. So I think this is related to them hiding the existence of giants and how they blocked off entrances in the ice wall after banishing giants to the lands beyond it, so they will not be able to return to Earth. You can even see here that it says this place is related to the setting place of the sun where this happened, or the rising place of the sun. Just like on flat earth cosmologies, the place where the trail of the sun ends is the ends of the earth, where the ice wall of Antarctica is located. Therefore, the giants of Gog and Magog being banished from the earth could be related to the fairy tale creatures in Shrek being banished from the kingdom of Farquaad. I say the fact these different works of fiction are telling different versions of the same story proves They are based on something real. Inside Denver International Airport, there's a painting called Mile High and Rising. Part of it has a yellowish golden horse. Zooming into it, you can kind of see something that looks like a cutie mark on it. Maybe a diamond or something. Like Rarity has a diamond cutie mark. Then another part, you can see a purple horse, but it looks like it has a horn, like a unicorn. Like Twilight Sparkle is a purple unicorn or alicorn. Look closely, and it looks like the mane of this horse is some greenish blue color, unlike the fur of the horse on the other parts of the body. Paralleling how some ponies in My Little Pony have manes that are different colors from the other parts of their bodies. There is even a red bull matching the red bull from the last unicorn. Notice how the art shows the purple unicorn and red bull facing each other. It kind of even looks like the red bull might be trying to ram it or go towards it, like a being that is trying to destroy unicorns. Reminds me of the scene where Twilight Sparkle battles Tirek to stop his harm. A film that mentions killing and capturing of a unicorn or unicorns is Death of a Unicorn, which I think is related to how they killed off unicorns in the past and still do so in modern times. In this film, there is a wealthy family known as the Leopolds who try to exploit the unicorn for profit in ways that it can be seen as them making the public not know about the existence of the unicorn. So I think this represents wealthy families that are known to be part of the Illuminati, like the Rockefellers, who also had an association with the unicorn tapestries. But in addition to hiding the existence of unicorns, there's a part where they say something about killing Bigfoot too, meaning they are part of some organization that tries to hide the existence of and kill mythical creatures like unicorns and Bigfoot and others. It also depicts people doing experiments on a unicorn, which I think represents some type of secret experiments that are done on unicorns and other mythical creatures. Scientists are depicted as studying the unicorn like a secret project to study these mythical creatures. It is very clearly shown the film is tied to the hunt of the unicorn tapestries, except instead of happening in medieval or ancient times, it is shown as happening in modern times, and is tied to corporate interests, making me think these killings of mythical creatures still happen in secret today. We can see here that the film even depicts a unicorn being shot, as well as later these people going on a hunt for the unicorn, like the hunt of the unicorn tapestries. In the movie, the same land and forest area where the people go to find and hunt down a unicorn is depicted as being property owned by the rich family, as a large area which they own, which is a large landmass that they own. In real life, there are many places like this. There are private properties that are very large landmasses or large amounts of land that are owned by the ultra-rich, which the public are not allowed to enter because it's considered private property. Just like in the movie, the unicorns are on the private property of the ultra-rich. It makes me think some of these properties in real life actually have mythical creatures on them, and that the people who own the properties make them private properties so people don't find the mythical creatures on them. Here we can see the full set of the remaining pieces of the unicorn tapestries. But if we look at ones like this, we can see that some of this tapestry is missing, because you can see this arm right here and this hand going around the unicorn. But there's a missing part right here. While the official explanation is that the missing parts were somehow destroyed throughout history, maybe because it got too old or something. However, I don't think that's true, because right here it looks like they cut it. Because you can even see here, it looks like it was cut because this other end is still, it's like on something, so it's cut. Which makes me think somebody like the Rockefellers who purchased it, or others, cut pieces of this tapestry off in order to hide some truth. In the Death of a Unicorn movie, this is actually mentioned, that there's a missing piece of this tapestry. And in the movie, when they find the missing piece of the tapestry, it looks like this. This is the image given in the movie. It shows the unicorns acting ferociously. However, I wouldn't necessarily say this is how it actually looks in real life. Yet, I do think the movie is giving a hint that there is another part of this tapestry that has been hidden from the public. However, I don't think the version depicted in the movie is correct. I think the actual missing pieces might actually show something like some type of advanced weapons or weapons of mass destruction that was used to kill off the unicorns, like what I said earlier about what was related to Tirek, about these weapons of mass destruction being used to kill off the mythical creatures that historians don't want us to know existed. Some ancient myths describe unicorns as sometimes or always being ferocious, while others say they are not. I think most of them are not, even if some of them are. I do not think this version of the tapestry shown in the movie is 100% accurate, because right here you can see the hand is missing from this part of the tapestry, which is in the known parts of the tapestry. In this part, the hand and the arm is missing. However, I do think this image might partially show what is found in the missing pieces of the tapestry, because if we look in the background, we can see this green light coming down from the sky. I think this might actually be showing some type of advanced plasma weapon or magic, or some other type of powerful weapon that was used to kill off the unicorns. However, unlike in this depiction, I think the real tapestry, the missing pieces, might actually be showing this being used as a weapon to destroy the unicorns, like what Tirek is shown as doing with his magic, as well as what I said earlier. It is also strange how they show this in the image without an explanation, since none of the images from the original parts of the known tapestries show anything like this. It also doesn't make sense why the entire tapestry did not break down if breaking down over time was what caused some of the pieces to go missing, like what they claim.
See how this part of the unicorn tapestry with the fountain looks? In the last unicorn film, they actually show this fountain with the unicorn, so they are showing the tapestry. But this image they are showing looks a little different than the image I just showed you, making me think they are showing a part of the tapestry that was removed. Taking a closer look at this image, you can even see one side of the background has this red or orange fire-like stuff in the background next to this object in the sky, which might be some type of plasma weapon that is destroying this place and making some type of fire or explosion, which killed off the unicorns.
Both Death of a Unicorn and The Last Unicorn depict a mysterious object in the sky related to these tapestries. The image here is from a Book of Hours, not part of the unicorn tapestries, but it shows something similar since there's a unicorn surrounded by a fence or wall that seems to be trapping it. Yet, if we look up, we see this like misshapen cloud-like thing in the sky that appears to be shooting a laser downwards. Another example of a mysterious object in the sky, part of the event with the unicorns. Earlier I showed scenes where Tirek was shooting this thing that was like a laser, although this image was made before lasers were supposedly invented, proving they're older than claimed. Looking closer, we see the laser appears to be on top of what looks like some dead mythical creature, meaning this ties into my idea that these lasers were used to kill these creatures. Again, in this unrelated image, we see a depiction of a unicorn trapped in this walled area, but in the sky there's this cloud-like thing that looks similar to what I showed earlier. But in this image, we see people in these things in the sky, making me think they were some type of flying vehicles people use to find and hunt down mythical creatures. The color of the object in the sky in this image even resembles the one found in Death of a Unicorn. An entire fleet of these flying vehicles appears to be in the back of this image. Research on unicorns done by Kathleen J. Shields, who talks about unicorns in the Bible and other stuff. matches what is depicted in My Little Pony G1 and Legend about a devil character destroying or capturing the unicorns. She says here, maybe the devil eradicated the unicorn. Maybe he is why they are now extinct. And maybe now he is using the unicorn to sway our opinions, knowledge, and understanding, because the unicorn is coming back as Jesus is, and he doesn't want us to recognize the truth. Of course, there's the true unicorn, and there's also false unicorn, or a deception about what the unicorn really is.
Next, there is the Little Unicorn film. So it is a little unicorn, like the Little Pony. In the movie, there is even a scene where the unicorn is captured by circus owners. Of course, I think this really represents not circus owners, but those who have a connection to the unicorn tapestries. One of the same people who made this movie also helped make another movie called The Last Leprechaun, with a similar title to The Last Unicorn. It also has similar themes, again showing that this event with the unicorns actually happened with other mythical beings too. Its plot says, 2 children of multi-millionaire American businessman Henry Burge are sent to Ireland to spend their summer holiday with Laura Duvan, a woman who is engaged to him, so it is connected to the ultra-rich. It says, Laura is busy cutting down trees on her estate, so it is taking place on the private property of the rich, similar to that of a unicorn. Then it says, and is also planning the destruction of the last king of the little people, or leprechauns. So, a plot from the wealthy elite to kill off the remaining species of leprechauns. In the movie, this is depicted as happening around the time when people are destroying a forest where the leprechaun dwells, which I think represents how humans killed off mythical creatures and destroyed nature in the past and in modern times. I think the world was different, more filled with nature and mythical creatures, and was natural in the past. But people came then, killed off these beings, and destroyed nature. That I think might also be connected to why people often don't see some of these beings, because they destroyed their homes and these beings. Another mythical being from Irish folklore called the Banshee is also depicted in a scene that seems to give a hint that this happened to more beings than just leprechauns.
All this gold! I will make this world a fit place again. And the old ones will come back. No!
The old ones are dead, Banshee. We are alone.
When the Banshee uses the leprechaun's gold as this magical object, she said that she wanted to bring the old ones back, but the leprechaun said the old ones are dead and that they were the only ones remaining. Meaning they were the only ones of their type of beings, which are magical beings, who exist at the current time, but she indicated that there were the old ones in the past, which I think represent magical beings who were killed off, but
existed during the past. The film also shares similarities with what was called The Last Leprechauns of Ireland. This story is told by someone who says he is a leprechaun whisperer, or someone who can speak with leprechauns. He has said he had supernatural encounters with leprechauns. He says there are only 236 leprechauns left in Ireland, known as the Last Leprechauns, who normally inhabit underground caverns but occasionally come to the surface. According to these tales, in the past there used to be millions of leprechauns, but then they became less common, making them be the last leprechauns for those remaining. In fact, death of a unicorn takes place on an estate of the rich. We learn this also happens in The Last Leprechaun. Both films depict the estates in possession of wealthy families, who I think represent the rich families known to secretly be plotting to control the world. The Rockefeller family and other sinister wealthy families who are trying to control people actually have estates. Some of them even include large forest areas and land. I talked about how the Rockefeller family was associated with the unicorn tapestries. The Last Unicorn and The Last Leprechaun also share similarities. The film Raya and the Last Dragon. In it, a long time ago in the past, a group of evil spirits called the Droon came and turned all the dragons, except for one of them, who is the last dragon, into stone. They turned other beings into stone as well, greatly resembling how in the ancient past beings were petrified and became mud fossils, including giants, dragons, and other beings. Similar to many real rock formations on Earth, which I think are mud fossils that sink into the ground and have plants growing on them. In Raya and the Last Dragon, petrified dragons appear to be part of the Earth, or like what rocks are, because they have plants growing on them, and even appear to be partially sunk into the ground. Around the time when the unicorn is contemplating her being the last unicorn, a song seems to indicate that this was not only the Red Bull, but also the doing of humans who wrongly caused the destruction of the environment, which helped kill off the unicorns by hunting them down and destroying the environment, so they were no longer able to live in the environment because it was destroyed by them at the time when they were killed, since the song says,
For in my heart I carry such a heavy load. Here I am on man's road, walking man's road,
in a way that indicates destruction. The place the devil figure falls off the ice wall is depicted as a castle, which is his tree dwelling. Then the Last Unicorn depicts a castle at the ends of the earth. It doesn't seem like it would be a coincidence that both G1 and G4 that were made during different times were both inspired by the Last Unicorn. So I think this means these supposedly fictional stories are actually based on some type of truth. Notice that in The Last Unicorn, the unicorn has this mane that has a blue tint, even though it looks kind of white, on the very white unicorn. Similar to the G1 My Little Pony character, Majesty, who is royalty, as the unicorn in The Last Unicorn is called Lady Emultia, indicating that she is part of royalty, and also connected to the Greek goddess Emultia. Majesty doesn't appear in the G1 show, but she appears in the G1 comics and toy commercials, where she is depicted as ruling what is called Dream Castle. But in the G1 show, Dream Castle is depicted as not being ruled by her. Some people have actually connected this to theories that the reason Majesty no longer rules Dream Castle is because she was killed by Tirek, which I think is part of the same stories the Unicorn Tapestry show.
Chinese mythology speaks of a creature called the Qilin, which has scales like a dragon but has the body of a horse or ox or deer or maybe another creature. There's more than one type of Qilin. Some have 2 horns or antlers, but other types only have 1, similar to a unicorn. According to myths, these Qilins are most commonly depicted as golden, but are not limited to just gold and can be any color of the rainbow, multicolored in various colors of fur or hide. So these creatures can have the colors the ponies have in My Little Pony. Keelins from Chinese mythology are called Kirens in Korean mythology, as we can see here. My Little Pony even shows Kirens with the ponies.
Associations with this creature mention it embodying principles of compassion and harmony, linking it to the elements of harmony and the compassion or kindness of Fluttershy. We can see there are even myths about it avoiding walking on grass unless it can do so without harming creatures like insects, showing it cares for even the smallest of creatures and all other creatures, like Fluttershy is shown as doing in My Little Pony.
When facing a manticore, the mythical hybrid creature from ancient mythology, due to its terrifying, or what seems to be terrifying nature, all the ponies except Fluttershy try to fight with it. But because of her kindness, Fluttershy stops them. Then she tries to befriend this creature instead. And what she does is find, after she shows kindness to this creature, she finds that it has a thorn in its paw or hand, or whatever you call that part of the lion, or the manticore in this case. Then she removes it. Then the lion shows kindness in return to her instead of harming her, like what many people imagine lions doing. So she gave kindness to it, and it showed kindness to her, appearing to retell the ancient folk tale of Androcles, a story about an escaped slave or someone sent to execution or punishment for believing in the Bible, who finds a lion that seems terrifying or harmful, but notices that it is horrid because it has something stuck in its paw. Instead of fearing it, he decides to show kindness to it and remove what is stuck in its paw. As we can see here, it talks about the lion having a thorn stuck in its paw that Androcles removes, similar to what Fluttershy did with the thorn in the lion's paw. But this is also related to another part of the story, that after this is done with the lion, somebody later has the lion and Androcles captured, and they try to make the lion eat Androcles or harm him. And they say they release the lion from its den, but the lion decides to be kind to Androcles instead due to the kindness he gave to it, as we saw in My Little Pony with something very similar. This is connected to a lion's den, as is the case with Daniel in the lion's den in the Bible, which is actually very similar to this story, because this story mentions somebody being thrown to or put to the beasts, or the lion in this case, where somebody tries to make the lion harm Androcles. But just like in the Bible with Daniel, the lion doesn't harm them because the kindness he gave to it in this story or in the Bible, the protection of God. It even says here that Androcles was condemned to be thrown to the lions. The story is also similar in the Bible because the reason he was thrown to the lions is because he wasn't supporting this king, because the king or something banned the worship of all gods and anyone except the king, unlike Daniel, who followed God instead. So he was sent to the lions. All these stories feature lions not being harmful to the ones they are near. Yet we can also see there's another similar story with Saint Jerome. It says one day he and his monks were sitting to enjoy the cool evening at the gates of the monastery when a big lion suddenly appeared walking up to them. The monks were horribly frightened and scampered off as fast as they could to take refuge indoors, similar to what the other characters of My Little Pony. They were frightened of the lion, but Saint Jerome had noticed that as the lion walked, he limped as though in pain, and the saint, who always tried to help those in trouble, waited to see what he could do for the poor animal. The lion came near, and when he was quite close, he had held up one paw and looked plaintively at the men. St. Jerome fearlessly took the paw on his lap and, on examining it, found a large thorn, which he pulled out. These stories are actually showed as representing kindness or to promote kindness, as Fluttershy is the element of kindness. It even says the lion was so grateful and became so attached to his kind doctor, which was the saint who helped him, as the lion does with Fluttershy or the manticore.
Saints are considered saints because they are considered to be those who do good, embodying Fluttershy's trait of kindness.
Oh, you poor little thing. How did you ever get in such bad condition? Don't you worry, Philomena. I'll nurse you back to health as a favor to the...
The episode clip I showed is from My Little Pony, which features Fluttershy taking care of a phoenix named Philomena, which she took from a cage, though not out of malice, since she stole the bird to take care of it, since it seemed sick or harmed, showing that stealing can sometimes be good when done with the right intentions. She is forgiven for what she does around the end of the episode. The episode's name is A Bird in the Hoof, since it references the ancient proverb saying a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, due to a hoof being the equivalent of a human hand on a pony. The name of the phoenix in the episode is also Philomena. The name Philomena actually comes from the name of a saint and martyr who was sentenced to death by a Roman emperor for refusing to stop practicing her Christian faith. The proverb, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, means it is better to have a small benefit than risk something bad to get a better benefit. It can also mean it is better to care for living things than non-living things, or what doesn't have life. The proverb was used in sources coming from what they say is the Middle Ages. It shares similarities with Middle Eastern and Egyptian proverbs. The Bible has this teaching in Ecclesiastes 6:9, which has been known to have the same meaning as a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. So Solomon, who wrote this, is essentially saying it is better to have little and purposely enjoy it than to dream about much and never attain it. Some sources dating to what are called the Middle Ages view the phoenix as symbolic of Christ, because myths about the phoenix say it is a fiery bird which dies and turns to ashes. Then is reborn anew as the phoenix, symbolizing Christ dying, then being resurrected. The elements of harmony also connect to the fruit of the Spirit, which are these 8 divine virtues. Some of them correspond to the elements of harmony, like kindness, which is the element of kindness. But we also see there is faithfulness, like what I said earlier about fate being related to the element of magic. Then there's joy, which is related to laughter. We also know that fruit, like the fruit of the Spirit, grows on trees. In My Little Pony, the elements of harmony are depicted as growing on a tree.
Fluttershy, who tamed the manticore with her compassion, represents the spirit of kindness.
It is even said that Fluttershy has the spirit of kindness, like those who work by the fruit of kindness possess the spirit of kindness from the fruit of the Spirit. Another relation we can find is the Bible saying, "Ye shall know them by their fruits," meaning that you will know if somebody is good or bad by what they produce, or by their fruits, or their spiritual fruits, or their deeds that you can see what they do, if they're good or bad. The good fruits can represent the goodness of the elements of harmony. This is also connected to the element of honesty, because in the Bible it says, beware of the false prophets, and that you will know them by their fruit. So those who are the false prophets teach lies, you will know them by their fruits, which are fruits of lying, which are bad fruits. But those who teach the truth have good fruits. Therefore, this is like the element of honesty, held by Applejack, who is associated with apples that are fruits. We further see a connection with what are called the sevenly heaven virtues, or seven virtues, which are the opposite of the seven deadly sins. One of these virtues is diligence. In the show, Applejack is depicted as being a hard worker, therefore somebody who possesses diligence. We can also see that kindness is one of these virtues. There are 7 of these virtues, which are around the number or the exact number of elements of harmony in certain sources. But there's another one that says charity, like rarity is the element of generosity. Other characters can also be matched with the 7 heavenly virtues, as can be seen here. Fluttershy is associated with sharing kindness with all creatures and beings in My Little Pony, showing what is taught in the Bible that says in Mark, it says, he said unto them, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. So sharing the gospel with every creature. The word gospel actually derives from the term good news. So when people spread the gospel and share it with others, as Jesus told us to do, they are sharing the good news with others. So they are sharing what is good. So they are sharing kindness. I think when Jesus said this, he wanted people to spread the doctrine of being kind to one another and teaching others to be good. Also notice how Fluttershy, having the shoes of the gospel of peace, is having the shoes of the good news of peace.
Sometimes we all just need to be shown a little kindness.
That is so true, because words matter, and a faithful compliment, an encouraging word, or an affirmation of a person's gift is powerful good news. See how they are wearing these necklaces around their necks? These necklaces actually represent their elements of harmony. In the book of Proverbs, it says, let not mercy and truth, which are basically the same as kindness and honesty, forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck, write them upon the table of thine heart.
This can be viewed as spiritually wearing mercy and truth. Therefore, I do not think the real elements of harmony are physical objects, but that My Little Pony is showing a cartoonized version and what is symbolic of spiritual forces.
While some people might have a stronger connection to a certain element, I think everybody can access the power of the divine forces which the elements of harmony are based on. By accessing the good found deep within everyone in ways that are not in vain and seek true goodness. Seeing the elements of harmony are these powerful virtues which can be viewed as something that is divine or are divine. We can find a connection to the chakra system because the chakras are viewed as spiritual energy centers represented by divine virtues. The third eye chakra is the spiritual eye in our forehead. This chakra has long been associated with psychic powers such as the ability to see into the future and see spirits, as well as other psychic abilities. It has a connection to knowledge and imagination because it is located in the forehead where the brain is, which is connected to knowledge. In this case, inner knowledge or spiritual knowledge related to other types of knowledge. In My Little Pony, Twilight Sparkle is the element of magic. Since magic is related to psychic powers, because psychic powers are basically the same thing as magic or magical powers, this means that her element of magic represents and is the third eye chakra. She is also depicted as somebody who loves knowledge, such as her interest in books. Personally, I feel knowledge is only good if it is true knowledge, and good knowledge. But either way, I think her love of this knowledge represents her connection to the third eye chakra. Notice that she is either depicted as a unicorn or winged unicorn, depending on the episode, but she is shown as having magic that comes from her horn. The horn of a unicorn is located in the same place where the third eye chakra is located, on the forehead, so I think unicorns get their magic from the third eye chakra. Twilight sparkle is this purple color, just like in some depictions of the third eye chakra, it is a purple or indigo color that is like purple. So why would something like magic be associated with harmony? Is magic inherently good? Well, I don't think magic is inherently good. I think it's a tool that can be used for bad and good. But if we use magic for good purposes, then it can be used to bring good and harmony. Though the element of magic can also represent belief in stuff, like belief in magic or belief in other stuff, like believing in oneself to accomplish things, including what is good. We can see here and in other sources that the throat chakra is blocked by lies, but it deals with truth, which opens it and keeps it balanced. In fact, it is related to people speaking the truth with their throat, because it is located in the throat where people speak the truth. But when they speak lies, it can become blocked or spiritually blocked. Many people may not want to tell the truth because of the stuff they might gain by lying in selfish ways, or because they are embarrassed to tell the truth or scared to tell the truth, or don't want to tell the truth for other bad or harmful reasons. However, I assure you that the truth is better than lies. They say the truth hurts. I think lies hurt more. I think this is also related to how groups like the Illuminati want to spiritually destroy people by blocking their throat chakra, by making them believe these lies. The throat chakra is associated and near the third eye chakra, which is associated with magic. So they don't want us to believe in magic and these mythical creatures. So they lie about them not existing, so they are able to weaken people's throat chakra and third eye chakra by lying, by saying it doesn't exist. So they weaken people's spiritual faith of the third eye chakra and the spiritual truth of the throat chakra by telling these lies. Applejack's element of honesty corresponds to this chakra. Now let's focus on the heart chakra. This chakra has long been associated with kindness and caring for others in compassionate ways. Its location is in the heart. That's why it's called the heart chakra. The heart has long been a symbol of love and caring for others, therefore kindness. So we see a connection with Fluttershy and her element of kindness. Not only does she love her friends and strangers, she also loves animals, which she takes care of. The heart chakra has been associated with connecting with nature and being in tune with nature. Its color is green, which represents the green plants of nature. We also find that it is therefore associated with caring for nature, including loving and caring for the animals and plants of nature. This chakra is blocked by the negativity of harming animals, such as the consumption of meat, which harms the animals, which the meat is taken from. A plant-based diet will help with this. to cause less suffering for animals. Thus, veganism will help open this chakra and also help the animals. Not only that, to be better in tune with nature and help animals, it is good to lower down on or completely stop harmful consumerism, because such consumerism harms the environment due to the environment being destroyed and animals being killed in order to get the materials for these products, as well as these products going to waste and ending back up in the environment and destroying it. It is better to be at peace with nature than to be controlled by corrupt corporations which harm the environment, not caring about the destruction they cause. Choosing to care for living creatures rather than selfish desires and other forms of what is harmful is the better thing to do and the good thing to do. We can see this reflected in Fluttershy, who cares about all the animals, including some many even don't like, such as bears, which are often harmful, but is still good to care for them, as well as insects, which people think just don't matter, and step on them all the time or harm them in other ways because they don't like them. Yet, it is good to care for all beings, rather than not think about actions that could cause harm to these beings, such as meat consumption, consumerism that harms these types of beings in many different ways, selfishness and hate and all this other stuff. Fluttershy is also shown as caring for and understanding her friends, as well as being kind to them or giving to them, rather than turning to anger or hate or selfishness. I think this is good, and what anyone who is good would do in real life too. Many think it is better to care for themselves, or they care for themselves more than others for some reason, but I think it is good to consider others and care for them just as much as one would care for themselves. Which I think this should apply to everyone, including all people and animals and other beings, which we should love out of pure kindness and not for selfish or bad reasons. Then we have the solar plexus chakra. If we look at some of the associations for the solar plexus chakra, we can see here that says it is a seat of your emotional life. Feelings of personal power, laughter, joy are associated with this centaur. In My Little Pony, Pinkie Pie is associated with the element of laughter. Therefore, this associates her with this element. But she is also depicted as someone who is often happy and wants to make others happy and make them remain happy. So she has an association with joy too, like the chakra. I think laughter is actually something that can be very powerful and good, but that's only if this type of laughter is good laughter, like if we are laughing with others instead of at others, or laughing for good reasons instead of laughing because bad is happening. Looking at associations with this chakra, we can see that it is associated with those who are playful, spontaneous, and have a sense of humor, like humor related to laughter, but also being playful. Pinkie Pie is shown as someone who is playful and doesn't take things too serious, or like someone who is carefree, like what is associated with the chakra. It is not always good to take everything serious. Sometimes it is good to be playful instead, finding joy in the small things of life and anything else. Oh, she is also often depicted as being energetic and upbeat, which are other associations the chakra has. Ever heard the saying, laughter is the best medicine? This saying can actually be traced back to the book of Proverbs in the Bible, as you can see here. Making me think laughter has magical healing abilities, especially since this has even been proven in modern science that laughter improves people's health and can even sometimes heal certain issues people have. Next we have the sacral chakra. Rarity represents the element of generosity in My Little Pony. However, she was originally going to be another element that we can see here. It says, Rarity was originally the element of inspiration, but this was considered too tough for kids to wrap their heads around. So they made her into the element of generosity. Yes, I do think generosity is definitely something spiritual and powerful, but I do not think the specific element of harmony, which is now generosity, was originally or go be generosity, or that the real elements of harmony contain a separate generosity and kindness. I think the real elements of harmony, both generosity and kindness, are the same, and they are the heart chakra, because generosity and kindness are very related. I definitely do think rarities. Generosity is symbolic of many things, such as Christ's love, but I think the element of generosity with rarity and the element of kindness with Fluttershy are actually the same in real life, and that the real element of harmony that the being rarity is based on possesses is the element of inspiration, like inspiring people to do what is good. The sacral chakra is sometimes associated with inspiration, as we can see here and elsewhere. It says vital energy and inspiration, which is its associations. Then we have the root chakra, which this chakra is the lowest of the chakras. It's called the root chakra because it connects people to the earth. Like it's connecting people to others with roots that like connecting to the earth. So it is attaching people to others. In this way, it can represent loyalty, because when you are loyal to someone, you stand by their side loyally instead of turning to vain desires or other stuff instead. This is like being attached to someone, like what the root chakra is associated with. We can see in places like this root chakra is associated with loyalty. Then we can see these associations elsewhere, like here, where we can even see this is connected to the root chakra being related to its connection to earth. It says it represents qualities like stability, security, endurance, loyalty, perseverance, and connection to earth, reflecting Rainbow Dash's element of loyalty. And her determination to stay loyal to her friends. The colors of the rainbow are first violet or pink, then indigo or purple, then blue, then green, yellow, orange, red. This is the same color pattern of the chakra system, because we can see here there's the violet or pink, then the indigo or purple, then there's the blue, green, yellow, orange, red. When they activate the elements of harmony, they launch this rainbow, which resembles a double helix, which looks similar to the Kundalini activation related to opening the chakras and balancing them, which is this snake-like energy that rises up out from the chakras, then goes upwards. Hindu beliefs say the Kundalini energy flows through two streams intertwined with each other around the central axis of the body, then bursts out through the topmost chakra, so it goes up out of the head, matching what we saw in My Little Pony, where the rainbow shot out of them upwards. We also saw that it was a rainbow, just like the rainbow colors of the chakras and this Kundalini energy going through the chakras. Next we get this scene where we can see Twilight Sparkle's eyes glowing with light while the elements of harmony are activated, possibly representing the spiritual glowing light that comes from the chakras when they are opened and balanced. Like what is known to happen. Experiences people report of rainbow kundalini energy traveling through their chakra system, then out of the top of their head, resembles how the rainbow came out of the top of the tree. When the ponies learn certain lessons that help them more deeply connect with their elements, they sometimes get rainbow glowing eyes. Matching experiences some people report having during kundalini awakenings, when they witness an inner light or spark within their eyes. Then we can find a connection to this rainbow with symbolism of the unicorn and the rainbow together, which was done since at least the Victorian era. Hindu tradition features a sun god named Surya who has 7 horses, which are said to be colors of the rainbow, which are violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red, as we see here. But these horses are also associated with the chakras, like how in My Little Pony they have an association with the chakras, and they're also these colors. These 7 are associated with the 7-head horse Anshe Shravis. But what about the 7th crown chakra? Aren't there only 6 elements of harmony? Well, I think in reality there are actually 7 elements of harmony, but that it was changed to 6 elements of harmony in the fiction. Even after My Little Pony Friendship is Magic ended, there were never 7 elements of harmony shown, but only 6 elements of harmony shown. However, there seems to be some occurrences that might prove there are actually 7 elements of harmony. Like in this image right here, you can see 7 thrones. 6 of these thrones belong to the characters who wield the elements of harmony, but there's a 7th throne, indicating this might belong to somebody who possesses a 7th element of harmony. In the second episode of My Little Pony, you can see these objects that are meant to represent the elements of harmony. We see 6 small ones, but in the middle there's a 7th larger one that could represent a 7th element of harmony. The G4 show is called My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. So just like the elements of harmony are depicted as being magic, friendship is too. Indicating friendship is the 7th element of harmony. Friendship is related to people being friends with one another and connecting with others in positive ways, just like the crown chakra represents connection with all things, as well as connections to higher realms and consciousness, which are positive. The elements of harmony are depicted as crystals with different colors. Some depictions show them with these colors, while others show them with these other colors. While they don't perfectly match the chakra system colors, I think this might show that they represent different colors of the rainbow that are the chakras. This can also be linked to healing crystals and the fact crystals can contain spiritual energy as well as be used for magic, since these crystals are associated with the chakras in some traditions. Also notice how the element of harmony belonging to Twilight Sparkle is a crown, unlike the others, which makes me think it might represent the crown chakra, while the 6 points of the star on this crown represent the other chakras, but the crown holds them all together, just like friendship associated with the crown chakra connects people together. The Bible says, iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. This indicates friendship is powerful because iron is tough and powerful, just like in this verse is relating this to one's friend, therefore indicating friendship is powerful. Like in My Little Pony, there is the magic of friendship, which demonstrates the power of friendship. G5 teaches that true friendship has power, so I think fake friendships and harmful friendships don't have power and are actually weakening people, but that real, good, true friendship is magical. Ancient cultures considered knowledge or enlightenment related to knowledge to be powerful. Many think secret societies hide knowledge from people by telling them lies and making them not know about stuff and making them believe false stuff instead of true knowledge in order to weaken people because knowledge is power. In G5 of My Little Pony, we can hear something similar.
What is knowledge? It's power!
Then who is meant to represent this seventh element of harmony? I'm not sure. It might be a pony that is in the show or a pony that is not in the show. But if I had to guess, I would assume it would be Starlight Glimmer, because she is depicted as sitting on one of the thrones belonging to the elements of harmony, and for other reasons. At first, she was depicted as being bad before becoming good. She is depicted as being taught about friendship by the others, including Twilight Sparkle, meaning this might be related to her representing the element of friendship. Before that, she was depicted as being the governor of this town, where she would try to make everyone be equal or conform with one another or be the same and get the same stuff. In My Little Pony, this is depicted as being bad and called an equality cult, because if people, or ponies in this case, be the same, then they are not unique and they do not have differences. Therefore, they are not truly free. Equality or being equal, or what is claimed to be equality, can also be used to trick or harm people. We can see stuff like communism, which was actually a dictatorship disguised as equality, and modern politicians promote stuff like socialism, which they claim it's about being equal or giving equality to people, but it's really about control and creating these dictatorships, like the equality cultists who are the Illuminati. They are governments who claim to support equality for people, but are really trying to control people with secret agendas. The fact they are depicted as being made to conform with each other in dull and harmful ways shows parallels to the movie They Live. In this film, the protagonist puts on these glasses and is able to see the truth about the world. We can even see what he sees is these signs. One of them even says conform, like someone trying to make others conform in a controlling way, like trying to make them be equal with each other or be the same instead of being different. In the movie, this is actually done by these sinister beings who are disguised as humans which control governments and are related to the Illuminati. The concept of an equality cult also sounds like how leftist social justice movements which claim to be about equality are actually cults or cultish and are used to discriminate against people and cause hatred and other forms of negativity, rather than true equality and harmony for all. If we look at flags of groups that claim to support human rights that are secretly really trying to control and harm people, we see they look like this equal symbol. After Starlight Glimmer becomes good and is reformed, she turns from her old ways, then decides to do what's good instead. But in the background, you can see she is now against the equality cult. This indicates that the ponies are opposed to ideologies based on discrimination and other forms of negativity, falsely claim to be about equality, even if they are depicted as being different due to deception. Since anyone who seeks true harmony legitimately would care for all people and beings, rather than being controlled by leftists and other types of political groups seeking to cause negativity in the guise of equality that those with an open mind can see through. It is known as a cult of equality, like a satanic cult. Rather than giving attention to true issues of equality like hunger, human trafficking, and various others, the leftist cultists will focus on issues that either do not exist or are harmful for others, often fighting for made-up identities such as transgender and various others, coming from a low vibration and hatred, seeming to care more about insulting those who are against them than solving real issues, and acting hateful to those who disagree with them. Many who fall into these movements have a cult-like attitude. But this does not mean the identities, including the real ones and the fake ones they used to discriminate against others and cause hatred towards others, are inherently bad. It's only bad when they use them as an excuse for hatred, which most of them do. But inherently, they are not bad. All forms of discrimination are bad, though. Thus, I think it is good to love and care for those with such identities, and allow them to be who they are, as long as they don't use them in harmful ways, such as discriminate against those who are not them, or doing other harmful stuff not inherent to themselves. There are other indications that there are 7 elements of harmony. Like if we look at the cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle, we see it is a 6-point star surrounded by 5 other stars. The big star in the middle represents the element of magic which Twilight Sparkle has, and the other 5 stars represent the other 5 elements of harmony, making 6 elements of harmony. However, this is only how it looks in most of the show. There is a scene in My Little Pony where we can see it looking different. Like this scene here that you can see, there's this star, but it's the symbol of Twilight's cutie mark, but if you count the stars on it, you see there is one big star in the middle, but it's surrounded by 6 stars, unlike in the other depictions, indicating there are actually 7 elements of harmony. In this image, you can also see something similar where there are 6 stars surrounding the larger star, indicating 7 elements of harmony. Sometimes the elements of harmony are depicted as crystals. In depictions like this, there are only 6 of them. Yet, in other depictions, like this, we see 6 of them surrounding a star which represents a 7th element. The G1 toys and show feature Twilight Sparkle. In different depictions of this show and these toys, there are different ways of how her cutie mark is depicted. Sometimes with many different stars, but other times there are other amounts. In this image related to the G1 toys, she has a large middle star in the middle with 6 stars surrounding it that are smaller, equaling 7 stars in total. Again, 6 stars surrounding a larger star can be seen in the background of this episode. I think the real Twilight Sparkle might have a cutie mark that looks different than this, because this big star that has 6 points in the middle could represent 1 star, but this other star that comes out of it with the white parts could represent a 7th smaller star, which is the 7th element of harmony. Also notice how this cutie mark looks like. The Star of David with 6 points, which is related to the Seal of Solomon, which is mentioned in the non-canonical Testament of Solomon that was banned from the Bible by those who want to hide the truth, and also other sources. This symbol was put on a ring used by King Solomon. It had magical powers and he was able to control demons with it. So it corresponds to Twilight Sparkle being related to magic. But if you look at the symbol, it looks like a 6-point star, but there are 6 dots surrounding it, similar to the 5 dots that surround, 5 stars that surround the star cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle in that one version I showed you. But it also looks like the different version I showed you where there are 6 stars that surround the cutie mark star of Twilight Sparkle. Thus, the real Twilight Sparkle might have a cutie mark that looks something like this, even if not entirely the same. Also, in some magical traditions, these 6 dots around the 6-point star actually represent what are called planets. Ancient cultures viewed planets as a type of star, showing a connection to the stars on the cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle. Prior to the main 6 characters of G4, there used to be the core 7 main characters in some G3 media. Some toy sets associated each of them with an inspirational word. Scootaloo is friendship, so I see the crown chakra. Star Song is dreams, or hope that your dreams come true, so I see the 3rd eye chakra associated with the mind where dreams take place. Cheerily is beauty. I see this as inner beauty and outer beauty to an extent, though that is also subjective. We can speak beautiful things with our throat chakra. Sweetie Belle is love, basically kindness as the heart chakra. G3 Pinkie Pie is joy, Laughter and other stuff brings us joy, so I think laughter and other stuff are part of the joy magic Pinkie Pie holds, associated with the upbeat nature of the solar plexus chakra. Tularula is creativity, something many have long associated with the sacral chakra. That leaves the root chakra for Rainbow Dash, who also is associated with hope.
In My Little Pony, Discord is a character who is a hybrid of many different animals, which includes a goat. As you can see, he has this goat horn and goat beard and leg, paralleling Baphomet. He is depicted as someone who tries to lead the ponies astray by convincing them to not follow their elements of harmony, but instead do what is bad, rather than keeping with the elements of harmony and remaining good. He uses various forms of deception to do so, paralleling how demons tempt people to sin with the use of deception. Instead of doing what is good, these spirits will trick people into doing what is bad, seeking to make people filled with hatred and negativity, leading people away from their good side. There is a scene where he tricks Applejack into lying using deception with these apples, showing a connection to the story of Adam and Eve, where the serpent uses a fruit to tempt people into sin. In this case, the sin of bearing false witness, which is lying, that is forbidden by the rules of God due to the harmfulness of lying.
Especially since the fruit tree in the background can show the forbidden fruit tree.
But we all know the truth will set you free from these lies. While no, I do not think the forbidden fruit is an apple, or that the story about it happened like many people say it did, but I do think this is symbolic of someone tempting another into sin.
Similar to the snake in Eden, Discord is a serpent being.
One scene even shows him tricking Rarity into giving away her generous nature to want this diamond instead. She turns into this gray form because of him tricking her to caring for this diamond instead of her friends, representing how people fall into materialism. She turned into this gray form, or negative version of herself, after starting to love this material object more than her friends, like what the Bible says about how the love of money is the root of evil. While money and other material objects are not inherently evil, caring about this stuff or loving it in ways that is selfish or harmful is, in fact, evil spiritually and harmful in other ways. In the end, true happiness is not found in material things like money, which is really only paper, no different than other paper. The same goes for other material objects, which are really just materials and not the source of true happiness. Maybe false happiness, but not true happiness. It is always better to care for living beings rather than material things. Those not caught up in the mindset of this sin know real happiness comes from enjoyment with others and oneself in non-materialistic ways, represented by the true form of rarity, or the element of generosity, the symbolism of the unicorn with innocence and Christ.
Discord actually uses lies to trick Applejack, and I think the other characters, into doing what is bad, as Satan is the father of lies and uses lies to trick people into sin. Such as the example of this water that makes Applejack see a false reality, or what is false and lies, which Discord makes to trick her into doing what is bad. Discord uses lies to turn the ponies into grey forms, which makes them lose their magical powers attached to their elements. Therefore, he weakens their power with his lies, similar to how the Bible says the devil uses his wiles, which is his lies and deception, in ways that can be viewed as spiritually harming people. Yet, according to the Bible, it can be protected from and stop this with the armor of God. The apple puppets controlled by him called the place Applejack's Trick.
The Grove of Truth.
However, these apple puppets are really liars who use mind control to deceive Applejack. As part of Discord's plot to use mind control and deception to deceive the ponies. The theme is repeated when we see other villains such as the Dazzling, Sunset Shimmer, and King Sombra use mind control, as the Illuminati is known to use mind control. So they are running a sinister groove, comparable to the Bohemian groove.
Discord is described as a dragon in Equestria. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he was imprisoned in stone like Satan was imprisoned, but he also looks like he is this serpent-like creature, but he's a dragoness, or however you pronounce it, that is related to the word dragon. He also has equine parts resembling a pony or donkey, as well as parts of other animals. A legendary creature called the Pope Donkey allegedly washed up on the Tiber River a long time ago. This creature had the head of a donkey and also had dragon parts, but was a hybrid of many other creatures. It looks like this serpent-like being. You can even see it has this hybrid leg here and here. It's a donkey, so it's like an equine, like the pony is My Little Pony. Or Discord, who has this equine head, but is also part dragon. He is a hybrid being. It is related to beliefs the papacy was controlled by false prophets, like the Pope. Discord has a gray face, and his name is Discord. A religion called Discordianism considers the idea of what is Discord to be something that is spiritual or even divine, at least sometimes. The central goddess of this religion is Eris, the goddess of Discord, who was also a goddess in ancient Greek mythology long before Discordianism was founded in the 1960s. In Roman mythology, Discordia is a goddess equated with the Greek Eris. Her name literally translates to Discord, and she was the goddess of Discord. So maybe Discord represents multiple beings, including her.
Golden apples appear in Greek mythology and are connected with the goddess Eris. In fact, there is even a golden apple called the Apple of Discord.
That could be connected to Discord using these apples to trick Applejack into lying.
Applejack has 3 apples as her cutie mark. If we look at Greek mythology, we can find a story about the goddess Aphrodite giving 3 golden apples to the mortal named Melanian.
In Discordianism, there are these 2 main goddesses. There is Eris, who is the goddess of Discord, and there is Aneris, who is related to the Greek goddess Harmonia, who is the opposite of Eris in Greek mythology. She was the goddess of harmony, which was viewed as something spiritual by the ancient Greeks. But she is described as being the sister of Eris in the mythology of Discordianism, just like Luna is the sister of Celestia. But here it says, and Eris became jealous of Eris, just like Luna was jealous of Celestia.
The golden apple has now been adopted in the Discordian religion as one of their symbols. Discordianism has a symbol with a golden apple called the sacred chow, which is similar to the yin-yang symbol. If Luna and Celestia represent Aneris and Eris, then the sacred chow symbol being related to the yin-yang symbol could be connected to this image.
Here, we can see here that this symbol is related to what is called the Hodge and Podge. They are 2 sides of the universe, the Podge being disorderly, which is related to disorder, which is connected to the concept of discord. Then it's related to the was called the eristic principle, or the goddess Eris, that says the Hodge being orderly, and Eranistic, which is related to the order of harmony. Just like in My Little Pony, harmony is seen as something that is magical, or divine, or maybe even spiritual. So if there are two sides of the universe, and one is harmony and one is discord, then that means harmony is some type of force that operates the universe. Some Discordians believe only discord is good. However, others see both harmony and discord as having good and bad traits depending on the situation or what is related to it. Like, harmony can be good, they say, if it keeps things in order that causes people to not harm others as some type of control. Yet can be bad if this order keeps people stuck and not free, while discord is disorderly, which allows people to be free and not be controlled by order. That can also be bad when people get too out of order and start causing harm. Though if order and disorder are balanced correctly, then this makes what is perfectly good, allowing order to keep things in control in a positive way, but also allowing people to be free without too much order. Reminds me of the My Little Pony episode called Discordant Harmony, representing a balance of discord and harmony. My Little Pony depicts discord as being bad, then later becoming good, which might be related to this. Or at least the concept of discord itself, but the specific being discord is based on likely did not become good. Golden apple symbolism can even be found in My Little Pony.
Applejack, the princess's golden apple tree!
While not all Discordians accept belief in truths labeled conspiracy theories, there were some during the 1970s that helped start the truther movement by exposing what are labeled conspiracy theories to the public, such as those related to the Illuminati controlling the world, the assassination of JFK, and numerous others. We can find this in books like the Illuminati trilogy, which was said to be fiction originally. However, some Discordians actually consider the Illuminati trilogy to be based on truth, some even using it as a sacred religious text. Especially since this is associated with Discordianism, the Golden Apple, as well as well-called fiction and non-fiction works. The main scripture of the Discordians is what is called the Principia Discordia, which mentions a concept called the Curse of Greyface and the related entity called Greyface. It has a gray face like a Discord from My Little Pony. In the Illuminatus trilogy, this being is called Gruad Greyface. He is said to be a mutant scientist from the time of Atlantis, who was related to the founding of the Illuminati. He sends his agents to cause people to do bad stuff, similar to Discord in My Little Pony. They are known as the Agents of Greyface, or Gruad Greyface. But if he is said to be this type of experiment that made him into a mutant, so this could mean he was some type of hybrid experiment, like Discord is a hybrid being, with a gray face like Gruad Greyface. Here we can see Discord on a throne with horns that has this red color, like the devil having a red color and horns. He's also above a checkered floor, similar to those used by Freemasons, and what is found in imagery related to Discordianism. The first episode of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic depicts the elements of harmony looking like this. Notice the colors and shapes? They parallel the Platonic solids, which are geometric shapes that were considered special by the ancient Greeks. While depictions vary, some depictions even match the colors we see with elements of harmony in My Little Pony. We can see here the ancient Greeks related these solids to the classical elements. According to ancient Greek philosophy, the entire universe is composed of these elements at the fundamental level. They are earth, air, fire, water, and the fifth element called ether that fills the heavenly realm above earth. While the Greeks only had 5 elements, there are other cultures which unfortunately have been overshadowed by history due to Western centrism that feature 6 or 7 elements that the universe is composed of, corresponding to the 6 or 7 elements of harmony. One example being Mahayana Buddhism, which has 7 elements of earth, fire, water, wind, emptiness, consciousness, and perception. But the thing is, they were called elements, just like the elements of harmony are called elements. So there are some relation to these elements. Thus, this supports the idea that the very fabric of existence and reality itself is made up of some type of divine virtues connected to the elements of harmony. In some Islamic traditions, the name, or one of the 99 names of Allah, is, I don't know if I pronounced this right, Al-Haq, which can mean the truth or absolute truth. Here we can see this name of Allah or God is used to refer to Allah as the ultimate reality, or reality itself, just like we can view the element of honesty as what reality is composed of. Islamic tradition further shows that truth is reality. It's like what is true is what is reality. But here it says, the Quran proclaims that truth is the very fabric of existence. And it says, we have created the heavens and earth only according to truth, because truth in the Quran and Islamic tradition is viewed as something that existed prior to the world, and that the very fabric of the universe can be viewed as something made of truth.
The large 6-pointed star of Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark in the middle represents the 6 elements of harmony with its 6 points, while the star itself can be viewed as a 7th element of harmony. In sacred geometry, Metatron's cube is a symbol associated with the Archangel Metatron, which represents the structure of reality and the interconnectedness of all things. So it's like what reality is made out of. It has 6 circles or points at the end of it, making it a type of 6-pointed star. But in some depictions, you can even see the shapes of the Platonic solids at the ends of these star points. In fact, there are sources that relate it to the Platonic solids, therefore showing a connection to Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark, representing the elements of harmony and how these elements of harmony are what make up existence itself.
The ancient Greek philosopher Empedocles taught that the world is made up of the elements earth, air, water, and fire, but that these elements are made of and operated by 2 forces he called love and strife. We can see here that he associated these 4 elements with the structure of the world, but then says the 4 elements are both eternally brought into union and parted from one another by divine powers, love and strife. Now he associated them with 2 goddesses. There's, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, it says Nikos, which is another name or someone related to the goddess Eris, as you can see here. And in Greek mythology, she is the goddess of strife and discord. So the strife is related to discord. Then it says the love is the force of love. Eris is associated with the force of strife, but the force of love is associated with the goddess Pilotes, who is actually the goddess of friendship. Like in My Little Pony, there's the magic of friendship. But then you see here in this image, it says the pure domain of strife is on one side, or chaos, like discord makes chaos. It says on the other side of this universal cycle, there's the pure domain of love, harmony, like the elements of harmony, which this is supporting. And it also says love, like the love or the kindness of the elements of harmony, like Fluttershy's element of kindness, indicating the universe is operated by love, which goes through some cosmic cycle in which chaos happens according to the beliefs of him.
The Kabbalistic Tree of Life from the Kabbalah is a sacred diagram used in Jewish esoteric tradition. On this diagram, there are 10 of what are called Sephirites, which represent different emanations of God. They represent divine powers of the soul, as well as spiritual virtues and worlds, as well as the structural forces of nature. In this depiction from My Little Pony of the elements of harmony, they are in a pattern that looks similar to the top part of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Here the elements of harmony are seen in a similar depiction on what is called the Tree of Harmony. We can see they have Twilight Sparkle's element in the middle, and then the other 5 elements surrounding it in a similar pattern to the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. But beneath these elements, you see the sun and moon symbol with a star, similar to the Islamic star and crescent symbol, but there's a sun and moon symbol which represents Celestia and Luna. We can find some depictions of the Kabbalah that look like this, like what we can see here with the Kabbalistic Tree of Life.
We have these 5 top parts that represent the 5 elements of harmony, or 5 of them. Then this middle part right here, that's Twilight Sparkle's element. Then beneath it, you can see this one that says it represents the sun, just like the sun was beneath those elements. But on the My Little Pony depiction, beneath the sun was the moon, like we can see here. It is a tree, just like the Tree of Life is a tree, and the name Tree of Harmony sounds similar to Tree of Life. But the Tree of Harmony is connected to the treehouse castle of Twilight Sparkle because it sends out this chest that's like a seed for this large tree. Some theories connecting the world's mesas and large rock formations to the giant trees and their stumps propose that the Tree of Life was one of these huge trees due to a lot of evidence. My Little Pony depicts the elements of harmony growing on the Tree of Harmony as crystals. In some sources, the Kalpa-vriksha trees are described as having coral flowers, gemstone buds, and diamond fruit. The world's tallest tree in the world is located in California. It is actually off limits to the public. Many think that this is because it has some type of connection to the giant trees in the past which were cut down. Thus, those who are making people not be allowed to visit it are hiding secrets about it. But beneath this tree, there is this underground, like cave-like place with a lot of crystals in it that you're not allowed to visit. Some have proposed the roots of the tree are actually growing crystals from it, as well as that this might be related to crystals found beneath mesas and rock formations that are actually giant tree stumps. Perhaps these old depictions are actually showing what used to grow on trees in the past. The Sephirites on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life could also be showing this. Farther looking at depictions of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, you can see it is sometimes said to represent harmony. You see here it says harmony, which is what it represents. But if you look at the part located right here, it says loving kindness, matching the loving kindness of Fluttershy's element. Here is a zoomed in image, if that was not visible. Taking the image I just showed into consideration, then Fluttershy's element of kindness should be located here. However, it is located over here. But that's only if you're looking at it from this direction. If you're looking at the tree from the other direction, it will be located in the same place. The Kabbalistic Tree of Life is sometimes linked to the 6-pointed Star of David, connecting the Sephirotes or being depicted on one of them. Like the cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle on the Tree of Harmony connects the Sephirotes, or the elements of harmony. In depictions like this, we can even see it has a 6-pointed star. In some versions, such as this, we see one Sephirite in the middle, then it is surrounded by 6 others, forming a 6-pointed star. But this Sephirite is called Dot. It is associated with knowledge. You know, Twilight Sparkle is interested in learning knowledge from books and stuff. Twilight Sparkle's element of harmony is depicted as a 6-pointed star in the middle of the tree of harmony, but it is surrounded by the other elements, matching what we saw on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Notice how the bottom Sephirite on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life is called Malkut? As you can see here, its name translates to kingdom in Hebrew. It is viewed as step 1 out of 10 steps to connecting with God in a positive spiritual way. Yet, in My Little Pony, there is this chest that grows from the roots of the Tree of Harmony, so it is at the bottom of the tree because it is at its roots, just like Malkut is at the bottom of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. We even see that this chest is opened up in an episode of My Little Pony called Twilight's Kingdom Part 2, so this name of kingdom is connected to it. The 3 pillars of Sikhism are holy moral teachings. There's Nam Japa, which is to remember Wahiguru, who is the equivalent of God, similar to Dikar. Then there is
Vand Chako, which is sharing is caring, or sharing with others. Some Sikhs actually they give out free meals and they share it with others, and they also share wealth and possessions, knowledge, and other stuff. Fluttershy is about sharing kindness. Then there is the other pillar, which is Carrot Caro, be honest. Applejack is honest. She is also depicted as a hard worker, and this pillar of honesty is also associated with working honestly and hard work. Twilight Sparkle can be linked to the first pillar of Sikhism, because magic has historically been associated with the spirit world and still is. So since this pillar is meditating and remembering God, it is focusing on the spiritual. Sikhs also have what are called the 5 virtues, which include love and compassion, as does the elements of harmony include generosity and kindness. There is also honesty, which matches the virtue here of truth. Then there is laughter, which is related to happiness, which matches contentment, which is also related to happiness. Buddhists follow the 5 precepts, which says here, I observe refraining from killing any living beings, as Fluttershy avoids harm towards any of the animals. Then it says, I observe refraining from taking what does the owner not give. This is also in the Bible where it says, thou shalt not steal in the 10 Commandments. Rarity, she is generous, so she doesn't take stuff. She is the opposite of taking, so she is a giver. And this says, I observe refraining from committing sexual misconduct. What loyal people do. Rainbow Dash is the element of loyalty. That says, I observe refraining from telling lies. Applejack's element of honesty. Buddhists also follow the Noble Eightfold Path. With these virtues, there is right view, which is about knowing the truth, therefore a connection to truth and honesty. Then there is right livelihood, respect life. Fluttershy respects the life of different beings. And then it says right action, work for the good of others, so be generous to them, similar to Rarity's element. Resist evil, so be loyal to people and resist evil stuff, bad temptations, or control your thoughts. The loyalty element Rainbow Dash has. Then there is right concentration. You can see it is linked to practicing meditation, which is often done by focusing on the spiritual. So since magic can be used to manipulate the spirit realm, I see a connection to Twilight Sparkle. The 10 Commandments saying, thou shalt not kill, from the Bible also resembles how Fluttershy has respect for life, matched with the commandment to not bear false witness, which is lying. We are starting to get to the elements of harmony. One of the 5 pillars of Islam, which Muslims follow, is zakat, or almsgiving, which is charity, which requires Muslims to share a portion of their possessions with others throughout their lifetime, as Fluttershy shares kindness. In India, there is Jainism, whose followers avoid causing harm to all animals and humans, including stuff like insects. Fluttershy shows love to all animals and beings, including insects and other beings. All this is part of the moral principles that are the 5 vows of Jainism, including ahimsa, that means non-violence. But there is another vow called satya, truthfulness. I see Applejack's honesty. Plus one of these vows is no stealing, which is what generous beings such as rarely live by. Some Hindu sects have what are called the 10 yamas, which sometimes represent honesty, as in Applejack, and compassion, as in Fluttershy. Occasionally, self-study and spiritual study is included among these virtues, but also reflection on a higher power, which may or may not relate to Twilight Sparkle's love of studying with her books and stuff, and her connection to powerful magic. Oh, and part of this is contentment, which is a state of happiness. So, it is linked to the joy of laughter, Pinkie Pie's element. Virtues like these were sometimes imagined as a tree, matching the tree of harmony. Among these virtues is Satya, which we can see here. It means truth. In Hindu tradition, Satya is more than just the literal truth. It is an all-encompassing commitment to truthfulness. In Hindu philosophy, Satya is often associated with the divine, as the elements of harmony are powerful and magical as what is divine is known to be. It says, reflecting the internal and unchanging reality that underlies the universe. As I said earlier about truth being a fundamental building block of the universe. And these virtues were actually practiced to prevent the distortion of reality, meaning it makes sense for them to be magical and affect things, such as reality. The ancient Greeks followed xenia, which they considered to be a sacred moral principle, which required everyone to be welcoming of guests. They were required to provide stuff like shelter, food, and other stuff, while the guest was required to be courteous and respect the host, providing stuff to them, and also give the host stuff like knowledge and other stuff. It was considered a reciprocal relationship between them, so they were each being kind to one another. This is not like the modern concept of people like paying somebody at a hotel to stay somewhere, then gain something in return. It was a principle people were expected to follow out of kindness. So the guest and the host were both being kind to one another and giving stuff to one another, not to get something in return by giving them something, not like modern trade where you give something and get something in return. This was not done for benefits of them. It was done to benefit both of them, not just to get something that benefits them. It's done out of respect for both of them, so they are sharing kindness with one another. This is what Fluttershy teaches, to share kindness. Since they are both giving something to one another out of respect for one another, so they are sharing love with one another, rather than gaining something from one another. Everyone was required to follow this principle, and they were required to do it to those who were strangers and those who were not. Pretty much everyone who was willing to follow it. It says here, xenia is hospitality, the guest/host relationship protected by Zeus Xenios, the aspect of King Zeus, who presides over strangers' friendliness and compassion. So Zeus protected this principle. So if he protects it, it means it's some type of force or something that is not just a concept. You know, the elements of harmony are the same. They're like this magical force. Then this farther goes on to talk about the host, whether in a state or the head of a household, is obligated to provide protection for the traveler, which includes food, shelter, facility for bathing. It also includes other stuff. It says only once the traveler had first eaten was come to could they be asked questions such as their name. However, this is reciprocal, so this is like sharing kindness with one another. So the guest likewise holds their own obligations of being humble and courteous, and not be a burden. This was done out of respect for one another, and not to gain stuff from one another, like the modern concept of somebody buying something from a host to like stay at a hotel or something. Here it says that xenia is almost always translated as guest friendship or ritualized friendship. So it is some type of friendship ritual, which I think makes sense that the elements of harmony and friendship associated with them is magical. Probably have heard about magical rituals. about this where Zeus has an association with this Xenia. It says, in addition to his control over the elements, Zeus is also the protector of justice and order. Order can mean harmony because harmony is like a type of order. And it says he is often referred to as Zeus Xenios or Zeus Horkios, emphasizing his role as the guardian of hospitality and oaths. To make oaths means to agree to telling the truth, so it resembles Applejack's honesty. But the name of Zeus Horkios has ties to the Greek god Horkos, associated with Oates, who is the son of Ares. I see more relations. Different verses of the Bible talk about that what you want others to do to you, you should do to them too, because it is good to be kind to them, as it is good for them to be kind to you. These verses talk about being kind to others as others should be kind to you. This is done out of kindness for one another and not to gain anything. So it is sharing kindness. Reflecting Fluttershy, sharing kindness. It can be considered reciprocal kindness with one another, so it is sharing kindness. In My Little Pony, Pinkie Pie is depicted as someone who makes and likes sweets and candy. She is also the element of laughter, and someone who seeks to make others happy and laugh. Budai, nicknamed the Laughing Buddha, is said to be a 10th century Chinese Buddhist monk who would not take life too seriously and laugh a lot. He would try to spread laughter and joy to others. Some people even said his unusual laughter was contagious. But what I said, we can see he greatly resembles Pinkie Pie, because it says here, in stories of him, this is his other name he's known by, it says, in life stories portrayed this name he's known by, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, it says, as an eccentric being who traveled from town to town, spreading laughter and joy wherever he went. He pulled sweets from his sack for children, food for the hungry, rice plants for the poor, and medicine for the sick. Then he was associated with smiles, but he is also associated with laughter and generosity and happiness. The elements of harmony, including the element of laughter, are viewed as a magical force, similar to some beliefs about laughter associated with the Laughing Buddha. It says here, the Laughing Buddha represents the joyful being within us, released when we see the truth of what we are, when we penetrate the emptiness and see through the patterns of suffering that have held our minds for decades. It represents freedom available to each of us and the joy of letting go of attachment to personal identity. Many people have reported laughing hysterically for hours after seeing the truth of pure being. They laugh because the energy itself is joy. They laugh because the truth was right in front of them all along. They laughed in relief as the dregs of being a spiritual seeker fall away. Let the Laughing Buddha be your inspiration and your hope. Find the truth within yourself and be willing to laugh at how you have been entangled in a dance that you thought was all there, and enjoy the freedom of falling out of who you thought you were. And be willing to laugh as well when you return back into life, recognizing your role in the game unfolding before you. So it's associated with truth too. The Laughing Buddha is associated with boundless joy, so some type of force that this laughter and the happiness related to it is. His practice of not taking life too seriously also reflects how Pinkie Pie is depicted as not taking things too seriously in My Little Pony, laughing things away and finding joy. Oh, some people get figures of the Laughing Buddha. They are believed to have some type of power that can dispel negativity and bring happiness or laughter, inviting positive energy into the places where they get these figures. So I see some type of happiness and laughter magic. In Buddhist tradition, there are 4 sacred virtues. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but they are called Brahma Vihara. They're also known as the 4 immeasurables or 4 infinite minds. That means these virtues are something that is infinite, therefore they need to be something that is great or powerful. They're also associated with abodes of Brahma, which are spiritual realms. Meaning these virtues are something that are spiritually great or powerful, like the elements of harmony. And one of them is loving kindness or benevolence, like Fluttershy's element of kindness. And there's compassion, which also corresponds to an element, or Rearday's element of generosity. Then empathetic joy, like the joy of laughter from Pinkie Pie, who is the element of laughter. Then equanimity is the 4th one, but if we look here, it says that this is one of 4 sublime states, or the spiritual states people can reach. The part of this called Mudita is sympathetic joy, which means to be joyful of good happening to others, corresponding to Pinkie Pie seeking to make others happy, and her herself being happy when they are happy. The ancient Chinese philosophy and way of life called Confucianism accepted what were called the 4 cardinal principles and 8 virtues. Listed among these 8 virtues are loyalty, I see rainbow dashes, element of loyalty, then filial piety. Someone who is pious is like religious, or they focus on something spiritual, such as those who focus on magic, corresponding to Twilight Sparkle's element of magic, because spiritual beings are associated with magic. Then there's benevolence and love. Rarity and Fluttershy are kindness and generosity. Then honesty, definitely Applejack. Justice. Then we see harmony, so this is connecting this to the elements of harmony. Then it says, and peace. Some groups of Taoists and others in ancient China considered there to be 5 elements. We know the elements of harmony are elements, but these elements were water. They associate them with different virtues in different systems. But in this system, it's water as wisdom, then there's wood as kindness, Fluttershy is kindness, and fire, orderliness. Harmony is a type of order, then earth, faithfulness. What I said about faith earlier. Then there's metal, appropriateness. This system of 5 elements was actually used to represent many different things. There was virtues and vices and other stuff. Here we see more connections because the elements here says it's the virtue of it is motivation of wood, then it's joy of fire. You know, Pinkie Pie's laughter is joy. Then there's planning, compassion as in kindness. There's also caution. The section up here lists mental virtues, which includes, it's honesty again. Then there's also mind, rationality, and intuition. Intuition is sometimes associated with psychic powers and what is spiritual, corresponding to Twilight Sparkle's element of magic, also associated with that stuff. There's also mind, which is related to knowledge. She is known to be someone who enjoys learning stuff with knowledge. And there are these others too. Even more virtues are listed here, which includes benevolence, idle Fluttershy's kindness, already is generosity, then propriety, then fidelity. Next is righteousness. What I said about righteousness earlier comes to mind. There's also wisdom. The Chinese zodiac features what is called the Year of the Horse, part of a 12-year cycle that is associated with each of these elements, being connected to a different one of these 5 elements during different years. The clock of the White Rabbit points at 12 and 5, linking it to the Chinese zodiac with the 5 elements cycle and 12-year cycle associated with different animals, including a horse and a rabbit, Fluttershy and Angel Bunny. We learned earlier is associated with the New Year's, as is the Chinese zodiac. Another thought system to use these elements lists the virtues of each element are wisdom, listening, for water, benevolence, I see Fluttershy's kindness, for wood, partnership, perhaps friendship associated with elements of harmony, and truth, Applejack's honesty, for fire, thoughtfulness and support, for art, and respect, for metal, those who are loyal, respect others. In some depictions of these elements, they make a star shape, resembling Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark being a star with elements of harmony represented on it. Some esoteric systems also consider the 6-point star, which Twilight Sparkle has, as representing the elements when these different pieces, when they put these different pieces together representing the 4 elements, they become the 6-point star, which represents the 5th ether, all that is in perfect balance. So when they are in balance, so when they are in harmony, the harmony of balance, or the balance of harmony. Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark is the other elements, the smaller stars around it, and the points on the star represent those elements, while the star itself is her element. In some witchcraft and maybe other traditions, the pentagram 5-point star also represents the elements water, earth, fire, air, and spirit. Some traditions even associate these elements with stuff like the divine, similar to magic, as well as other morals and principles such as compassion, representing kindness. In fact, one of the main goals of Confucianism was to attain social harmony. They also had these other sets of virtues where it says key virtues include Ren, benevolence, Floshai's kindness, Yai, righteousness. I talked about righteousness being associated with loyalty earlier. Then it says Lai, propriety. Then there's Zai, wisdom, and Xin, I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's sincerity. Those who are sincere do not pretend to be others or what they are not. They show their true selves, so they are being true to themselves. Applejack's honesty is associated with truths, and it says these values deeply tied to the notion of Taiyan, which means heaven, which is the Confucian concept of a heavenly realm, present a worldview where human relationships and social order are manifestations of sacred moral principles. While Confucianism does not emphasize an omnipotent deity, it upholds Taiyan as a transcendent moral order, meaning these morals come from the spiritual and transcendental realms. So something not physical, really, or can affect stuff physically, but it resembles the magic of the elements of harmony. A lot of these different moral principles I've been showing are around the number 5 or 7 or somewhere around the number of how many of these principles there are, similar to the number of the elements of harmony. Muslims have the Ummah, which is a spiritual community of followers of Allah, seeking to promote unity and goodness for one another. Basically, friendship. The Star of David can also symbolize unity. That can be considered friendship. Along with spiritual unity, it can symbolize the connection or harmony between the earthly and the divine. Confucians believe Taiyan, art, and the myriad of things are interconnected and flourish when in equilibrium and harmony. You can see the main teachings or idea of Confucianism is the importance of having a good moral character, which can affect the world around the person through the idea of cosmic harmony. Because some Confucians believe that harmony is a universal order and principle, essential for individuals and the cosmos, which might even hold the cosmos together. Taiyan is featured in Confucianism, Taoism, and Chinese mythology. Some of these beliefs view it as a spiritual realm where gods dwell, but others, such as I think most beliefs of Confucianism, do not view it as really a spiritual realm, though I think it's both a spiritual realm and something else personally, but most Confucians view it as some type of divine order or force. Here we can see it says, Taiyan was described as the dwelling place of gods and other supernatural beings in some Chinese legends. But then it says, it was also regarded as the guardian of both the moral laws of mankind and the physical laws of nature. So this is some order that is operating the natural reality of existence, and it says, and is synonymous with the divine will. In Chinese culture, heaven, which is Taiyan, has often been associated with order, as there is the order of harmony, serving as the blueprint for creation, the mandate by which earthly rulers govern. In Confucianism, I think this was called the mandate of Taiyan or heaven, and the standard by which to measure beauty, goodness, and truth, another connection with truth. We can see in some Confucian beliefs, we see this is even linked to harmony. It says, in talking about Taiyan, respect for heaven and the natural world has led some Confucian thinkers to adopt perspectives interpreted as environmentalists, emphasizing harmony between humanity and nature as a foundation of moral cultivation. Within this framework, harmony was regarded as the basis for a sincere mind. The cutie mark of rarity in My Little Pony is 3 diamonds, which are a type of jewel, correlating to what are called the 3 jewels, or sometimes 3 treasures in Buddhism, which are the Buddha, who brings the teachings of Buddhism, and Dharma, which is the teachings of Buddhism, including the moral code of conduct and the Buddhist teaching to be compassionate and nonviolent, corresponding to what the elements of harmony are. Then there is the Sangha, the Buddhist community. Friendship can be considered a type of community with friends. Some view the Sangha as all Buddhists as a community, while others just view it as the community of Buddhist monks and nuns, or maybe others. Though you could say there are different types of Sanghas or the Sangha. Personally, I view it as a community anyone can become part of if they're working for the greater good. It is also sometimes called a harmonious community, linking the Sangha to harmony. Keep in mind, the elements of harmony are shown as crystal jewels too. In Taoism, there is a related concept of the three treasures, which are fragility, humility, and compassion. So, Fluttershy's element of kindness and Verity, who has the 3-jewel cutie mark, with the element of generosity, correspond to this moral system. Traditional Chinese medicine has another concept of the 3 treasures, which are Jing, meaning essence, then Chai or Kai, which is spiritual life force energy, comparable to the concept of prana, then Shen, which means spirit, or what is associated with deities, spirits, and divinities, showing that the 3 treasures and the morals associated with them are some type of spiritual energy. We can view the elements of harmony in the same way. Taoism has a concept called the Tao, which can be compared to the concept of God, but not really in the traditional human sense, because the Tao is said to transcend understanding and be what I think is like everything and nothing, and it can be considered a lot of other things. It can be viewed as some type of force or energy, as well as what is different. It is represented by the yin-yang symbol. Earlier in this video, I showed a clip from My Little Pony with a similar symbol, and it mentioned balance. Historically, the yin-yang symbol is actually seen as a symbol of balance and harmony with opposites in one another. In this case, we see the opposites of dark and light in balance or in harmony between or with one another. Taoism has a similar idea about existing in harmony with the universe. It says, Taoism teaches that all living creatures are to live in a state of harmony with the universe and the energy found in it. Chai or Kai is the energy present in and guiding everything in the universe. The Tao Te Ching and other Taoist books provide guidelines for behavior and spiritual ways to live in harmony with this energy. So it is a spiritual connection with this energy, almost as the elements of harmony are a magical connection to such elements. Associations can be found with the yin-yang symbol. It says, when talking about Taoism, it is based on the idea of living in harmony with the Tao. So it's a connection to this ultimate reality, which can be translated as the way or the path. One of the most well-known concepts in Taoism is the principle of yin-yang. This philosophy holds that all things are composed of 2 complementary yet opposing forces, yin and yang, which are in constant state of flux and balance. We see the balance association. Yin is associated with darkness, femininity, and passivity, while yang is associated with light, masculinity, and activity. The concept of yin-yang has profound impact on the way that Taoists view the world and their place in it. It informs their beliefs about balance, harmony, we see the connection, and the interconnection of all things. Down here, it says, at its core, it is based on the idea of living in harmony with the Tao. It says, the Tao is the ultimate truth and reality, which cannot be described in words or concepts. Another connection to truth. Then it talks about one of the key principles of Taoism is the concept of Wu we-I, which this concept has long been associated with harmony. It says, which can be translated as non-action or effortless action. Wu-we-I is the practice of allowing things to happen naturally without forcing them or trying to control them. It is about living in harmony with the natural flow of the universe rather than trying to impose our will on it. Tara is a Buddha who became an enlightened spiritual being seeking to save other beings and creatures from the cycle of suffering. She is associated with universal and boundless compassion. So, spiritual compassion that fills the universe.
Continuing to decode the cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle, if we look at the two 6-point stars attached in the middle and the stars surrounding them, then count all their points, it is 42 points. In numerology and also different sources, the number 42 has a special meaning, some equating it to the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Within this number is the secret to the meaning of life.
However, My Little Pony does not ever reveal what this number seen on her cutie mark actually means, so it is odd that it can be found.
The My Little Pony G4 show first aired on October 10, 2010. October is the 10th month of the year, so the fact that it was on the 10th day of this month and on 2010, it makes this become 10, 10, 10. If you remove the zeros from this number, it becomes 1, 1, 1, which has a special meaning in numerology. But not only that, if we convert the number 42, which is a decimal number, to its binary number, we get 10, 10, 10. Twilight Sparkle has other connections to number 42, like her promotional trading card being number 42. An episode of My Little Pony that is the 16th episode of Season 2 is the 42nd episode overall. As you can see, it is about a book. In the show, Twilight Sparkle is seen as someone who likes books. An episode even shows Twilight Sparkle having this number 42 on her cutie mark. While it is depicted only as being related to a number she has for race, you can hear what is said next.
What'd you read? The Egghead's Guide to Running?
Sounds similar to the book and later movie called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
This story references 42 being the meaning of life.
Many millions of years ago, a race of hyper-intelligent, pan-dimensional beings got so fed up with the constant bickering about the meaning of life that they commissioned two of their brightest and best to design and build a stupendous supercomputer to calculate the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Oh. The answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42.
Let's see what the creator of the book has to say about the number. According to him, Douglas Adams, who wrote the book, he says, it was a joke. It had to be a number, an ordinary smallish number, and I chose that one. Binary representations, base 13, Tibetan monks, all complete nonsense. I sat at my desk, stared into the garden, and thought 42 will do. It says, should be something that made no sense whatsoever, a number, and a mundane one at that. He arrived at the number 42, completely at random. In the movie, it is made out to be that the number 42 isn't really the meaning of life, but that the answer to the question of the meaning of life and everything needs the ultimate question or something like that. It is never actually revealed what it is said to be in the movie. But I think that is just deception from the people who made the book and movie to make people think it is not really based on a true story. Because I think this could actually be based on some type of interdimensional contact, because it is said the beings who have this computer are pan-dimensional beings, meaning they can go to multiple different dimensions, or that they come from other dimensions. However, in other parts of the movie, it makes it seem like they are from some other planet. So I think the stuff they are depicting in the fiction isn't what actually happened, but a changed version of the true story. I don't think they come from other planets. I think they come from other dimensions, because other planets do not really exist. That's just pure deception. Despite being claimed to only be a number that was randomly chosen to be put in fiction, Some propose that 42 really does contain the meaning to life, the universe, and everything, hidden in some secret code. So what is the answer to the universe, everything, and life? Or the answer to the meaning of life? Like, what is the meaning of life? My Little Pony actually shows this answer. Twilight Sparkle is related to the element of magic. The G4 show is called My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. Therefore, friendship is the meaning of life. For years, people have searched in vain to find the meaning of life and secret to everything. But the meaning to life is actually love, like the love of friendship, which is compassion, and the happiness from it. So seeking for this stuff vainly is not the best way to go with it. It's better to just have love.
A question that has long been asked is, what is the truth? Or what is the greatest truth, or ultimate truth, or the truth about life, the meaning of life? The Bible actually answers this. In 2 John 1, it says, "Whom I love in the truth, and not I only, but also all they that have known the truth, for the truth's sake, which dwelleth in us." This is like, in My Little Pony, the light that is within them, which is connected to the magic of friendship and the elements of harmony, therefore the element of honesty. And then it says, "Grace be with you, mercy and peace from God the Father and from the Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of the Father, in truth and love." So this is some type of spiritual truth and love that are connected with each other. Like in My Little Pony, there is kindness and truth that are powerful and divine elements of harmony. It says, "I rejoice greatly that I found of thy children walking in truth, as we have received a commandment from the Father. And now I beseech thee, lady, not as though I wrote a new commandment unto thee, but that which we had from the beginning, that we love one another. And this is love, that we walk after his commandments." This is the commandment, that as ye have heard from the beginning, ye should walk in it. This means that love is the truth, or the truth about everything. Compassionate love that we can share with one another, as in sharing kindness.
Nikola Tesla held that the number 369 held the key to the universe. So if numbers can have the key to the universe, it will make sense that the number 42 does. Ancient Egyptians had a symbol that represented divine life called the Ankh, which was also known as the key of life. You can partially see something like this in an object seen in My Little Pony. Objects and depictions resembling this can also be found elsewhere. While at first this object is not something that is good, it is later transformed into a key that is used by Twilight Sparkle to open a chest with the elements of harmony. So seeing Twilight Sparkle represents the meaning of life that is friendship, that means her opening this chest could mean that she holds the key to life and that the meaning of life is found in harmony. I see this tying in with Nikola Tesla saying 369 is the key to the universe. I'm not sure if he was the one that came up with this originally or if he got it from somebody else. Either way, I see a link. Since if you count the points of this key, there is a 6-point star. You can see the 5 points right here. Then there's one large 6-point. Then there's half of the 6-point star right here with 3 points. Then if you combine the 3.1 with the 6.1, you get 9. Therefore, this shows 369. In the Eurasian religion of Tengrism, which is connected to shamanism and animism, there is a belief that the meaning of life is living in harmony with the surrounding world, or what is sometimes said to be the purpose of life to be in harmony with the universe. Possibly related to those who say the meaning of life is to live in harmony with nature. As we can see here, the number 42 is sacred in Kabbalistic tradition in the Kabbalah. We can see there's a 42-letter name of God, and this also says he created the world with this 42 letter name. The world was graven with 42 letters. Then it says 42 building blocks or stages of creation, meaning the universe, or everything, is related to the number of 42. Just like those who say 42 is the meaning or answer of everything, the universe, and life. We can even see that this is connected to what is called Eon Sof in the Kabbalistic tradition, which is what is infinite or endless, like what contains everything, meaning this is related to the secret of everything. Unsure if I have pronounced this right, but in the Kabbalah, Eon Sof is the unmanifest form of God. In Kabbalistic tradition, there are many emanations of God that come from Eon Sof, which is the ultimate force that makes all worlds of the Kabbalah. Like the 10 Sephirites of the Kabbalah come from Eon Sof, so it's like all the worlds, all universes originating from Eon Sof, like everything coming from Eon Sof. Following the 10 steps or Sephirites of the Kabbalah will lead one to Eon Sof, or connection with Eon Sof. While there are forms of God that come from Eon Sof that have shape and can be conceived by people, Eon Sof is the unconceivable form of God which is infinite and endless. Let's look at some associations of Eon Sof here. It says it is related to the divine light of God, or what can be related to Jesus as the light of the world. But it says this Eon Sof represents the flow of goodness, protection from attracting negativity, harmony, beauty, creativity, clarity, strength, and patience, ability to see a bigger picture, finding peaceful solutions, and implanting them in the world, and the very ability to stay connected and aligned in an ongoing relation with the source of all blessings. So this is related to harmony like My Little Pony Twilight Sparkle is, and she is also the number 42. But this is also related to other good qualities like peacefulness and goodness. Some view kindness as a weakness, but I believe kindness is actually what holds the key to the most powerful force in the entire universe and all other universes. I think God is love itself, or compassion itself, which generates all the different universes that are emanations of this divine love, which is compassion. Just like Eon Sof is where the worlds from the Kabbalah originate from, or what creates them, as emanations from divine goodness.
Together with the crown, they create a power beyond anything you could imagine. The most powerful magic of all, the magic of friendship.
She said, together they create a power beyond anything you can imagine. Just like many traditions say God, or the source of the entire universe, is what people cannot conceive or imagine. They also said that the most powerful magic of all was friendship. So this is related to God being seen as who is the most powerful, and also being seen as someone loving, or being the manifestation or embodiment of love itself. So it makes sense that the Bible says God is love, as well as that says, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. So people with love are connected to God, therefore his power. I'm thinking of the power of the elements of harmony. I think what we know as God is the source of all these elements and divine virtues. After this is said, they blast Sunset Shimmer with a rainbow before she is redeemed, symbolizing how God overcomes the devil. Something similar is said when they win against Tirek. First, Tirek offers Twilight Sparkle a choice to choose her friends or give him magic. She chooses her friends over the power. So, this activates the elements of harmony with the power of friendship. Then we hear,
How is this possible? You have no magic!
You're wrong, Tirek. I may have given you my alicorn magic, but I carry within me the most powerful magic of all.
Perhaps also symbolizing the choice to do good and follow Jesus, or choose sin to follow the devil. Therefore, this can be linked to beliefs about free will, stating that people are given the choice to do many things, such as sin, or do good instead of sin, or do other stuff. People's good and bad conscience is represented as an angel figure and devil figure on their shoulders, trying to convince somebody with the ability to choose from free will to do bad or good. Seeing that the 7 virtues are represented, it would also make sense that their opposites, the 7 deadly sins, are represented too. Tirek consumes a lot of magic, so he can be viewed as gluttony. This is wanting power for himself, so it could also be viewed as greed. However, I think that could also fit. The Flim Flam brothers, who selfishly get money by scamming ponies, by falsely claiming their tonic heals them. So I think their business and them represent big pharma and corporations known to scam people by falsely claiming their vaccines and other artificial pharmaceuticals work. They appear in an episode called Leap of Faith, where the character Granny Smith is about to make a leap off a diving board, because she had been tricked by the Flim Flam brothers to falsely make her think she was athletic because they were exploiting her insecurities about being old. Yet Applejack, who knows the truth, saves her. However, she felt more athletic because she falsely believed the tonic would make her so. Basically what the placebo effect is. Her false belief that she could do a big jump and Applejack saving her from it is like saving her from false fate. Granny Smith, who is part of Applejack's family, later embraces who she is instead of needing the tonic. A leap of faith is a concept in philosophy, which is to believe in something not on the basis of reason. This leap is risky and it could lead to good, but it can also lead to bad. However, down here, we see that this is also, we see the leap using the story of Adam and Eve, particularly Adam's qualitative leap into sin, when he took the forbidden fruit, which can be symbolically shown as an apple. The fall into sin is like falling down the diving board. It can also mean faith in God or other things. Nightmare Moon being jealous of Celestia fits envy. Discord sat around when he watched the ponies try to find their missing elements and struggle, so he fits slot. Trixie sees herself as very great and powerful, or as the greatest, in a prideful way, often better than others, at least before she was redeemed. Therefore, pride. Chrysalis used mind control to take Cadence's partner, Shining Armor, away from her and to herself, for vain reasons. So lust. Traits of wrath are exhibited by the Storm King. Tirek causing trouble after he escapes from the underworld is seen in an experience Celestia has. Then Luna tells her,
Why do you think I'm here? You know as well as I that this was not a dream, but a vision.
The book of Revelation in the Bible is about the prophet John having a supernatural vision, which features Satan escaping from the underworld and him causing trouble. The last one a rainbow goes near in the song Let the Rainbow Remind You is Discord. So I think right here he represents someone else than who he represents in the other scenes with him. I think this part is really about the Aboriginal Australian belief that rainbows are serpent beings, since Discord is one. The serpent dragon Discord in one scene appears around and on the roots of the Tree of Harmony, then says,
I'll bring the cucumber sandwiches.
In reference to a tea party he planned. Reminds me of Nidhogg from Norse mythology, who is a serpent-dragon hybrid being believed to chew on the roots of the world tree, similar to how somebody would eat something, such as a sandwich. Greek myths speak of a serpent-dragon being named Ladon, who guards the golden apple tree associated with Eris, which is Discord in the Garden of the Hesperides. I think about when Discord was controlling the apples in the garden maze. One time when the chest of harmony is opened up, it gives them these powers. After a rainbow is released, which makes them have this magic energy around them that has the colors of the rainbow swirling in an orb shape. Therefore, it resembles what is called the rainbow body in Tibetan Buddhism and the Bon religion, imagined as a swirling rainbow surrounding people, sometimes in an orb-like form, attained by the practice of Dzogchen, by transmuting the 5 elements of the body into spiritual forms of light and recognizing the fundamental pure form of the mind. This rainbow even spins, while the word chakra translates to wheel, since the chakras are imagined as spinning wheels or vortexes of energy with the colors of the rainbow, also resembling the spiritual aura that emanates from the chakras. When doing meditations focused on the rainbow body or other stuff, some people report seeing rainbows in their head or their mind's third eye. Think about the rainbows in their eyes. Many know that all things and everyone is interconnected to the source of everything, often considered God. So listen what is said about the magic of friendship.
Here and in Equestria, it is the only magic that can truly unite us all.
In some Hindu and Buddhist traditions, the number 42 is special because it represents attaining nirvana or moksha, which is like connecting to the source of everything, or some type of divine spiritual experience. We see 42 is also the angle at which light reflects off water to create a rainbow, they say, which is said to be 42 degrees. This is like the rainbows in My Little Pony. And it is also the constants in the universe, or the speed of light, they say, and the diameter of a proton. It takes light 10 to the minus 42nd power seconds to cross the diameter of a proton. I'm not sure, but this might be related to 42 being the meaning of the universe, or its secrets. But then we see 42 and the asterisk symbol, if I'm pronouncing that right. It says 42 in this code, the ASCII code, is this star symbol. You see, it's a star, just like the cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle is a star. There are actually different depictions of the asterisk symbol. Some of them have 5 points, but there are others with 6 points, including some of the most ancient depictions of the asterisk symbol, matching the 6-point star of Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark. Notice how when talking about the asterisk symbol, it says, this symbol is often thought to translate to anything or everything. In this instance, 42 equals everything, the meaning of life. 10-10-10 is significant in the binary code, often appearing in many mathematical and computer contexts. 42 is the number of generations in the Bible from Abraham to Jesus. The number 10-10-10, which is related to 42 in binary, is connected to this binary code that features ones and zeros. Many hold the idea that the universe and reality is some type of computer simulation with some type of code like a binary code, which could be related to 42 being the secret of the universe, or what the universe is itself, or what everything is. This is an off and on symbol, which represents the 1 and 0 binary code. When the computer is turned on, it has light, but when it's turned off, it is dark. Just like in many creation myths, including the Bible and others, the universe was at first this dark place, which could represent the zero or the lack of stuff. But then God said, let there be light, or light was somehow created. Then it was filled with something. At first there was nothing, then something. Just like it went from 0 to 1, like the binary code. Paralleling how the yin and yang symbol represents light and darkness. The yin and yang symbol can also be viewed as what represents harmony between light and darkness. Ancient cultures actually consider it to be a symbol of harmony, similar to how in My Little Pony there is this divine harmony, or what can be viewed as divine harmony. It is also occasionally viewed as a symbol of life, or what makes up the phenomena and aspects of life, like how 42 is the meaning of life. We can even see that historically, what has now become this binary code with ones and zeros was used to represent creation from ex nihilo, which is at first there being nothing, then God creating something, or the world. You can also see that the system of binary that preceded this binary code was used to represent the yin and yang symbol. Next, let's look at what is called the tetractys. Ancient Greek philosophers considered this mathematical symbol to be a sacred number. They actually viewed the whole universe as being something that is made out of numbers. This number or symbol was especially sacred because it was believed to show what everything originates from, like similar to how 42 represents everything, or the meaning of everything, the secret to everything. So if you count the number of points on this symbol, there are 10, then notice how all these points are within a triangle. A triangle has 3 points on it. So if you combine this, it makes 3 of the number 10, or 10, 10, 10. Alchemists later adopted the symbol. In this interpretation of the symbol, at the top is what is the number 1, or what represents the source of everything, or the oneness of the universe. And these next 2 represent opposites, or the illusion of dualism happening, or the illusion that things are separate and not one. It's shown as the sun and moon, which are light and darkness, which are opposites of one another, like Luna and Celestia. Then the next 3 parts down here represent structural balance and spirit, while the bottom parts represent the elements earth, air, fire, and water. I think these bottom parts represent the elements of harmony, which I said earlier were related to the classical elements. Then these upper parts, I'm not sure what all of them represent, but I think there are 7, if you include the 3 upper parts and the 4 lower parts, then there are 7, like the 7 elements of harmony. I'm not exactly sure what all of them represent, but I assume the one that represents spirit is the element of magic, because spirit is what was viewed as something that is magical, or what makes magic. Some people connect these different parts of the symbol to the separates on the Kabbalistic tree of life, paralleling what I said earlier about the elements of harmony and Celestia and Luna's sun and moon symbol being connected to the Kabbalistic tree of life. Also notice how the 4 lowest parts of the tetractys represent the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and air, while the 3 higher parts above it represent other stuff. In some systems, this is also done with the 4 lower chakras representing air, fire, water, and earth, but the higher chakras represent the elements of ether, light, and thought. Some depictions of the Kabbalistic tree of life have this sephirite I talked about earlier, connecting the 6 other sephirites surrounding it with these lines, whereas the branches on the tree of harmony holding some of the elements of harmony go off from the points of the 6-point star representing twilight sparkles element. Also, the sun symbol down here is also going down from one of these points. If we look at what some of the different rows of the tetractys represent, we see that the second row represents Nikos, or strife. This corresponds to what I said about her earlier. And it says the third row, it is a representation of the second dimension and of Philotes, or harmony, corresponding to what I said about Philotes and harmony earlier. The theory of forms from ancient Greek philosophy says that at the fundamental level there is what is called the good, responsible for all the forms in the universe. From it came truth and justice associated with the goddess Harmonia. Ponies are a type of horse smaller than other types of horses. Throughout history, unicorns were most commonly depicted as larger horses. However, later, if I remember correctly, during the Middle Ages was when there were some depictions of unicorns as smaller horses like ponies. Whenever these rare depictions appeared, they were meant to show or symbolize the humility of Christ. We can see here that in Christian allegory, the small size of the unicorn is a symbol of Christ's humility in becoming human. My Little Pony features unicorns. There are these small unicorns. It is even called My Little Pony, like a little pony, that means a small pony, or a small unicorn. that represents the humility of Christ, which is the humbleness or compassion of Christ. You can even see hearts here in where it says pony, like the love of Christ. I think this also connects to the elements of harmony being divine and related to love or humbleness, like Rarity, who is a unicorn, that is represented by the element of generosity. It is also reflected in characters like Fluttershy, or her love for animals that are not the same species as her, as well as her friends who are the same species as her. Her kindness is powerful, like the love of God or Jesus. Myths about unicorns being associated with maidens and having horns with supernatural healing abilities, representing how Christ had the supernatural ability to heal people, while the kindness of the unicorn to the maiden symbolizes the relationship of Jesus and his church, or that of Yeshua or Yeshaya, whichever name you prefer. I only use the more commonly known names because more people recognize it when explaining things, though I would trust the old names more.
In Islam, there are 99 names of God. If we look at the 42nd name, it is translated as the noble, bountiful, generous, precious, honored benefactor. So this is like the generosity and kindness of the elements of harmony. Some even interpret this name of Al-Karim, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, as meaning the boundless or infinite love of God or Allah, just like everything is infinite. Take a look at Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark, and you can see how it resembles the universal hexagram from the cult tradition of Thelma and others. This symbol represents how celestial forces are merged in union with earthly forces through spirit. It is even said to represent the classical elements and also these other elements. It says each point of the hexagram is associated with a specific element: fire, water, air, earth, spirit above, and spirit below, representing the interconnectedness of all things in the universe. Meaning that this is related to what I said about these elements having a connection to the elements of harmony. But up here, it even says that the interlocked triangles, one point upwards and O downwards, symbolize the harmony between opposing forces. So it's like the elements of harmony. It also says it represents stuff like the opposing forces of like heaven and earthly stuff, or celestial and earthly things, as well as stuff like male and female and fire and water. The earthly forces it represents is symbolized by the elements, but the heavenly forces it represents are symbolized by the sun as an upper point and the moon as a lower point. Then it says, and the four elements symbolizes these heavenly forces, or the sun and moon, with connecting or unifying with the earthly elements. Sun and moon, I think, could represent Celestia and Luna in this case. One scene from My Little Pony even shows a star that represents this even more so. The symbol is a combination of a hexagram, which has 6 points, and pentagram that has 5 points.
Therefore, containing the number 11, which symbolizes divine unity of one and another one.
In organic chemistry and the alchemy of life, we see that these shapes are also merged in nature to create the molecules of life, meaning that life itself has this symbol within it, like the meaning of life.
Similar to Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark being a 6-point star representing her element and the 5 stars surrounding it being the other 5 elements of harmony, the universal hexagram is a 6-point star with a 5-point rose in the center in some depictions, which represents the elements fire, earth, air, water, and spirit or ether. 11 is a master number that can also symbolize harmony of one and the other one, along with spiritual awareness. 3 plus 8 equals 11. Here on the key Rainbow Dash uses, there is 3, 8, or 38, associated with confidence in numerology, matching the characteristics of Rainbow Dash. 3 times 8 is 24, which is 42 backwards. The astrological symbol of the so-called planet, Jupiter, which is connected to the god Zeus and his Roman equivalent Jupiter, looks similar to a combination of the numbers 2 and 4, making 42. Different sources say it represents different stuff, such as higher learning, generosity, power, abundance, and other stuff. In Kabbalistic tradition, Jupiter is associated with Chesed, which represents loving kindness. There is another symbol that can be compared to Twilight Sparkle's star, which is the star-like symbol or object from the Jewish Merkaba mysticism tradition. It represents balance, connection to higher consciousness, spiritual transformation, and protection. Some beliefs even link this Merkaba to the Platonic solids. Notice how the Merkaba star has a part in the middle that sticks out forward and has 6 outer points, matching this one depiction on a stained glass window in My Little Pony that shows Twilight Sparkle's 6-point star having something in the middle that kind of looks like something is coming out of it, the middle. Videos like this explain how a 6-point star form can be made with the mathematical shapes of the Platonic solids using sacred geometry associated with the Merkaba and Mind of God. Once again matching Twilight Sparkle's star along with these solids. Many ancient cultures believed chanting had spiritual powers, such as the Om chants in Vedic traditions, or Gregorian chanting in Catholic tradition. Native American spiritual chanting. The Norse Vikings also performed ritual chanting, plus there are many other cultures around the world that had spiritual chanting, which could be used for bad or good, or neutral. Yet, when the Dazzlings and the heroes of My Little Pony force each other during Welcome to the Show, they both chant while using their music as a form of magic. We learned that in Hindu tradition, the Om sound, which was viewed as the highest form of song, we learned the 4th chapter continues its discussion of syllable Om, explaining its use as a struggle between devas, gods, and asuras, demons. If you did not already know, devas is a term used in Hinduism to refer to what are called gods in Western mythology, while asuras is a term used to refer to evil entities comparable to demons of the Bible. Different cultures believed in the same beings, but they gave them different names. Keep in mind what I said about truth earlier. We see that this Om sound was said to represent the truth. So this is another example of heroes stopping demons with supernatural music that I've been talking about. Music from Tibetan Buddhist drums are also believed to ward off evil spirits. Accordingly, music from Tibetan singing bowls is believed to ward off negative spiritual energy. Ideas about spiritual or conscious manifestation state that when we think or do positive things, we can manifest them into reality, especially with the right focus or concentration. With the psychic or spiritual power of our mind, reminiscent of the power of the elements of harmony. So when people think good this way, they get good in return from the universe, which is sharing kindness. So I think this should be done for the good of everyone and not for vain reasons. Harmony has long been linked to balance because when people or things are in harmony with one another, they are balanced with one another. Since Yggdrasil is believed to hold together the different worlds, it is seen as a symbol of cosmic balance. We can link to harmony, so the Tree of Harmony. The Kybalion is a book which purports to contain the teachings of the legendary figure Hermes Trismegistus, including what are called the 7 Hermetic Principles, which are divine principles that govern reality itself. We can see this stuff like the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, as below, so above, as within, so without, as without, so within. In a way, this can represent balance between what is above and below, or what is within and without, like harmony, but it's also the principle of polarity. It can also be harmony between stuff that is polar from each other, opposite of each other, but it says everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same, opposites are identical in nature, but different in degrees. Extremes meet, all truths, all but half-truths, all paradoxes may be reconciled. So, this is connected to truth, like the element of honesty. Oh yeah, the third principle is the principle of vibration that says nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. We see the Kybalion itself even relates this to truth and harmony. Like we can see here, it says, the great second Hermetic principle embodies the truth that there is harmony, agreement, and correspondence between the several planes of manifestation, life and being. This truth is true because all that is included in the universe emanates from the same source. And farther down here, it says that the principle of correspondence manifests in all, for there is correspondence, harmony, and agreement between the several planes. It also says the principle of vibration manifests on all planes. In fact, the very differences that go to make the planes arise from the vibration. So this is like vibration creating planes of existence. Modern science from quantum physics actually supports this idea too, because string theory says that at the fundamental level, everything is these particles that are called strings that vibrate, and their vibration creates larger particles and the universe itself. There's more than one definition of harmony. There's the definition that is agreement or concord with one another, like being in agreement with one another, like being in peace with one another. Then there's the no definition of harmony that is the combination of simultaneously sounding musical notes. So it's related to music, which is a type of vibration. In the Bible and other sources, it says God and the other deities created the universe by speaking it into existence with sound or vibration, like what is taught in quantum physics about vibrations creating the universe. Plus, a link can be made with the vibration of music in My Little Pony, which is connected to the power of friendship. We can also find connection to what I said earlier about what are related to the elements of harmony, being what the universe is composed of at the fundamental level, as well as what the Islamic sources say about truth existing before the universe. Because when you speak the truth, you are speaking with words or vibrations. And the Bible says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Like I said earlier, the Word of God is the truth. When something is false, it is not real, and this is made up. But when something is true, it is real. Therefore, it is a reality. Thus, reality can be viewed as what is made out of truth. So, the truth is a fundamental building block of reality. Beliefs about good karma match what we learned about sharing kindness, since these beliefs say that when somebody does good, then a universal principle will cause good to happen to them eventually, or at some time. So they do good, and then the universe, or those influenced by it, are doing good to them back, so they are sharing this goodness with each other, each giving each other good. In Wicca, Greek mythology, and other sources, the triple goddess represents the maiden, metal, and crone, who can symbolize youth, middle age, and old age, as well as life, death, and rebirth. Because the metal represents someone who gives birth to life, while the crone represents someone who dies of age, and the maiden represents someone newly born, like rebirth. Historically, this is what butterflies have also symbolized, because the caterpillar represents life, then it's going into its cocoon represents death, then it becoming a butterfly afterwards represents rebirth. So if we combine the symbolism of the triple goddess with the number 3 because of her 3 aspects, with the 3 stages of the butterfly, we get 3 butterflies like the cutie mark of Fluttershy, along with what we can interpret the 3 parts of the triple goddess symbol to mean. Yet, looking at the symbol, it also kind of looks like a butterfly. If the middle part is the center of the butterfly and the crescent moon shapes are its wings. The metal aspect of the triple goddess represents the summer filled with life of plants and animals, while the crone aspect represents the plants and animals going away during the autumn and winter. However, the maiden aspect represents them returning during the spring. Thus, the triple goddess represents the seasons and life cycle of nature, therefore is a personification of nature. So we see a relation with Fluttershy loving nature. Greek myths associate Hecate, the triple goddess, with magic and witchcraft. Some modern witchcraft traditions use this symbol to represent her, which contains a six-pointed star corresponding to Twilight Sparkle's six-pointed star associated with her element of magic. Contrary to popular belief, Muhammad was not the first one to view Allah as divine. Prior to Islam starting in what is currently Saudi Arabia, there was a different religion that had Allah just as Islam does, but in this pre-Islamic Arabian religion, Allah had 3 daughters. We learn here that it says, before Muhammad was born, the moon god Auli contains this Auli term, which it translates to Allah, had 3 daughters named, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this, but Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Manat, who were viewed as goddesses. The 3 alicorn princesses who rule Equestria are Luna, who represents the night, Celestia, who represents the day, and Twilight Sparkle, who represents twilight time due to her name, which happens around sunset, the time between night and day. Therefore, Twilight Sparkle is a bridge between Celestia and Luna. This is exactly what the daughters of Allah represent, because we see here, Manat represents the moon. Her symbol was sometimes the waning moon. And she also represented death, like the crone of the triple goddess. They all like the triple goddess. And we see the other goddess, Alat, she sometimes was associated with the sun and fertility, like the life of day or the life of the maiden or mother of the triple goddess. Then the other part who can be identified with the maiden or mother of the triple goddess is her in the middle, and she was associated with evenings and mornings, the time between day and night, or when twilight time happens, or around when it happens. She was also associated with a star, as you can see here, similar to the cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle. Notice Moondancer's cutie mark appears as a crescent moon with 3 stars, resembling another scene in My Little Pony where 3 stars are seen around the moon. We know the moon is a symbol of the triple goddess. Outdated versions of the Egyptian flag and other depictions show something similar. These stars are sometimes said to represent the religions of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. The crescent moon can sometimes be seen as representing Allah, so maybe the 3 stars represent his 3 daughters. Ancient Mesopotamia also had this star, moon, and sun symbolism. Here you see an 8-point star almost matching the 6-point star of Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark, representing the deity Inanna or Ishtar. Then there's the moon representing the deity Sin or Suin. Then there's the sun representing the deity Shamash. It says here that Inanna had different forms. It says morning Inanna, Inanna Ud/Hud, and it says evening Inanna, Inanna Sig. So she's associated with the evening and the morning, which is when the twilight comes. But then it says Inanna/Ishtar's most common symbol was the 8-point star, though the exact number of the points sometimes vary. 6-point stars also frequently occur, matching Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark. Some superstitions say 3 butterflies bring good luck. The different types of ponies also correspond to the classical elements, such as Ort ponies, who represent the element of Ort. Pegasi, who fly in the air, representing the element of air. Sea ponies, who represent water. Unicorns, who could represent the element of fire because fire can be created with magic. Alicorns, who represent ether because ether is in the celestial realm, and alicorns are associated with celestial objects like Luna and Celestia with the sun and the moon, as well as Twilight Sparkle with a star because of her cutie mark. Similarly, in alchemy, there are different supernatural beings associated with each of the elements called elemental spirits, or just elementals. Water is associated with spiritual beings called undines, while air is associated with cloud spirits called sylphs. Fire is associated with salamanders or a certain type of salamanders able to withstand fire. I don't think they're the same salamanders people know today, but a different type. Then the element of earth is associated with the mythical gnomes. Sometimes the fifth element of ether is associated with spiritual life force energy. These beings and the elements associated to them are linked to alchemy in other ways too. Twilight sparkles corresponds to the element of magic, and some parts of alchemy are considered magic. Technically, many people consider alchemy a pseudoscience or proto-science, or at least parts of alchemy. Alchemy is many different things, which include stuff considered a proto-science or pseudoscience, as well as stuff considered magical, such as the Philosopher's Stone, a substance believed to have the ability to turn lead into gold, and other stuff too. It also makes sense Twilight Sparkle represents the magic element, because celestial beings are known to have supernatural magical powers, while ether is associated with the celestial realm above earth, yet is part of a system containing other elements, which I think represent the other elements of harmony. In Egyptian mythology, there is a goddess named Ma'at, which was also the name of a cosmic principle she personified. This principle was viewed as truth, order, balance, and harmony itself, corresponding to the elements of harmony and what I said about order earlier, as well as the element of honesty, which is truth.
Discord is the mischievous spirit of disharmony.
Makes me think he's actually based on some spiritual being not entirely shown, since he was called a spirit yet is depicted as a physical being. Plus, Discord is deeply associated with chaos. You can see Ma'at is associated with truth, balance, order, and harmony, like what I was talking about earlier, with the elements of harmony being associated with all of these things. But you can see that Ma'at was viewed as this principle that ancient Egyptians related to what here says Ma'at developed to the point that it embraced all aspects of existence, including the basic equilibrium of the universe, the relationship between constituent parts, if I pronounced that correctly, the cycle of the seasons, heavenly movements, religious or observations, and good faith, honesty, and truthfulness in social interactions. It says the ancient Egyptians had a deep conviction of an underlying holiness and unity within the universe. Cosmic harmony was achieved by correct public and ritual life, so there's some cosmic harmony that governs the cosmos. It says, to the Egyptian mind, Ma'at bound all things together in an indestructible unity. The universe, the natural world, the state, and the individual were all seen as parts of the wider order generated by Ma'at. So, ancient Egyptians believed harmony and truth were operating the universe, and they held all things together, like what I said earlier about the elements of harmony being what is fundamental, what everything is made out of, and what is related to the secrets of everything. We also see an association with unity, or what unites everything, like how friendship unites everyone, if in a good state where we allow friendship to unite us. The opposite of Ma'at in Egyptian myth was Isfet, which is actually her opposite, which is related to chaos, like Discord is related to chaos. This actually Isfet and Ma'at were viewed as two different forces that the universe was composed of, like the two forces of order and disorder. These are actually viewed as order and disorder, similar to the beliefs of Discordianism. But I think this Isfet is associated with chaos, like Discord from My Little Pony. They're two separate forces, but each of these forces were personified by a different being. Ma'at is the name of this force and also the goddess who is associated with. But the being associated with Isfet in Egyptian mythology is Apep, also known as a Fophis, if I'm pronouncing that right, which I'm probably not. But it says this being is associated with disorder and is called the Lord of Chaos. He was considered the opponent of light and Ma'at, order and truth. But notice how this being looks like a serpent or snake, similar to what Discord looks like for My Little Pony. The ancient Egyptians believed that living by the principle of Ma'at, they were able to stop Isfet from harming the world and themselves. But just like KPop, My Little Pony, Discord is also called the Lord of Chaos.
As the Lord of Chaos,
Apep is even associated with eternal night by trying to destroy the sun, represented by Ra, the sun god, plotted from his abode in the underworld, since he wanted to devour the sun to create this eternal darkness.
Ma'at even has a connection to the number 42, because in Egyptian belief, there are what are sometimes called the 42 confessions or the 42 divine principles of Ma'at, which are declarations of innocence people say to the judges of the afterlife, including Ma'at. So we again see this number 42 associated with goodness and good deeds. The ancient Egyptians used these principles as a moral code to live by, and is sometimes turned into what are called the ideals of Ma'at. And we can see here that it is associated with truth, but also being humble, like being kind, and invoking laughter and creating harmony. Ma'at even holds the key to life, the Ankh.
Discord is named Discord, but also controls the power of chaos. He uses chaos to create things, similar to magical powers, or what can be considered magic. This power of chaos can be linked to the concept of discord, or the powers of discord and disorder. There's actually a link to discord creating objects out of nothing with the power of chaos. Greek mythology speaks of a void state which the first gods and the universe originated from, called chaos, which accordingly is also the name of a being who personifies it, or is it itself. Some people even link this to chaos magic. The concept is also similar to the binary code 0 to 1, or counting 0 to 1, because it is nothing to something, since chaos is a void state, which something or the universe came from. While not a deity in the traditional human sense, chaos is considered the being who personifies the misshapen void state, occasionally considered the god of chaos, similar to how Discord is the lord of chaos. A further connection is in Egyptian creation myths and stories where Apep is associated with the chaotic waters of creation. Discord is a serpent hybrid being with the arm of a lion associated with chaos. Similarly, in Gnosticism, there's a being known as the Demiurge, who is a serpent-lion hybrid in some depictions. The Gnostic text on the origin of the world says a divine being named Sophia, who is one of a set of supreme beings called eons, fell or came into this state that created chaos, which is the same chaos spoken in ancient Greek and other myths. Then from this chaos came the Demiurge. The Demiurge existed before the world was created, and is viewed as Satan by groups like the Cathars, resembling what is depicted in the film Legend about the devil character being a primordial being who existed before the world was made, during the time of darkness. Gnostic texts even say that chaos actually came from a shadow or darkness. In the Apocryphon of John and other Gnostic writings, there is the source of everything, which is called the One or the Monad. It is beyond perception of the people on earth, and this being is associated with all that is good. You can see it's associated with good, mercy, generous, as in generosity. So it's like
divine goodness and generosity. But the Gnostics also believed in what are called eons, which are divine beings, and they were viewed as being good virtues themselves, but they were also powerful, so they are powerful virtues, similar to what is in My Little Pony with elements of harmony. But there are 4 luminaries, each with these other virtue eons or these beings with them. One of them is named Harmozo, which may or may not be related to the word harmony as with the elements of harmony, but with Harmozo there is grace, a good virtue. These are viewed as living beings in the higher spiritual realms. But it says there's grace, truth, like as in honesty, then form. Then with the other luminaries there's conceptualization, perception, memory. Then it says understanding, love, like kindness. Then it says idea, then perfection, peace, wisdom. So these are divine beings who embody these virtues. As powerful forces, there are even Gnostic texts that associate at least one of these eons with happiness, similar or at least related to laughter. In fact, the Gnostics even had a holy scripture called the Gospel of Truth, which mentions a sacred being called the Father of Truth, similar to one of the holy texts of Discordian belief being the Honest Book of Truth.
Gnostic texts say the Demiurge created demonic entities called archons, who pose as the gods of this world. I believe these beings are worshipped by the elite secret societies of this world, and are controlling things behind the scenes. Yet Discord being an equine dragon hybrid being matches Gnostic texts describing the archons as hybrid beings with the face of a donkey or dragon. Yet the chief archon, Yaldabaoth, which is a no name for Satan, has many faces, meaning he can shapeshift into different forms, explaining why different sources depict him differently. The Dazzlings taking energy from people parallels the Loosh theory, which suggests the world is a farm used to harvest people's energy. Negative entities are believed to feed on people's negative energy, which creates what is called Loosh. Various beliefs about what beings do this have been discussed, such as archons, interdimensional beings, disembodied astral spirits, or others. It is believed that a lot of the stuff in this world, like a lot of bad stuff, is purposely designed to make people feel bad, to take their Loosh. Many believe that the elite of the world are working with these entities to harvest Loosh. The meaning or secret to everything can be connected to the monad, because the monad is believed to be where everything and all gods and all supreme beings in the universe and everything originates from. So there's a connection to the meaning of everything. But it is also considered to be generosity and all that is good itself. So this means everything in the universe, which is all connected to this divine source, is generosity and what is good. The monad can be considered what is neither a being nor what is not a being, but also what is both a being and not a being, or what is real and not real, but also neither real or not real. However, it is generosity and what is good itself, definitely sacredly powerful. Many beliefs say God is over everything and also has sacred love, which is generous. Some people have also suggested the story of Nightmare Moon parallels that of the fall of Lucifer, because in the story of Lucifer he was at first a respected angel that fell from heaven and changed into another corrupted form or some type of form. Similar to how at first Nightmare Moon was Luna, who was respected, then she became Nightmare Moon as some type of corrupt or other type of form. It can also be seen as her name being changed from Luna to Nightmare Moon, similar to how some sources say Lucifer's name was changed to Satan or something else. It is also said that Lucifer wanted to be like God, and some would describe this as jealousy of God, paralleling the story again. While this can be viewed as symbolic of the stories of Lucifer and Satan, or ideas about what happened, I do not think they are actually the same being, even if they have some relations. The Gnostics believed in a spiritual knowledge which connects people to higher realms called gnosis, reminiscent of the esoteric knowledge sought by many mystics throughout history, and Twilight Sparkle's love of knowledge, including knowledge of magic, along with what was said in G5 about knowledge being power. Inanna and Ishtar were also associated with the morning and evening star. In Greek mythology, these stars are associated with the deities Phosphorus and Hesperus. Some Christian traditions associate the morning star with Lucifer, though the Bible also associates Jesus with the morning star, yet mentions multiple morning stars that could represent different beings. Some people view it as representing something bad, while others, such as some Gnostic interpretations, represent it as something good that is different than Satan, who is viewed as a distinct negative being who is unrelated to this. Even though I was associated with Lucifer as Satan, then there are other mixed views on this, though I think there are truth to both of these beliefs. What is good or bad for someone is what is bad or good for another. Thus, this is what is only partially bad or good, in reality, at least sometimes. In other cases, it's different. Yet notice how the morning and evening star appear during the evening and morning, which is twilight time. The cutie mark of Twilight Sparkle is a star. The name Twilight Sparkle indicates a sparkle. Stars, when they twinkle in the sky, they can be seen as sparkling. Or shimmering, which comes to the name of sunset shimmer, also indicating happening during sunset, which is twilight time. The tree home of Twilight Sparkle is a library where she gets knowledge from books, so I see parallels with the Tree of Knowledge. In some traditions, this tree is viewed as bad, while in Gnostic beliefs it is viewed as good. I personally think it is a mix of bad and good. The serpent and others in the story related to this tree, I think they are partially good and partially bad. Taking or eating the fruit of this tree is bad for some but good for others. Just like some policies made by governments or others benefit some people but do not benefit others, I think the same is true with many other things. Members of the light, I think, worship these different beings, at least some of them, yet also try to distort the truth about them. The archons or anyone restricting people from eating the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil can be viewed as bad, yet the serpent being pushy by trying to make people eat from it can also be viewed as bad to an extent. It is called the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil, meaning it has both good and bad qualities. Twilight Sparkle's library has books which contain magic spells, while the Bible is believed to be a book that is spiritually powerful, whose name translates to library. Since it is a collection of books, then there is the Gnostic Nag Hammadi library scriptures, which state Sophia sent an aspect of herself called Sophia Zoe to go inside the Tree of Knowledge, similar to Twilight Sparkle living in the tree library. In the Book of Enoch, the fallen angels teach humans forbidden knowledge of how to make and use metals, weapons, cosmetics, magic, and other stuff, so we see a connection with knowledge and magic, along with Greek myths about Prometheus, who can be compared to Lucifer, viewed as a fallen angel, a god who teaches humans how to use fire and gives them knowledge to start civilization, after Zeus hid fire from humans, since Zeus and other gods did not want people to have this knowledge or fire, since it would make them more advanced and less reliant on the gods or able to challenge the gods, therefore making it easier for the gods to control people and continue to have people worship them. So if we combine these two different stories, it means they also hid magic from people. So I think the sinister controllers of this world and the beings they worship hide the existence of magic from people for similar reasons, which is basically a more advanced form of this technology or knowledge given by these beings, who are different than the non-physical demons, by the way. Some people say This means the gods are bad, while beings like Prometheus are good because they helped people with this knowledge. Yet there's also the belief that when fallen angels brought this stuff to people, they used it for destruction. Therefore, I see both bad and good to this, because magic and technology and this other stuff can be used for good, but can also be used for destruction. So if the right beings are using it, it can be used for good. The Book of Enoch calls this knowledge secrets preserved in heaven, meaning it was kept secret from people. Thoth is the Egyptian god of knowledge and magic, who taught humans the skill of writing, now used for books. Known to have incarnated as Hermes Trismegistus, who founded Hermeticism, focused on esoteric knowledge. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth say he is over a cosmic library called the Halls of Amenti, containing knowledge about interdimensional understandings of the universe, spiritual ascension, magic, and much more, corresponding to beliefs about the Akashic records that hold records for everything in the universe, as a massive library. While the Dazzlings are dancing to one of the songs, they get together and appear to have 6 arms. Some depictions of the Hindu god Shiva show him with 4 arms, while others show him with 6. It is believed he performs a cosmic dance of destruction, called Tandava, when he turns into his Nataraja form. According to the myths, Shiva dances to the sacred Om sound heard during the creation of the universe. As part of this dance, the universe goes through cycles of creation, preservation, and destruction. This is linked to Shiva being known as the Destroyer, who was believed to destroy the universe, therefore is an evil deity. In fact, there is a statue of Shiva doing this dance at a Soren facility. Many link this to the elite having a plan to use the technology at Soren to cause mass destruction, as well as the elite worshipping Shiva. While Shiva is the most well-known one to be part of this dance, Hindu scriptures do mention other deities taking part in this dance, so I think both good and bad deities take part in this dance. So I think the singing of the Dazzlings represents the destructive part of this dance and related music, while the singing of the heroes of My Little Pony, which challenges the singing of the Dazzlings, represents the part of the music and related dance connected to creation and preservation, which is saving and taking care of something. This is Dorpy. Notice how her eyes are out of place and not in the same location? Oh, and in the show, she is depicted as being clumsy, while the official explanation for her having crossed eyes is that it was an animation error originally, but I think, in truth, it is something more. Because there is an eye disorder known as strabismus that looks very similar to her condition. This disorder is also known to sometimes cause clumsiness. Makes me think Dorpy is actually based on a real creature that has this type of eye disorder. The Bible says that before Satan is imprisoned for 1,000 years, he takes part in a battle in heaven, similar to how My Little Pony Celestia battles Nightmare Moon in the sky, which I think is symbolic of what the Bible says rather than something that actually happened with them. So it makes sense that this is when Nightmare Moon is imprisoned in the moon. Painting in this scene has unusual, almost reddish eyes and a pose similar to Blue Mustang. In the first episode, when Luna is becoming Nightmare Moon, she is shortly shown with glowing eyes. Then, in a scene that comes not that long after, she has reddish eyes and makes a pose similar to Blue Mustang. The horse in the nightmare painting is also said to have glowing eyes, or sometimes white glowing eyes. The horse heads on the building next to the horse portal statue appear to have red-looking eyes. In My Little Pony, King Sombra is a wicked king who is depicted as this dark pony, sometimes with glowing eyes. In Irish folklore, the legendary Puka is sometimes depicted as a dark black horse with glowing red eyes that tricks people to mount it during the night, then takes them to their doom, like the glowing eyes of Lucifer. Taking a look at historical and modern symbolism of the different colored horses, we find that white horses were often associated with Christ as well as many other things, while black horses were often associated with the devil, but also sometimes with other stuff. Further looking at the symbolism of the white horse, we find that in Zoroastrianism, it is one of three representations of Tishraya, who is this divinity. It says the divinity takes this form during the last 10 days of every month of the Zoroastrian calendar, and also in a cosmological battle for control of rain. In this latter tale, which appears in the Avestas hymns dedicated to Tishraya, the divinity is opposed by Usha, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, the demon of drought, which appears as a black horse. So this is similar to Nightmare Moon versus Celestia, and how they represent Satan and God, as well as other beings. Corresponding to Celestia being a white horse, the horse Jesus will return on is also a white one. I hold the idea that there are both good and bad black horses as well as other colored horses. I mean, historically we see they are associated with different things, and it is clear many of them can be good, even if some are bad beings. But what about Luna and Nightmare Moon? Well, Nightmare Moon could be a negative version of Luna, who is the good version of this being she is based on. However, another possibility is that, unlike what is depicted in the My Little Pony TV show, Nightmare Moon might actually be a separate entity than Luna, because in some My Little Pony comics that aren't part of the show, and some other sources, there are some interpretations that present her as a different entity. Just like in Equestria Girls, where there are human versions of the pony characters, I think in Equestria there are ponies who are different versions of humans in the real world. But I think Luna could very well be a parallel version of the goddess Luna from our world. If we follow what G1 teaches, it was Tirek who tried to create eternal night rather than Luna. However, I definitely do think eternal night would be something bad. Yet, night and darkness is not inherently bad, just like light and day is not inherently bad. I think light and darkness are neutral, but many people have a false idea that dark equals bad. I wouldn't say that is really true. I definitely do think there are negative dark beings, but I also think there are negative light beings. Many people dislike the night or prefer day over night. You can see that with most of the world, they sleep during the night but stay awake during the day. This is because many people are trapped in a mindset that light is better. But naturally, humans don't have this cycle to stay asleep at night and be awake during the day. It's an artificial concept that people have been stuck in. There is a fear of the darkness, but that is just in our mind, because in reality, darkness isn't much different than day. The only difference is that it might be harder to see stuff in, that you could find something that would be hard to see that could be harmful. Other than that, there's no more harm in darkness than the light. Of course, people also have ideas that things are bright and beautiful, or that the light is beautiful while the darkness is not. But I think that is all subjective, and that darkness and light can both be just as good as each other. I think there is wonder and greatness in both darkness and light. But I think it is good to keep a balance of the dark side and the light side. The devil wants to create a corrupted form of darkness.
You can see that with people choosing to do bad stuff during the night, such as harmful crimes, drunk, or other types of partying that are harmful, instead of bringing non-harmful types of fun, and all the different types of bad stuff they do at night. Instead of enjoying the night and considering it to be the same as day. Both darkness and light can have a good side, but can also have a bad side. Like when Luna became Nightmare Moon, she is depicted as doing this because the ponies would relish the day but sleep during the night and not considering it equally as great as the day. I do not think becoming this negative entity would be a good way to solve this issue. However, I do think it would be good if more people understood that night and day are equal with one another, and that it would be great to have them in balance and harmony with one another. Compared to sunshine and light, darkness and stuff like rain is viewed as gloomy and bad, and what people should avoid. However, I personally like both the dark and the light, as well as the sunshine and the rain. I think it is good to stay on the positive side of both these things and use both these things in positive ways, finding joy in all of it. My Little Pony G1 even kind of shows this.
Oh, for a rainy day, a day with cloudy skies. Let this be a rainy day.
People viewing light and darkness as things that need to be treated differently reflects a mindset of dualism people have, which is what runs the Matrix, like the ones and zeros of the Matrix. It tries to make us view these as separate instead of being one, or what can be treated the same way. Accordingly, in many conflicts, people often see one side as good and the other as bad, but in many cases, there is good and bad to both sides. Of course, sometimes one side is entirely bad while the other is entirely good, but that's not always the case. I propose a view that the moon was not originally a trap, and that something came then turned the moon into this prison. I also believe that the moon affects stuff on Earth, so the moon being a trap, reflects how stuff associated with the moon, like night, darkness, femininity, and other stuff, is also trapped in the current age of the world, awaiting a time when all this will symbolically be free. Legends from times which are claimed to be what people call the Middle Ages speak of unicorns only or often being able to be captured by virgins or young virgin maidens. For this reason and traditional associations, as well as sometimes other reasons, the unicorn is sometimes viewed as a symbol of femininity, or what is traditionally related to females. Historically, this led to the unicorn being associated with the Virgin Mary, who is the mother of Jesus, therefore can be viewed as a symbol of the divine feminine, like the unicorn. The majority of characters in My Little Pony are female, showing a connection. In fact, when you hear how the name Mary is pronounced, it actually sounds like mare, e. A female horse, which most My Little Pony characters are, is called a mare. The Spanish name for Mary is Maria. Remember how I related Lunar Maria to the mare in the moon? Ancient cultures associated the moon with the feminine or divine feminine. A lot of times this was associated with the goddess of the moon, while the sun was associated with a god connected to the divine masculine. However, this is not in every culture, because masculine and feminine are not inherently linked to gender. They can be either gender, and it's okay for either to be masculine or feminine, or both. And there are cultures which associated the sun with a goddess and the moon with a god. Plus there are cultures that associate the sun and moon with both gods and goddesses. However, the elite who control the world have weakened the divine feminine in everyone, explaining why it is seen as something lesser in both genders by feminists and also others. Or it is seen as good for one, but not as good as the masculine other, which is possessed by the supposedly better gender. That is just nonsense, because it is really something of value for anyone. So when I say feminine and masculine, I don't just mean appearance or physical things. While it can mean that stuff, what I'm thinking of is personality traits and also things that go a lot deeper. In the Hindu sect of Shaktism, the ultimate mother goddess is associated with spiritual energy called Shakti, thought to be divine feminine energy, believed to permeate all existence. One of the forms of this goddess, who is believed to be the queen of all the universes in the multiverse, named Tripura Sundari, who dwells in the realm of Manitwipa, is believed to be the embodiment of joy and compassion. So we see joy and compassion as this divine energy, a lot in the way the elements of harmony are a magical force. The goddess she's associated with, Mahadevi, is considered what is called the para-Brahman, which is the form version of Brahman, or the version of Brahman that has a form that can be understood, while Brahman, which is the ultimate reality of everything, cannot really be understood or described by the way Brahman exists. So this love and compassion permeates everything in existence. Also, notice how it is called Equestria girls, so young females associated with unicorns. Since the word Equestria ties into equine, which is what unicorns are considered, and My Little Pony is considered to be what is traditionally associated with little girls, though not inherently. So we find a connection to ancient myths about unicorns coming to maidens who are young females. This was symbolic of Jesus and the Virgin Mary. Some people say fiction that is showing a majority of female characters or other identities or demographics is part of an agenda to encourage discrimination or other types of harm. However, while this might sometimes happen, I think television and other works of fiction that show a majority of male characters are also part of a plot. Yet I would say My Little Pony's in a different category because it is based on beings who were born that way, part of what symbolically represents something. Actually, throughout most of history and even today, the majority of films and fiction have a bias favoring males as main characters, or most of the characters in the fiction. Therefore, I think these films are promoting male-centric ideas about the world, not based in reality, as a form of mind control to encourage sexism. I still do not think the satanic elite care about most males. They just want to, at least sometimes, encourage a male-centric focus, or to give more focus to males, but they often depict males in a negative way, or being harmed. Even though many say they are feminists, which is really just sexism, they still promote male-centric ideas, whether they know about it and lie by claiming they are, or have deluded themselves into thinking they have not. I say this should apply to both females and males who think this way or promote this. I do also think there is an agenda with different types of movies because most film is controlled by these same groups. So I'm sure there's some type of sexism and bad agendas promoted in movies with a majority of female and male characters. There's also stuff like whitewashing and also blackwashing, where they promote one race over the other. When you say there's a woke agenda, well, I definitely believe that is true. But many of the same people who promote this agenda also help make the films that promote different types of agendas, including certain types of male-centric ideas and harmful ideas about males and females, which is done in both movies with majority of female characters and movies with the majority of male characters by misrepresenting stuff or associating stuff with stuff that isn't really related in a bad way. Of course, in recent times, there is a little less of this certain type of male-centric views, even though both males and females are usually depicted in bad ways, at least to an extent, some more than others. A lot of times, females will more often be depicted as stuff like damsels in distress or love interest or other stuff, while males are depicted as the ones with like responsibilities to like save them or do other stuff, which can be bad since this encourages ideas that they should be the ones who save others instead of being helped, or that females should only be viewed as love interests and nothing more, along with ideas that females are not capable of helping themselves or being heroes, as well as other things. Plus, there are many other ways they are depicted as. So, of course, there are films that do the opposite, which I still think is part of an agenda, all these different films, to depict others as weaker or as someone to be harmed, or as someone bad, who is incorrectly seen as someone good to look up to, or as something else. There's even more of an imbalance when looking at media aimed at certain genders. So I think the concept of female and male media is not real just in people's heads, because there's really no correlation with gender. While sometimes these could be accurate depictions of real beings, a lot of times it is inaccurate depictions of what these works of fiction are partially based on. Programming like this can influence how males and females act as part of an agenda or indirect results of it. Though this is not natural, and people can defy or not follow what they are programmed to do. Then there are people who say certain movies are made for certain ages, but that is really a concept in your head, because violence really isn't good for any ages. This goes far beyond just film, but stuff viewed as being for those as younger is seen as being less mature, though any of this can be bad to an extent, and also good. The way they put it is often wrong. I think some of this focus on males in the media and other sources is purposely done to create a male default mindset, even though they focus on females during certain situations or when they're related to certain stuff, which is often seen as less serious or something that is different than what is focused on when males are taken into consideration, well, subconsciously or not. Something similar to the Virgin and Unicorn paintings is shown in Death of a Unicorn, where the girl Ridley has a special connection with the unicorn. When she touches it, she has this unusual vision indicating a connection, while her father at first does not believe in unicorns. He doesn't believe in them until later in the movie. He also does not seem to have a connection to it, unlike Ridley, who does believe in them. Not until later in the movie does he also have a connection. So Ridley could represent the childlike innocence of the world. Today, belief in stuff like magic and unicorns is often seen or associated with the imagination of children or just nonsensical imagination. But I think this is because people have lost their connection to their more creative, imaginative side, which is actually based on real magic. Where stuff associated with children or what is childish or little girls is seen as something that's not serious. Unlike logic, often associated with adults or males, though it is associated with others too, now especially, but it still does have that association to an extent, which I think is false. Plus, there is a similar scene in Legend from 1985, where the character Lily touches the unicorn. In contrast to the small size of the unicorn representing gentle feminine behaviors, the large size of the bull and other attributes of the bull have long been associated with symbolizing what is masculine. So the red bull harming the unicorns can be viewed as symbolizing masculine energy being overbalanced and harming the feminine in bad ways. Historically, bulls were also associated with assertiveness, similar to how Iron Will, the bull creature, tries to make Fluttershy be what is related to being assertive, representing an imbalance in this energy, which is actually found in many places in society today, with people viewing not being assertive as bad and trying to make others be assertive. Some do this to only males, others do it to only females, others do it to both, depending on their mindset. But I think it is bad to push it on anyone. However, being assertive to stop others from being harmed and sometimes for other reasons can be good, though usually it is better to not be assertive. Feminine energy is associated with kindness, nurturing, like Fluttershy nurtures animals, as well as being passive, which is to not be assertive. We also see her kindness here. When looked up, we see traits associated with the divine feminine and what is related to it, or stuff like this, which includes people-pleasing, which is associated with being a pushover. I think this is only good if you're doing it for the good of others, but it's bad if you're doing it for other bad reasons or nonsensical reasons. However, a lot of times people are associated with the wounded feminine. They say this isn't the divine feminine, but I think it originally was viewed as the divine feminine in ancient times. But this is a modern, corrupted form of an ancient truth. When originally it was viewed as something good, like being passive, they might now identify, at least some do, with the wounded feminine, but originally it was with the divine feminine. But this is a modern, corrupted form of spiritual energy, or what they view as it. Some sources associate the divine feminine with nature, so we see a connection with Fluttershy's love of nature and the goddess Gaia, who is also known as Mother Earth or Mother Nature, believed to be a personification of the Earth. Some sources connect her to the divine feminine. Some characters, such as Rarity, have feminine traits, such as her being part of the fashion business. Keep in mind with what I showed, unicorns were used to symbolically represent stuff like this in the past. Some people view feminine hobbies and other things as not as important as the masculine things, or as what should or should not be related to males or females. Yet I think this is a trapping mindset. While others, such as Rainbow Dash, have more masculine traits, such as being interested in adventure, stuff like racing sports, and more. Therefore, this can represent divine masculine energy. Plus, this relates to Rainbow Dash's characteristics of being not interested in fashion and being courageous, performing athletic activities. She's sometimes considered a tomboy by some people, and has a hairstyle not traditionally feminine. The same can be said about Applejack, who focuses on hard work, showing that it can be good to have both positive feminine and positive masculine traits, or neutral feminine and masculine traits, but not bad feminine or bad masculine traits. However, having such traits does not necessarily mean there is an association with feminism in the modern sense, because Applejack
is associated with farms, therefore country life, which is something that is associated with the Deep South in the USA, as well as other parts of the Bible Belt, where they often oppose feminism and live a life dedicated to Jesus. Plus, all this aligns with Applejack having a southern accent. It is a stereotype that all females from such regions do not act masculine. Yet, they often face discrimination from feminists and others, whether they do or not. We can also see how daylight can become corrupted just like night can too, with the figure called Daybreaker, who is a negative version of Celestia, just like Nightmare Moon is a negative version of Luna. But if you look at Daybreaker's mane, you can see that it's made out of fire. There are myths about horses with fiery manes too. Like Daybreaker, Celestia has this mane that can be seen as glowing. It looks like it resembles the Aurora Borealis. In Norse mythology, the goddess of the night, Nott, is depicted as riding a black horse, while Dagor, who is the personification of day, is depicted as riding a white horse. In many paintings or images of this horse, you will see it as having just like a white mane or something, though I do not think these paintings are 100% accurate because older sources describe it as looking somewhat different. Going over here, we can see that it says Dagor receiving the horse skin faxi whose mane illuminates all the sky and the earth, meaning it was something that glowed very brightly.
Legends also say the Keelan has a fiery mane.
Daybreaker appears as only existing in a dream in the show. I think that she is actually based on some real being. Just like Morpheus from Greek mythology, the god of dreams, Luna is depicted as being able to affect and enter people's dreams in My Little Pony. Some sources describe her as being able to protect others from nightmares, unlike her negative version of Nightmare Moon, which causes nightmares. Paranormal stories even talk about people meeting her in their dreams. I would like to share some of these stories from different people, which are going to be anonymous for this video, which are about them meeting Luna and other ponies in their dreams and elsewhere in real life. This first person says he has had multiple dreams where Luna visited him and spoke with him. He says this was especially common during his depression, and that Luna would act like a mother to him. She told him how she loved that he liked the night and stuff like the stars. Eventually, she said to him that the other ponies know about him a bit, but mostly only Twilight Sparkle. During times when Luna was sad, it is said that she would come into his dreams and he would help her out. He told her that he has the ability to go into other people's dreams, and she said that she had never seen anyone else with this ability, especially not human. Anytime he had a nightmare, Luna would stop it and help him. It was even revealed that she was born on December during some 3-digit year. She also revealed a lot of other stuff to him. But in one of his different experiences, he describes as being transported from the dream world into Equestria, where it was night and most of the ponies were asleep. While being in shock, he accidentally ran into a pony who got scared and ran away from him. He says she would cuddle him in his dreams. One experience he recalls was when Luna was talking to him in his dream, then she told him
she had to leave to fulfill her duties of lowering the moon, because it was now 5 o'clock. Yet when he woke up from his dream, he looked at the clock, and it said 5 o'clock. During these experiences, he went to this place he called the Dream Realm, where he saw this glowing fog-like stuff in a place where there were many different doors, which each led to the dreams of different ponies and people, including those of Celestia and Luna. He had a toy plushie of Luna, even though she told him that she found him having it weird, but also cute. Eventually, Luna told him that she could no longer reach him for some reason, possibly because she couldn't get from Equestria to our world, but that she was trying to reach him but could no longer for some reason. In addition to having these types of experiences, he also reported other experiences, such as being attacked or being gotten by Nightmare Moon. But during these dream experiences, he also reports seeing what are called the Childs of the Night, or the Children of the Night, in these dreams, which is related to this video about My Little Pony. It isn't considered officially part of the My Little Pony TV show. It's considered what is called a fan animation or something like that. The original video is now lost, but it is about Luna with these children, who are called the Children of the Night. They come out when everyone else is asleep, as some type of hidden civilization away from the civilization of daylight. But in this video, you can see them flying towards the moon, like they are beings who live on the moon, similar to what I said earlier about the Great Moon hoax and the unicorns being found in it. I think some of these beings are good, or these Children of the Night, while others could be bad, I think, and there are also those who are mixed about good and bad, as well as those who are neutral. I think some of them seek to help people with their dreams, while others seek to cause nightmares, like what we can see in these old legends, which depict different types of horse-like creatures or horses causing these nightmares, such as the one seen here. Then we have creatures like this from Celtic folklore, which is said to appear on the 1st of May, and is associated with nightmares, as you can see here. But it says this horse creature has a red mane like the colors the My Little Pony characters have, including the related Children of the Night, who are depicted as orc ponies, unicorns, and pegasi. Another experience he had when he was young, outside the dream world, happened when he was laying on his bed and there was a purple aura surrounding him. Then he saw a shadow that looked similar to Twilight Sparkle, except it had a glowing light where her horn is located. It then ran into something, then disappeared. The purple aura he described is likely related to the purple spiritual aura being connected to the third eye chakra, like what it is known to be connected to, just like Twilight Sparkle is also associated with such chakra. Keep in mind that during his dream experiences, he said they often turned into lucid dreams, or what he calls out-of-body dreams. Experiences from someone else mention someone being able to communicate with Luna in his dreams. In one of his dreams, he says he woke up in Equestria, then found that the architecture of Equestria was much more interesting than he thought. During this experience, he received a gift from Princess Luna in the shape of a crescent moon like her cutie mark. That was a mosaic with dozens of gems and a message engraved on it. Possibly a message Luna was sending to him through a dream. A different experience he had, is related to him dreaming or going to sleep, but he wakes up in like this place that's like Equestria, but it felt like he was gone for much longer, but when he woke up, it seemed like there was less time passed on Earth, which parallels stories of people going to parallel universes or other dimensions, and when they go to the different world, they spend a lot of time in that world, but when they come back to Earth, there's less time spent on Earth. Similar to many paranormal stories and the story of Narnia. Then there are accounts of people encountering Luna during out-of-body experiences and times in which they're in this state that is like waking dreams, or hypnagogia, which is a state between the awake world and the dream world, in which there are reports of people encountering spiritual entities, and maybe other types of entities. While some of these experiences, such as those related to sleep paralysis and other phenomena, are described as being negative or caused by negative entities, other experiences related to this are described as being positive. So I think it's something that is neutral, that can be either positive or good, depending on the specific being that causes it. One such case even mentions someone trying to go to sleep, but then feeling this force pull her out of her body. Where then, right after this, she hears this horse neigh right next to her, like the neigh of a pony. She sees some type of figure, but it is a little dark and the experience is quick, so it is hard to tell exactly what it is, but it was possibly some type of dark horse entity, like Luna. The experience ends when she is returned to her body. She thinks this dream might have been some type of message Luna was trying to send her, because right before she had it, she was focusing on Luna.
She says she does not think it was a dream because it happened in the same place she was sleeping at or trying to sleep at, which would not happen in a dream because dreams often do not happen in the same places people sleep at. These next experiences come from someone who said he saw not only Luna but also some of the other characters. So wait, would this mean they are spirits and not physical beings like how they are depicted as being in the fiction? Perhaps that's partially true. There is some other possibilities though, because the world of Equestria might actually be what is considered spiritual in our realm or non-physical in our realm, but in their realm it feels physical. So when it interacts with our realm, it could be some type of spiritual place. But it could be possible through the use of portals. I think it is definitely possible actually that humans can travel to Equestria, whether or not they manifest as spirits in our realm. Then there's another possibility that they use magic or some type of powers to turn into spirits, even though they are normally physical.
I definitely think some of these types of beings on Earth and in Equestria and elsewhere are physical beings, while others could very well be spirits and other types of beings. It's also possible some of them are physical beings but turn into beings that are made out of what dreams are made out of, or turn to spirits, or turn into other types of beings when they enter dreams, or the place related to what are called waking dreams, as well as anywhere else.
There are beliefs which match these experiences, such as one that says unicorns walked Earth in flesh and physical body in the past, but they ascended to a higher dimension because of the toxic energy on the Earth, likely becoming non-physical beings, at least some of them, even if others stayed the same. Then we have those who view unicorns as ascended beings from higher dimensions, such as the seventh dimension, as well as heavens, like the seventh heaven, or other heavens and dimensions, sometimes even viewing them as an angelic creature. Supernatural encounters with unicorns like this or documented in some sources that mention people seeing unicorns like this or realizing their spiritual energy. These stories mentioning unicorns existing in and coming from higher dimensions reflects My Little Pony depicting unicorns in Equestria, which is a world separate from ours.
Going here, we can see that somebody says was communicating with these unicorns and says, they told me that the unicorns were here to bring enlightenment to humanity, so that the unicorns were communicating with somebody, like talking unicorns like those in My Little Pony. It says, they pour high-frequency white light onto us, so they're associated with light. Then it says, people see their light within you and respond accordingly with the people who work with the unicorns. And it says, when they touch you at a soul level, your light can shine. So these unicorns are associated with light and light within people and the light of people's soul, like the light of the world. And trying to help people, as well as the moon, as you can see here. It says, the unicorns are now entering Earth through this beautiful portal as well as through Sirius. And it's talking about the moon, like unicorns from the moon, like what I said earlier. But let's get back to the stories.
In one of his experiences, he said he felt some force on his body while he was trying to sleep or sleeping. Then he heard some voice that was trying to tell him not to be afraid, and that she came in peace or something like that. Then, moments later, he was moved out of his body, and he saw the same room he was trying to sleep in, and he saw this figure that looked like a small yellow Pegasus, just like Fluttershy. He says if his memory is correct, he thinks he might have also saw Rainbow Dash during the same night, but also had a similar experience with a figure that looked like Twilight Sparkle during a different night. A different experience he had happened at the place he worked, which is an Amazon warehouse. He says he works the night shift, the late night shift, and that one time when he came to work, he arrived early before his shift started, so he decided to park his car in the parking lot, then lean the seat back and rest. But then while this happened, the spirit was pulled out of his body. He then saw a white unicorn with purple hair move across the area in front of the front window of the car, which he identified with either Rarity or the character Sweetie Belle. But he says he saw something during this experience that is not shown in the My Little Pony show, and that was a red orb of light above the unicorn's horn that moved when the unicorn moved, which lit up the car. Next, he sees this dark pony with the horn coming through the front window of the car next to him. It had this starry mane just like that of Luna. Then he says, "Are you Luna?" And she replies, "Yes." But he says that her voice sounded more deep
and raspy,
or something like that, unlike how it is depicted in the show, meaning that the version of Luna in the show isn't quite the same as how she exists in the real world. Once he returned to his body and the experience ended, he noticed that one of the trees he saw during the experience through the car window was there in the real world, meaning that it wasn't a dream he had. He also looked at the clock he had, and it was sometime around 1:07 a.m., which he remembered he started to rest just a little bit ago, which means not very much time went by during the experience, unlike in dreams, which make things seem to make time go by faster, therefore showing that this wasn't a dream, but an out-of-body experience.
Another entity he saw above him was a being that did not match any of the characters he knew from the show, but looked like a black earth pony. This creature talked to him. He says he doesn't remember all the stuff it said to him, but that the creature told him that he wanted him to work on this project that he wasn't working on due to some type of slack. Then when he stopped having this experience, he decided to work on the project, and good stuff that he wanted Star to happen. His later experience involves leaving his body and receiving this relaxing good feeling while seeing this being which resembled a human but was different. He doesn't remember exactly how. Then when he turned to the other side, he saw Luna, who told him, "Your kingdom awaits." She likely also said she was Princess Luna. He doesn't remember for sure, but he said he might have saw her torn into another form, possibly Nightmare Moon. During an out-of-body experience he saw 2 horses above him which resembled Luna and Celestia, yet slightly different, though he thinks they were Celestia and Luna. During a dream he was at a beach at nighttime and went into water and encountered Luna. Right after this, he ended up in a different room, then seemed to see what looked similar to Celestia moving above him. So he wasn't sure if this was a dream or a dream that turned into an out-of-body experience, since he was laying down, which happens in out-of-body experiences when people lay down then leave their bodies. It was hard to tell exactly how many wings she had, since the experience was quick. Yet it appeared she had multiple sets of wings, somewhere around 6, 8, or 4, similar to depictions of seraphim and cherubim angels. After this, he heard a voice to his right that he thought was either Luna or Celestia tell him she was disgusted with humans. So he asked her if she viewed all humans badly, and she told him that she respected him and saw hope in some people, yet indicated she viewed most humans badly. I mean, after all, most people in the world are corrupt. He also saw other stuff in this dream, including people doing something with the particle accelerator at Denver International Airport, as well as a very long and massive particle accelerator hidden in the sky or firmament that went all the way to Antarctica and the lands beyond it, and maybe even through them. A magnet was put in this particle accelerator a long time ago, according to the dream, and it is still going through the particle accelerator, moving through it today. He doesn't know if this dream was representing stuff that wasn't exactly what was shown in the dream, but something that represents something else, or stuff that literally exists, though it was likely both. He also heard about something that sounded like it was called a LINAC, that was shown to him on a computer screen and associated with particle accelerators in the dream. When he woke up, he looked up this term because he did not know what it meant, and found out there was a type of particle accelerator called a LINAC, which is short for Linear Particle Accelerator, making him think Luna was the one who caused this dream, and that was not an ordinary dream, since he did not have knowledge about this before. During his other experience, he reports coming out of his body while laying down, then seeing the fan of the room he was laying in, indicating this wasn't just some random dream. Then he heard a voice say to him, "I am the mare in the moon." He sees what is either a unicorn or winged unicorn looking down from above towards him. He only saw its head and its upper part, so he didn't see the whole body, but he thinks he might have saw a crown on it because near its horn was this object, what looked like an object with 3 points. Yet when he returned to his body, he later found out he had seen depictions of Celestia and Luna before, but he never really paid too much attention to them. But after the experience, he started to pay more attention to the depictions and noticed that both of them have this crown with 3 points, making him think he saw Luna, who has this crown, as you can see here, or Celestia, with a similar crown as she is seen with in many depictions, who is the sister of Luna and hangs out with the good version of Luna. insupportable. So he either only encountered Luna because he heard the voice and saw someone similar, or he encountered both of them. Since he didn't really catch the color of the being he saw, but he did hear the voice and saw it was like a unicorn or alicorn.
These experiences are often said to happen during times when people dream or when they are trying to go to sleep, meaning there is a connection with dreams and unicorns being related to dreams, because the My Little Pony characters are unicorns and alicorns, which are related to unicorns. We also have Twilight Sparkle's element of magic. Historically, magic was actually associated with unicorns. Those who are believers in stuff like magic can also be seen as those who have big dreams or a wild imagination. So they can be those who believe in their dreams with the power of magic. I think belief in magic and believing in yourself and believing in your dreams is actually powerful, like the element of magic. And that with this belief and determination, people can achieve their dreams to do what is wanted and good. Our imagination is connected to the brain. Therefore, the third eye chakra located in it. So I think this is showing the power of imagination and hope in our dreams we can achieve competently in positive ways.
Plus, he remembers seeing Angel Bunny watching him above his bed when leaving his body. So, he thinks Angel might have been a figure who resembled a human in his other experiences. Since Angel appeared to be more around the size of a human than any known rabbits in his experience.
When at Amazon again, he saw a white rabbit pointing at a clock, telling him to hurry. Another.
One night, when returning to Amazon, the same thing happens again, except this time, out his right window, he sees what looks like a flying pink Pegasus, and is able to see the tree and other stuff around the area he was at. He thinks this might have been the G1 character Firefly, or North Star. Though it could have been Cadence, since the experience was fast, he couldn't really tell if she had a horn or not. He says he also saw a black pony who might have been Luna. Yet, during this experience, he seemed to go to some dark place or somewhere, then saw a stained glass window, possibly featuring Celestia and or other ponies. Though the experience happened quickly, so it was hard to tell. He thinks it might have been a vision or some other type of experience. He says this could mean the pink-winged pony he saw could have been Flurry Heart, who is a pink-winged alicorn baby, eventually to be shown on a stained glass window as an adult. Then he recalls seeing Moondancer, likely looking at least partially like her G1 version.
One time, it looked like he saw Luna trying to reach him, yet was not able to do so, since she kept hitting a barrier, imagined as what was put somewhere by supernatural powers to prevent spiritual beings from encountering humans, so people would not believe in them.
However, we can find a different story of somebody physically encountering these ponies. In this story, somebody says a long time ago when he was young, he used to go to this school with someone else who said that she was once teleported to the world of Equestria, and that before that, she saw Dorpy out her window. He begged her to ask Celestia to take him to Equestria. Yet she replied with saying that he was acting insulting, but that his beggings weren't entirely in vain, so Celestia said she would think about it. But years later, he was not able to get to Equestria.
Some stories associated with the children of the night say the unicorns actually came to the moon a long time ago after something happened to their dwelling. After a battle with Discord a long time ago in the past, which is not entirely referenced in the show, even though it does mention a time over 1,000 years ago when Discord was in prison in the show.
Next, we have a story from someone else who sent a letter to Luna, possibly in a dream. He wanted to know another way he could go to Equestria because he says he went to the realm of Equestria in his dreams before, or somehow used his dreaming ability to go there, but he wanted to find this other way. He sent a letter to her, and she said in the dream, "I was very surprised," or something like this. She said, "I was very surprised that you wrote to me because no pony have ever written to me before. They always write only to Celestia. You are the first one who wrote to me. I very appreciate that. That's your problem. You're right. Dreaming is the way to go. I visit the dreams about ponies very often, and they usually don't even know they're dreaming. They have such a power, but they don't know about it. Can you imagine? If only they knew they could have more control over their dreams, if they knew they are dreaming. The art of conscious dreaming or lucid dreaming can be learned, trained, and mastered, but it is not always easy, and it requires one to change one's views on reality 180 degrees. One needs to understand that there's absolutely no difference between dreams and reality. Yes, there are things one cannot do when being in what one calls the real or physical world, but this is just an effect of tuning into this particular set of laws and frequencies of the threads of light. When one resonates on the same frequency as well, one cannot pass through it, but the art of dreaming is all about learning to shift your frequencies to tune into different realities with their own sets of laws, which can be different than in the physical world. But there's absolutely no difference for the conscious mind itself, which reality it perceives. Dreams can be as real as in the waking state. Nipping yourself to find out if you're dreaming is a bad idea, because you'll feel it the same way in a dream as in the real world. When you awake, your mind simply tunes into the physical world, quote unquote, and creates images of it inside your head. A projection is still an illusion. Yeah, there aren't any colors in the real world. It's your brain which creates this perception. Even if based on external stimuli, you're simply dreaming yourself into the physical world, and in the same way you can dream yourself into any other different world you like. I hope it answers your question. Sweet dreams. What she said is reminiscent of beliefs held by the Yaqui natives of Mexico, who believe our conscious mind is a point of light which is connected by threads of light to everything else in existence. Yaqui shamans practice what they call dreaming to extend this point of connection, as they call it. They use what they call their dream bodies to perceive different parts of reality, to travel to distant places or even different worlds, or alter reality. In a different dream, he reports meeting a Yahweh dream traveler who gave him a mark that resembled the symbol on the boots of the Equestria girls, Twilight Sparkle, who has this symbol when she travels to the different world, which is the human world, causing him to think this symbol is from the lost practice of dreaming to enter other worlds. It resembles the Norse Ingvar's rune, which was, as you can see here, a symbol of internal strength, growth, and harmony. Then it's connected to the Norse god Ing, who was considered a bringer of abundance, health, and harmony. In My Little Pony, the Pegasi make it rain and move the clouds, and I think do other stuff to make the weather. Ancient myths say the weather is made by gods and angels, so maybe Pegasi help the gods and angels make the weather. There was actually another story from him about him waiting for spring to come, since the winter weather had been long for the year. So he started playing the My Little Pony song, Winter Wrap-Up, on his piano constantly, and asking the Pegasi to make spring come, or to clear the sky of clouds as they do in the song. Then what he asked for happened. Another report comes from someone who was having night terrors, which is this phenomena people have when they sleep, which is worse than nightmares, and some associate it with the demonic beings of sleep paralysis. During one of these experiences, the person reports Luna showing up during the experience, then walking the person out of this experience into some dream, making me think she stopped the negative entities of sleep paralysis, or whatever these night terrors were, as she is known to do with beings who cause nightmares. Someone entirely different says that during every night, he meets a My Little Pony character in his dreams, usually Trixie, who is sometimes mean to him, but at other times not. She tries to make him overcome his flaws, and I think help him in other ways. Someone has said she once caused him to have a nightmare where he was pulled into darkness, even though the other dreams he had with her were usually not nightmares. He recalls her staring at him and telling him that he was great, but not as great as her. She had also advised him to be careful and not ever let his guard down. Though in another dream, he met Twilight Sparkle, telling him he was doing a good job and that he should keep it up while patting him on the head, telling him not to stress too much and instead go with the flow before hugging him. Even though in the show it is only Nightmare Moon and Luna mostly associated with going in dreams, but I think in real life other characters and ponies not shown in the show can do so. My Little Pony G5 depicts magic going away from the world and the ponies a long time ago in the past, very similar to the event I was talking about, where they took away magic. In My Little Pony G4, the world of Equestria has very little technology. It is set in a way that is similar to ancient times when there was less technology or certain types of technology on Earth, while G5 seems to be set in more modern times when there are more cities and certain types of technology. As for what really happened, I think some stuff in G4 is more accurate than other generations, while other generations are more accurate on different things. But as for the technology and stuff in Equestria, I think G4 is more accurate on that part. So, I think the real reason why G5 depicts a place with cities and technology people use on Earth is because what it really is depicting is not Equestria, but Earth in modern times. In G5 there is a depiction of the world completely changing and magic being lost, which is similar to the mud flood that sunk the civilization of Tartaria in the past. So I think this past event that G5 is depicting, before there were these cities supposedly in it, which means the event happened long ago in the past, is actually depicting a past event in which magic was lost from the world, purposely taken away. Then when the mud flood came and everything was reset, people forgot about it. Also, in the world G5 takes place, Twilight Sparkle is no longer around, possibly indicating she died in the past. So maybe the images I was showing earlier about the red bull near the purple unicorn is actually representing a unicorn that lived during the past. Maybe people encountering these spirits of My Little Pony beings are actually the souls of those who died in a past event, whether or not they are the same ones from the parallel universe or not. Because this could mean Twilight Sparkle is actually based on a unicorn that lived in the past. Well, was it a talking unicorn or not? I'm not sure. Then was defeated when the people got rid of the unicorns. However, I think her archetype and the teaching of using magic for good still lives on within us. Though perhaps this purple unicorn was just like one of the horses known about today,
except for a unicorn. Different references to the Matrix movie are found in My Little Pony. Since the Matrix depicts these pods people are stuck in, many interpret this as showing that the Matrix is used by evil spirits to take energy from people who are trapped by it. My Little Pony shows characters trapped in pods made by beings called changelings who use them to take energy from the ponies. In My Little Pony, the changelings are depicted as looking like ponies. In ancient folklore, a changeling is a mythical being which fairies, demons, or other beings put somewhere when they took humans to replace humans with fake version of them. In these myths, changelings do not look like ponies, they look more human-like. So I think this is how the changelings look in real life, and that the My Little Pony episodes with them are actually referencing how spiritual entities use the Matrix to harvest people's energy. The changelings turn into other versions of the ponies, resembling clones. So I think this relates to the clones fought by Neo in the Matrix series. There is even a clip from My Little Pony that I will show after this that looks very similar to this scene and has very similar music. The ancient Greeks had a concept of 4 different types of love, which match the 4 different types of love held by the Alicorn princesses. Let's start with philia, which is love between friends. This term can even be translated as friendship. It was considered something divine and might have been associated with Philotes. Then we see here it is one of the 4 ancient Greek words for love, alongside storge, Japi, if I pronounced that correctly, and eros. Seeing Twilight Sparkle has an association with friendship, I think this type of love matches hers. While eros is romantic love, the non-toxic type that is okay romantic love, which I think represents cadence. While it is a term for a concept of love, it is also the name of a Greek god who personifies it. Storge is love of family, or the love between parents and children. I could see Luna embodying this, since she is connected to being Celestia's sister. She also, I think, might teach or encourage younger ponies to be good instead of following in her footsteps of doing harm in the past. We see agape is the highest form of love or charity, and the love of God for human beings, and of human beings for God. I think this also applies to all beings too, though. Though this concept was used by ancient Greeks such as Homer to give an idea about great with affection, or to show affection for the dead, and as well as a lot of other stuff. Other ancient authors used this concept of love too. It's also found in some translations of the New Testament, refers to the covenant love of God for humans, as well as the human reciprocal love for God. I can see this as representing Celestia, who watches over all ponies like God, and I connected her to God earlier. It is reciprocal love with God and people.
so it also matches Fluttershy's stance on sharing kindness. In 1 Corinthians 13, there's a connection to kindness and truth, where it says, Charity suffereth long and is kind. Chariot envy it not, chariot vaunt it not. Itself is not puffed up. Dote not behave itself unseemly, seek it not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil. Rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth. Beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. It's also a connection with charity and generosity, because that's what charity is. In many different mythologies from around the world, including Greek, Norse, and many others, the sun and moon are depicted as being pulled by horses. Usually they are depicted without wings, even though there are rare depictions from myths which say they have wings. The horses that pull the sun are often depicted as white or bright colors, while horses that pull the moon are often depicted as black or dark colors, like Luna and Celestia. But these horses are moving the sun and moon, just like Celestia and Luna move the sun and moon. While many people and depictions imagine or show this as them physically moving the sun and moon, I think these myths might actually be talking about horses or beings, or both horses and all beings, which move the sun and moon with magic, like Luna and Celestia. I don't really think Celestia and Luna are the ones who move and raise the sun in our world. I think that is likely done by other beings, even if they move the sun and moon in their world. But they could represent beings who move them in our world with their depictions in My Little Pony. If the beings who move the sun and moon in our world are beings who resemble humans or horses or elf beings, is a whole nother story. It could be a mix of these different types of beings, even though some would say it's just beings who resemble humans or other types of beings. Ideas about what is called the pink invisible unicorn existing have also been proposed. These ideas are related to those who say, because nobody sees pink invisible unicorns, how do you know they do not exist if you haven't been everywhere to see them? While many people use the pink invisible unicorn to try to mock belief in the supernatural as something they try to compare the beliefs to others to by saying they can't prove they exist, just like what they do not believe exists yet the others do. However, some have considered the pink invisible unicorn as a real goddess. Pink unicorns are also featured in My Little Pony. I say these teachings of harmony and friendship are very useful and good, as well as part of a spiritual journey, though what is depicted in the show and the versions of the ponies in the show are flawed to an extent, I would say. The same with the real versions of them, even though they might be less flawed. At least some of them. I definitely think we should bring teachings like this to part of our mission for the greater good, though. In Tibetan Buddhism, a tulpa is a type of entity. It's like a thought form that practitioners of spiritual practices attempt to create with meditation and intense concentration by thinking about something and making it exist. Well, it's much more than that. It's got to be done with intense concentration and focusing one's spiritual energy on creating this type of being. They can be viewed as spiritual beings but can also take on different forms. During the early 2010s, there are cases when people attempted to do rituals to create tulpas of My Little Pony characters, using meditation and lucid dreaming and other practices to make a type of imaginary friend, or what some people would call that, though I would consider other terms to be used. When large amounts of people focus on something, they give energies to something, so it is easier to create something. But even then, it still takes a lot of practice and specific ritual thinking to create tulpas. However, I think the My Little Pony beings existed even before these people tried to create the tulpas, but that they indirectly created a realm like this, therefore indirectly influenced the past, present, and future. But I think it's much more than just these people. Also, future practitioners and focus
on these beings, which I will likely get into at another time when not making this video. Some have suggested that this tulpa practice of making these pony tulpas was part of a program to experiment on people with some type of mind control, where the tulpas feed off people and the people also feed on the nurturing of the tulpas, and other stuff happens too. Keep in mind that there are many different tulpas of ponies and other beings, so they can be different from each other, so there can be good and bad versions of them. I think a lot of what people are doing, at least the stuff that's online in a lot of places, they make them for like personal friendship, which that can be good, but there are other reasons they make them that might not be the best, and sometimes definitely aren't. Yet, the cutie marks can be used like sigils.
While a lot of this is likely a corruption of an ancient Buddhist practice, I think there is some that is on the path to true goodness. Since large amounts of people, when they put the energy together, they can create stuff like tulpas, some have suggested that the fandoms and groups of religions or other groups, their collective focus and energy is used to power stuff for certain missions or agendas. Maybe even creating beings based on what is related to any of what I recently said, which are not the original versions of any of it. Many communities, including those online and not, have been used to create digital tulpas and other types of tulpas. I think all this has created many different tulpas of religious or supernatural figures, such as Jesus, Gautama Buddha, and many other supernatural figures. This explains why people having supernatural experiences see different versions of these figures based on different beliefs about them. I think these tulpas are not the original versions of the true figures. I think some of these are made with good intentions or by accident, while others are designed by the ruling elite, using tulpas to create false versions of Jesus, Gautama Buddha, and others to deceive people instead of following the true versions. My Little Pony depicts the world of Equestria as filled with these talking ponies, just like fiction, so-called fiction such as Narnia depicts a different world with talking animals. I went over how Narnia is based on a real place before. I think on Earth, talking animals used to be more common in the past, like what ancient myths say and what the Bible says about a talking snake before the time of the flood of Noah. Yet, I don't think they are common on Earth today. However, in different worlds, I think they are still common. Due to speciesism, when people think of intelligent or powerful life, they often think of humans, or some type of human-like being. This same mindset is found in beliefs about supernatural beings or spirits, where they will often be depicted as human-like. Deities from different mythologies and religions are often depicted or imagined as being humans, or resembling humans. Some of these depictions, I say, are incorrect depictions of these beings, while I think others are correct. I'm sure advanced and intelligent humans and human-like beings exist. However, human-centric ideas make people think that these are the only types of advanced or intelligent beings, or that they are most of them. Depending on the culture, there are some less or known myths from some cultures, such as certain Native American myths and traditional African myths, well, some of them, not all of them, and as well as other myths that speak of there being many deities and other beings who are animals, which are intelligent and advanced. There are also myths about talking and intelligent animals. Though not common on Earth, I think there are entire civilizations of these beings, and many groups of these beings, in the lands beyond Antarctica and other dimensions and other places. I think these civilizations and some of these beings out in the wild have advanced forms of magic, and sometimes have advanced technology.
In the world of Equestria, ponies do not eat meat, but instead have plants as a replacement for meat in their foods.
When they are not threats, they are often depicted in a happy, peaceful place, especially in much of G3 and some episodes of G4.
reflecting ancient beliefs about utopian societies
and paradises in different worlds
with advanced civilizations which are at a state in which they have got past issues of violence and hatred, including the harmful consumption of animals, attaining a state of harmony and peace.
There is a My Little Pony episode about time travel, where Twilight Sparkle meets an old version of herself from the future. While it might be about time travel, it could also secretly be about her meeting a version of herself from a parallel universe. In this episode, you can see this mat drawn on this board. You know what it looks like, though? It looks like equations for time dilation at constant acceleration. Keep in mind that this is time dilation at acceleration. Yet, this picture, I think this picture is kind of misleading because they don't want to tell you the full picture of what this can mean or be used for. But there's a little difference in the My Little Pony image, because this image you can see all this, while in My Little Pony most of it is the same, but there's a difference because you can see this up here, which isn't in this equation right here. So this could mean the mathematicians and the others who made this equation missed something, meaning there was an error in their equations that My Little Pony knows about. Truths labeled conspiracy theories show that Soren is using particle accelerators to open portals to other dimensions and different realms, and also for time travel. Experimental testing of time dilation is done with particle accelerators, as you can see here. And down here you can even see that this is connected with Soren. Remember the equation I showed you was time dilation at acceleration, just like particle accelerators are known to accelerate particles, making me think that this mat shown in My Little Pony is actually some clue to how they are opening up a portal to Equestria by somehow affecting or going through the time dimension. Remember the 1985 link? This was also when She-Ra, Princess of Power, was first released. In She-Ra, there is a winged unicorn with pastel-colored wings corresponding to the colors they have in My Little Pony. This makes me think that in 1985 and times around 1985, they were doing research on these creatures. I think they already knew about them before, but during these times, I think they were doing more research on these creatures, or maybe made new discoveries about them, or somehow learned more about them. The name of this winged unicorn is Swiftwind, making it a fast winged unicorn, similar to Rainbow Dash. Oh, Swiftwind even talks like them. Plus, there is a known winged unicorn with a pinkish red color named Starwind. Echo El Cabalito Valiant is another film featuring talking horses, including one associated with royalty as Her Majesty, Twilight Sparkle, and others. You can see here it was made between 1981 and 1983, around the time of My Little Pony G1. It is partially about humans who steal the horses, possibly related to the capture of the unicorns. It takes place a long time ago in the past, similar to the unicorn tapestries. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly, which depict unicorns captured in the past.
Originally published in Japanese in the 1970s, Unico has similarities with My Little Pony, as there is a blue unicorn. In Unico, the goddess Venus becomes jealous of him and tries to send him away from someone, and He goes through different time periods and tries to spread happiness as the ponies of My Little Pony spread harmony. There's even a scene with a winged unicorn that battles this demonic-looking entity, which later falls down after being defeated, sinking into hell itself.
The object here in My Little Pony resembles some depictions of what is called the Spear of Longinus, also known as the Holy Lance, which is said to have been used by someone named Longinus to stab Jesus while on the cross, later to be sought out by Nazis and others. Within My Little Pony, cutie marks represent the purposes of the lives of the characters and what they do. In fact, the characters who are the cutie mark crusaders even get cutie marks representing their life mission to help others find their cutie marks. In fact, there's even an episode of My Little Pony called, I think, The Call of the Cutie. Similar to the biblical concept of a calling, which is a purpose to fulfill in one's life given by God to serve others and God. The My Little Pony characters known as the Cutie Mark Crusaders resemble the heroes from the Powerpuff Girls cartoon, which was made by the partner of Lauren Faust. Mind Unveiled made a video about how the Powerpuff Girls show has hidden messages in it, showing that its heroes are actually homunculi, which, if you didn't already know, is a type of being created with ancient alchemy, like an ancient experiment. So maybe the Cutie Mark Crusaders are based on people made from some experiment. In addition to cross symbolism, the Bible even appears to be referenced in My Little Pony near someone with a collar resembling those worn by church clergy people. A minister with a collar like this also appears in My Little Pony tales. Christenings are a Christian baptism ritual done for babies. In My Little Pony, a crystalline appears to be some type of magical rituals done for babies, such as Flurry Heart.
Whenever a baby is born in the Crystal Empire, the parents bring it before the Crystal Heart. They get the purest shard of crystal they can find, then pick a crystaller to present the baby to every pony who comes. Then they all share the light and joy they feel, feeding it into the crystal that joins with the heart and increases its power. And this is going to be a royal crystalline.
In some scenes, you can see this evil-looking eye next to Tirek, which could represent the evil eye of the Illuminati. Another character named Groggle, who is a blue goat or goat-ram hybrid creature. In some stuff related to G1, he is called a ram, but in G4, he is called a goat. He is depicted as an evil goat, so he resembles Baphomet. Plus, he has an association with this eye and Tirek. While both G1 and G4 show scenes depicting him as a goat that isn't humanoid, there is a scene in the G1 show where he randomly becomes this humanoid goat, like Baphomet is a humanoid goat. Even in G1, there is a song seeming to resemble the gospel or a related genre of music. The Bell of Freedom appears to be a reference to the Liberty Bell associated with freedom. On this bell there is
an inscription taken from the Bible of Leviticus 25:10, which says to proclaim liberty throughout the land. So when they are singing about victory and winning and freedom, they are proclaiming it. It even says in the song to speak loud and clear, to let the bell of freedom ring, meaning they are saying to proclaim it. They even link this to the day of liberation in the song. The Bible verse I recently talked about is associated with what's called the Jubilee year and the first day of the year, which was the time when slaves were freed. It is also associated with the Sabbath, which is a day of rest, sometimes considered liberation from work and other stuff. When they sing this song, Grogor, who represents a demonic being, is defeated by the sound of the bell, corresponding to what I said earlier about how music can defeat demonic entities, and what is said in Fantasia about church bells overcoming Chernabog. I think there are also beliefs about church bells casting away demons. I also noticed that in this episode, Grogor, I think he tried to capture the ponies and take them to an alternative dimension called the Realm of Darkness, possibly part of the same plot of Tirek capturing the ponies. Grogor possibly has a different association with depictions of blue goats in ancient sources, some of which have a traditional demonic look. In G4, Grogor is discord in disguise, while in G1, Grogor is his own being. So horses are just the beginning when talking about beings with these colors, since many adult beings have these colors too. The My Little Pony character, Lyra, notice how she has a Lyra instrument, cutie mark, while her partner, Bonbon, she has 3 bows as her cutie mark, or bow ties. Many works of art depict angels with harps or the related instruments of lyres. There are also beliefs about angels singing in heaven and playing divine or godly music. Traditional depictions of angels match depictions of the Roman deity Cupid, who is associated with the love of relationships, corresponding to the relationship of Lyra and Bonbon. He has this bow and arrows in many depictions, so maybe Bonbon's cutie mark is actually a reference to this bow, since her cutie mark is bows or bow ties of a different type. The Greek equivalent of Cupid is Eros, who is depicted playing a lyre. The harp has been used as a symbol of relationships with one another and stuff like heaven with earth as well as other realms. Also, ancient sources viewed the lyre as a symbol of cosmic and microcosmic harmony, even associating it with the goddess Harmonia. Plus, the name Bonbon contains the word Bon, which is a term for an ancient religion in Tibet, with animistic beliefs and practices stating that everything in nature, including animals, plants, rocks, rivers, and more, have souls, and that people should aim to live in harmony with the natural world. My Little Pony characters having colors such as green, red, blue, pink, and others matches the colors of many Hindu and Buddhist deities. So, I think there were a lot of beings with these colors in the ancient past. Also keep in mind, some associate Krishna's flute from Hindu tradition with spiritual joy and harmony for all beings. So a supernatural type of music associated with harmony and what is good aligns with what I've said. A cow is a female bull and is also called a heifer. In the Bible, in the Book of Numbers, there is a red heifer that is mentioned. Explains why we see old depictions of red bulls. Japanese mythology features a red cow named Akabeko. I do not think these creatures are the same as Tirek, but that
he is a hybrid of these creatures and other beings, similar to how centaurs are a hybrid of a horse and a human. I think he is also related to other creatures, like this purple centaur with a bull's head.
Some clowns have these colors, so this relates to the theory that the Nephilim giants actually look like clowns. They lived long ago, before the worldwide deluge, so I think these giants and other beings during such time often had these colors. There are also videos that go over the Smurfs fiction being based on truth, stating that the beings known as the Smurfs are actually based on blue people who lived in the ancient past, rather than just some small beings like how they are depicted in the fiction. Explains why Shrek is green. Jesus being the light of the world, and God, who is love, comparable to friendship, resembles the beliefs of Saint Aquinas state that charity, which is generosity, is friendship. He also goes on to say that, therefore, God is charity itself. He also links charity to what is spiritually powerful. He says, charity is not vanity. Indeed, it is opposed to vanity, and it is of infinite power, since it brings the human soul to the infinite good.
In the first Equestria Girls movie, the first thing Twilight Sparkle sees after going to the human world through the horse portal is a ladybug. Later, in the different Rainbow Rocks Equestria Girls movie, a ladybug is seen on the horse portal. On a different occasion, one My Little Pony episode shows the main characters use magic to turn into the breezy creatures, then enter a portal that leads to the world where the breezy creatures live. When they return to their world out of this portal, a ladybug can be seen. In the folklore of the Eastern Alps, ladybugs are believed to be messengers between the gods and humans, believed to bring good fortune. Some say they come from heavenly realms, so maybe they are able to go between the realms of different beings, including gods and humans and other beings, with portals.
There is also one shown in a dream that can be viewed as a different realm, like where portals lead.
Images of unusually colored unicorns are also found on many brands and products. Sometimes they'll be entirely these colors, but at other times it will just be their mane with the colors. It can range anywhere from candy and food products to pillows, blankets, party, as well as other decorations,
Toys,
backpacks,
lunch bags, floaties, carousels, coloring books, and more. Thus making me think the ponies for My Little Pony with these colors are based on real creatures that these products and other stuff are also based on. Even if their image has now been turned into an idea of a corporate product or concept of a fantasy creature instead of the real beings they are. Back to the Crystal Empire with its center palace shooting the light upwards, we can make a link with spiritual love and light.
The crystal heart has returned. Use the light and love within you to ensure.
The crystal ponies here use this light and love to power what is called the crystal heart, which is located in the center of the palace, in the center of the city. Then this heart makes the light magic shoot up out of the building, making something resembling the aurora borealis. So, Mount Meru in the center of the flat world is known to shoot a beam of light out of it, helping form the mostly green aurora borealis, emanating from the Earth's center. The green heart chakra is located in the center of the body and center of the chakra system. So I think the aurora borealis comes from the heart of Gaia, who is the Earth, located in the center of the world. Therefore, I think the crystal heart is symbolic of the heart chakra and energy at the center of the world. When they power it with their love, light, and unity, it spreads love and light. It later covers the Crystal Empire in a magic dome-shaped shield, which protects from threats, surrounded by snowy ice and green land. I would say it symbolizes the flat Earth firmament dome and Antarctica ice wall surrounding it, along with the lands known to exist beyond such wall. The Crystal Empire being a city composed of crystal and being beyond the snow of the Arctic North matches what is said in Admiral Byrd's diary, saying that when he flew beyond the polar regions, he found a city made out of crystal. The star shape on the Crystal Empire represents the northern star positioned above Hyperborea, while the four parts of the Crystal Palace that hold it up could symbolize the four islands or rivers of Hyperborea. The light and love within the crystal ponies powers the crystal heart. So too does the love within us power our heart chakra. Remember how Fluttershy represents Alice? She actually enjoys calm tea parties, while there is a notable tea party from Alice in Wonderland. The episode I referenced earlier with the white rabbit imagery shows tea served at a brunch party. Playing cards are another theme in Alice in Wonderland, then appear near rabbits in My Little Pony. In the two-part episode called The Return of Harmony. So keep in mind what I said about the rabbit angel, and that this might represent the return of Jesus. In this two-part episode, Discord hides the elements of harmony, then gives the ponies a riddle, hinting at their location, stating,
To retrieve your missing elements, just make sense of this change of events. Twists and turns are my master plan. Then find the elements back where you began.
Since he mentions twists and turns, the ponies first assume the elements are hidden in a labyrinth maze. Here the ponies are split apart, then lose their good qualities before regaining them. It is later revealed that the elements are not found in this maze, but rather where they began, like what the riddle says. So, Twilight Sparkle assumes this is
Boom! Back where you began!
which is our tree house home. It is shown that this is where they find the objects with the power of these elements. However, Twilight Sparkle did not originally live at this place. The show depicts her as originally living somewhere else in the Canterlot region. So it isn't really where she began at first, making me think this riddle really has a deeper meaning. References to Alice in Wonderland in mind. Notice that in a scene from one of the films of Alice in Wonderland, Alice meets a pastel-colored cat on a tree and says,
I want to go home!
Next, the cat opens an entrance in the tree, which leads to a maze similar to the one seen in My Little Pony. Here she meets the Queen of Hearts, who is depicted as a villain. However, I think this is likely a distortion of the truth, and that the Queen of Hearts is actually symbolic of the heart chakra. I think the twists and turns represents the deception of the devil, making people look in the wrong ways when trying to find the truth and anything else. So if you are not taking any turns or twists, then you are focusing on yourself by not turning one way or the other. Therefore, you are focusing on what is inside of you, what has been within you all along. The power within, beliefs about God being within people, and people having a spiritual divine spark inside of them match this. Many people look to external things to find power or divinity or other stuff, but it is within us. In truth, that is where the greatest power lies. He also said these elements are back where you began. Where did we all begin? We began when we were created by God, when we originated from the divine source. Those who know the truth know that the divine source is loving goodness, which is what the elements of harmony are. The heart is associated with love, and we learn that it is in the center of us. So if we look within us at our spiritual center, instead of turning to look somewhere else, we notice that love is the true answer to life's greatest questions. I also see this corresponding to beliefs that we were originally spiritual and or other types of beings that were purely good, but then fell down to a lower state, then became corrupted. That our true home is the place we originate from, our spiritual or other type of home, where we began as pure goodness. Perhaps where our spirits were before they came into our physical bodies, as well as where everything that is physical, spiritual, and anything else came from. Both Alice in Wonderland and My Little Pony associated this home with a tree. In ancient myths, the world tree is in the center of the world, as is the heart chakra is in our spiritual center, located within our soul. This is how ancient philosophers imagined everything in existence. There is the center, which is within everything, and there's the outer illusional realm. Everything in all realms originated from the center, which is divine joy, love, and goodness. We are actually all this joyful, loving goodness, but it is an illusion that we are separate. We are actually all this source, which is God, or what some people would call God. We are all this divine source. Yet it is an illusion we are separate. So when the ponies are separated in the maze and lose their goodness, this represents the illusion that we are different and corruption as a result of this. Yet the ponies regaining their friendship with one another symbolizes how we can regain our goodness and realize we are one. Also notice that the tree portal in Alice in Wonderland matches beliefs that some trees, including giant trees, contain portals to other realms. So discord hiding the elements of harmony shows how the devil hides the fact that people have the power of God within them. Discord once worked with Tirek, who resembles a minotaur, and splits apart the ponies in the labyrinth. The ancient Greek religion had a story about the hero Theseus overcoming a minotaur in a labyrinth maze called the Labyrinth in order to save people. Hindu tradition holds that Ravana is over labyrinths. He is a Rakshasa, which is a negative entity comparable to demons. Some cultures use the labyrinth to symbolize the journey and path of life itself, often leading to self-realization, transformation, and a spiritual center. It was imagined this center could be found at the central part of the labyrinth or maze, as well as where the labyrinth or maze ends. When he says, "Twists and turns are my master plan," he is referring to his plot to make the ponies think the elements are located in the maze as a trick to make them go to the maze instead of going to where they began and actually finding them. Showing that many of the viewpoints in this world, and a lot of other things, are simply an illusion, a trick. But by looking within and focusing on what is within, we can remember what we truly are. To know thyself, as the ancient Egyptians would say. The external happiness or the false happiness got from materialistic things is not the true happiness found from inner kindness and joy. Of course, we can attach this happiness to outer things and get happiness from them in ways, but only if it is done in good, true ways. Yet, we can also have this inner kindness and happiness without external stuff. Plus, we can link this to beliefs about a return to Hyperborea in the center of the world. I think this is partially what will actually happen when people on Earth return to these lands past the polar regions. However, I think it is also partially symbolic of an inner journey to our center. These beliefs are sometimes attached to beliefs that humans or the beings that became humans originated or came from lands beyond the North and South Poles, their original home. Ancient Egyptians believed that when the soul dies, it goes to the underworld Duat in a maze-like structure. They buried people with the Book of the Dead, which was believed to help souls navigate this structure, then pass obstacles along the way, such as monsters, demons, gates, and even the serpent Apep, who I think is Discord. Finally, their heart is weighed on the scale of Ma'at, who dwells in the Hall of Truth. If they lived a good, honest life, they will pass her test, then enter a wonderful paradise afterlife. I've heard some say the similar Tibetan Book of the Dead from Tibetan Buddhism says there are two lights the soul encounters in the afterlife, or the bardo state, between the physical world and the afterlife. There's the false external light and the true inner light that has been within you all along. I connect this to the tunnel of light people see during out-of-body experiences, which some say leads to a paradise happy afterlife. Others believe this is a trap to make people get stuck in the cycle of reincarnation instead of going to a paradise realm. So some say go into the light when you die, others say don't go into the light and instead go the other direction or into the darkness. If we follow the Tibetan teachings, then we should neither go to the darkness or the light, but go within, since both the darkness and the light can be a trap. Teleporting away from the darkness and light to somewhere else or going within another way could work too. Here is an article about inner chaos
like Discord's Chaos and the Labyrinth. You can read about it. There's a lot of parallels with My Little Pony. You can read this article. There's a lot of different stuff. I don't think I'll go over all of it, but you can see it mentions the Labyrinth of Egypt and other stuff, including the time as a labyrinth and the Minotaur, of course. And it talks about the Egyptian Book of the Dead and how this is related to a maze labyrinth. There's alchemy parallels. Something I want to note here, it says the journey to the centaur, the self, like the power is within us. It says the centaur has always been considered a sacred space. This is where one enters a special world and receives new insights about oneself, others, and the world. We move from the profane to the sacred. It says all this. It says find the treasure hard to attain, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, the diamond body, etc. It says symbols of what Jung calls the self, the God image, or the total personality. As many mystics have pointed out, he who knows himself knows God. The centaur is the place of the numinos. It is what Rudolf Otto calls mysterium. Okay, it says all this. Then it says, many people think that to reach the centaur is the end goal of self-realization, but is in fact half the journey. Afterwards, one must escape the labyrinth by returning to the beginning, back to the ordinary world, like Discord says, back where you began. But this time as a transformed person, seeing the world with new eyes, is a spiritual death and rebirth. It says, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. There's also more from this article you can read about. The place Discord deceived Applejack with apples was this maze. So it makes sense that when ponies are around this maze, it is said,
I want to start our field trip here in the world-famous Canterlot Sculpture Garden.
It is actually considered part of the gardens of the Canterlot capital of Equestria. The place where the serpent convinced Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit was a garden that is the Garden of Eden. This was where people lived when they were first created, so it is where they began. Research from Minnie has pointed out that the Garden of Eden is located in Hyperborea, at the center of the world.
When Alice falls down the rabbit hole, everything looks out of place and distorted in a chaotic state. Basically what Discord does in the episode, which is to cause chaos, making things become distorted. The checkered floor from this episode corresponds to the checkered floor in Alice in Wonderland.
Stuff turned upside down and sideways. In Wonderland, as we saw, matches scenes like this.
The cat and other characters in Alice in Wonderland tell riddles. Some of them are even similar to the riddle told by Discord. When Alice is trying to find the White Rabbit and Queen of Hearts, he says,
Which way I ought to go?
Well, that depends on where you want to get to.
Oh, it really doesn't matter. As long as I can...
Then it really doesn't matter which way you go.
I'll find my way.
Naturally, that's because you have no way.
Please. How can I find her?
Well, some go this way, some go that way. But as for me, myself, personally, I prefer the shortcut.
Him saying it does not matter which way you go is reminiscent of not going down the twists and turns, but instead just staying where you are or where you began. Also, when he says she has no way to go, it could mean you don't need to go away to get there because it is where you're already at, where you began. After he says some go this way and some go that way, he points at himself and says he prefers the shortcut, meaning that you don't need to go down long twists and turns or in different ways, but go within yourself, the short way.
The show never really explained what the earlier part of the riddle meant, just like how Alice in Wonderland doesn't really explain what the riddles entirely mean. I'm talking about when Discord said, retrieve your missing elements. Just make sense of this change of events. He is talking about when he stole the elements and they went missing. So they should make sense of the situation when the objects that contain the elements of harmony's power went missing. So I think what this means is that they should make sense of the situation that elements never really went missing, even during the situation they are in, that they have been within us all along, that we shouldn't go vainly searching for things like material objects or other stuff, but rather remember and know that we have this love to share, this power within us together. He said to find the elements, just make sense of this change of events, meaning that all you got to do is make sense of the situation, not something that is hard or different. With all of what I've said, it also makes sense that when the ponies are in the maze, they say,
Every pony head to the middle as fast as you can and we'll regroup there. Moving out. See you in the center. Yeah!
They say they will regroup at the center, which is where we realize everything is interconnected. So when we realize we are interconnected, we realize we are God. So when the characters say they can overcome anything together, it resembles the Bible saying with God all things are possible, such as,
Never fear, girls. We have each other. Yeah, like Twilight said. There's nothing we can't overcome if we all stick together.
remember what I said about let the rainbow remind you when they sing?
When we come together, combine the light that shines within. There is nothing we can't do. There is no...
Together, they are God as one who can do anything. I said Jesus was this light within. He is the incarnation of God. So when they combine this light, they realize they are one with each other. Plus, there is a Native American myth about the man in the maze. It states the maze symbol is said to represent a person's journey through life. There is a Pima Indian legend that explains when a person is born into this world, they enter a maze of life. If the path is traveled in harmony and with a balance with nature, the legend says that the dreams and ambitions will be found at the center of the maze, where Zoi, the sun god, waits. The maze represents the difficult journey toward finding deeper meaning in life. The twists and turns refer to struggles and lessons learned along the way. At the center of the maze is a circle, which stands for death and for becoming one with elder brother Itoi, the creator, when souls go away. So this is becoming one with the creator who made us, therefore where we came from, at the center. In the cosmology of the Udham people, who are Native American tribe, the creator god Itoi is depicted as the figure known as the man in the maze. This labyrinth, which he enters through magical means, serves as protection from enemies, while still allowing him to come out to help his people in times of great need. The labyrinth represents life itself, with its twists and turns. Upon reaching the center, we can look back on the path that we had taken. So looking back where we began. Here we learn that this maze of life, it says, following the white path, we eventually reach the dark center of the maze, which represents death, but also an opportunity for enlightenment. At the final turn, we can look back at the trail, reflect on our lives, and find acceptance of the last step. Buddhists believe that you can find enlightenment within you. Plus, this matches ideas that the journey of life doesn't really have a destination, or that we should not seek the destination to find the meaning of life. Rather, we should just enjoy the journey, or what we already have, to let go of attachments to things that we do not have. Buddhists also practice getting rid of desires and instead enjoying what they have already. We should not try to make a future end goal of life, unless for the greater good, but rather make what we plan to be the end goal be all parts of life, living in the moment. Then we see parallels with the Omega Point theory, which states the entirety of the universe, or everything in it, spirals towards a final point of unification to become one. This is related to God coming from God, or light from light, as well as the Bible saying Jesus or God is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. So it states that everything was once one, then will become one again. From the beginning, we were one, then at the end, we will become one. Monism is basically this, and another version of this. It says, priority monism states that all existing things go back to the source that is distinct from them. So they go back to the one, the ultimate reality, which they began as.
Hermetic teachings have the as above, so below principle, stating things that are different reflect each other. So what is above resembles what is below, and what is within resembles what is without. Therefore, the place where the journey or maze starts is also the same place it ends. Some mazes also even are drawn in ways where they go back to where the journey started, reminiscent of the Bible saying God is the beginning and the end.
The principle is imagined as the part of the tree with leaves located above and the roots located below, resembling each other. The adventures of Alice begin when she goes down the rabbit hole, but ends around the part when the cat opens up the tree, which is the above part of the tree. Yet on the rabbit hole, you can see the roots of the below part of the tree, the beginning and the end. Remember that following the white rabbit, as Alice does, leads out of the matrix? So I think this is the way out of the matrix. That is a fake world that gives people incorrect ideas about reality.
The Bible says, straight is the gate and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life. So going in a straight direction instead of going in twists and turns.
In the Bible, Jesus says, I am the way and the truth and the life. So the correct way to go is the way of Jesus, who is within us. Taoism speaks of what is called the Tao, which is something beyond comprehension, though it can be viewed as what people began as and what they will end as. It can be translated as, or related to, the truth, the way, or the path, matching what I've been speaking about. The Tao can be imagined as a harmonious center within everything, symbolized as the yin-yang image.
Especially since it represents opposites together, therefore not going one way towards one thing such as light or one way towards another thing such as darkness, rather going to both of these things, therefore being between them, which is going the way to the center of them.
Twilight sparkle represents twilight time that happens during sunset and sunrise between the time of day and night, therefore is in the center of day and night, represented by Luna and Celestia. Celestia and Luna are siblings, while in many myths, moon and sun deities are siblings, such as
Selene and Helios from Greek myth, along with Sol and Mani from Norse myth.
Roman mythology speaks of three siblings who are Sol and Luna, who represent the sun and moon, while the third is Aurora, who represents the dawn that happens during twilight time.
Her name is associated with the Aurora Borealis,
which is at the center of the world between the sun and the moon on flat earth cosmologies. In the northern region, around where the northern star can be found. So the star of Twilight Sparkle comes to mind. Since Celestia is associated with the sun and has a mane resembling the Aurora Borealis, she can be linked to the black sun beneath the earth at this center on some flat earth cosmologies,
believed to generate the Aurora Borealis.
Buddhists follow the middle way, which is to avoid the extremes of being distracted by pleasure or doing stuff because of pleasure. Also, avoid the extremes of doing what does not bring pleasure. Rather, staying in the middle of these things, or only doing those things if it brings the greater good, or if it is not going too far in one direction. Yet this is the way going to the middle, which is where the center is.
A path between indulgence and asceticism.
Buddhists believe in a sinister entity named Mara, who can be considered a demon. While Gautama Buddha is meditating beside a tree, Mara tries to stop him by distracting him with sensual pleasure, offers of worldly desires like power or something, trying to make him be fearful or have doubts and maybe doing other stuff. Yet Gautama Buddha does not respond to what he is doing. So he stays focusing on what is within him by meditating instead of going any of the ways Mara offers him. So this tree and story can be compared to Twilight Sparkle returning to her tree home for the elements. Instead of being led astray by Mara, Gautama Buddha continues to stay still, meditating instead of going in any directions or twists and turns. Some Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and other traditions state that when people's souls or their physical bodies realize enlightenment or attain nirvana or moksha when escaping the reincarnation cycle, or this world, or anywhere, they realize or become part of Brahman or the ultimate source of everything, which is where they began. Plus, there are other beliefs that the soul will return to where it began when it leaves the physical world after death, back to the afterlife realm, where souls began. So, this can also be imagined as becoming one with everything, or a spiritual force, or a spiritual being that everything began as. Thus, not only some realm out there somewhere. Some beliefs say we began as divine sparks originating from a grand source, which later became what is within our souls. In the Return of Harmony, the place in the tree home of Twilight Sparkle, where the missing objects contain the power of the elements of harmony are found, is a book representing knowledge in her tree library that represents knowledge. The goal of the Gnostics was to attain special knowledge called gnosis, which they believed could free souls from the trap world. According to them, we originated as divine sparks in a spiritual realm. We were once one with God, and these sparks came from the true God, who is the creator of the ultimate realm. However, there's also a false God, the creator of the trap realm, I consider to be the Matrix. They believe Jesus and other beings were sent from the true God to bring people gnosis so they can escape from the trap world the false demiurge trapped them in. They believe this gnosis was many things, including knowledge about where we came from, the origin of the world, which is from the spiritual realm that is part of this gnosis, so it is knowledge about where we began. They also believe that escaping the trap world, when we escape it, we will return to the pleroma, which is the spiritual world, our home, where we began. They also associated this gnosis with knowing ourselves and knowing the divine spark within us, the power within us. This gnosis goes a lot deeper than this, that many say you can only understand at a spiritual level. But that was what I want to bring up. They believed the material world was a trap, while this divine spark within us was not. So the material world can be viewed as like the maze, while the divine spark is the exit. However, I would say this is where some falsities appear. Since I don't think the physical world is entirely bad, but I think it is built as a trap, or that there's a trap built into it, but that if we had enough loving energy and goodness, we could make the trap of the physical world go away. I don't think matter is entirely bad, but definitely can be. Labyrinths were sometimes depicted as a series of concentric circular walls with entrances through them, paralleling depictions such as this and the circular art. The Just like the lands beyond Antarctica, they have these ice walls with entrances through them. So I think our Earth is a labyrinth with the North Pole in the center, and also outer realms too. Therefore we can see the Demiurge and the Serpent and these other beings from these stories as those who are manipulated by other beings from behind the scenes, unknowingly, who cause them to exist without them knowing. Some think that at our Earth there are those who guard the wall, which I also think. Then past this, there are those guarding the next world, and they guard other walls. There are whole different secret societies who secretly control other secret societies, and beings who control other beings. So once we get out of this matrix, there are other matrices we have to get out too. Some theories say that reality is a computer program or matrix within another program. Then all these programs are within different programs as some massive trap, and each of them are run by different beings who control the others. The master whose identity remains unknown still. The Matrix franchise kind of references this when it mentions 6 iterations of the Matrix. I think other versions of the Matrix, so more than one Matrix. However, I think it goes way beyond just 6 or 8 like they say, or however may they depict. Even though people usually just focus on the one, given the most attention. In the franchise, Zion is depicted as a city where people who are free from the Matrix dwell. Its name is derived from the location in the Bible called Zion. However, the machines who control the Matrix are able to locate and destroy the city repeatedly in cycles by sending someone to lead the people in the city who later restarts the system, causing me to think the Matrix Neo awakens from is actually a matrix within another matrix controlled by these machines. Despite the films not showing this, they do depict older versions of the same matrix, though not ones within others. So theories have emerged that there is a lot more to escaping these matrices, since this means the city is in the controlled cycle of the machines. Beyond all this, we can find true freedom and pure good beings. Goes to show our inner goodness is very strong and part of the most powerful magic of all, since all this is needed to contain it. Myths say the labyrinth was built at a place called Knossos, which sounds similar to Gnosis. When Gnosis is attained, people learn the truth about who they really are, rather than the lies from the false god and others. Yet again, another connection to divine honesty. The Gnostics associated our divine spark with the Supreme Being, plus Quakers also believe in a divine spark within us, seen as the light within, that is Jesus. Earlier I talked about how this is associated with Twilight Sparkle, whose name contains the word sparkle, derived from spark. The ponies use 6 keys to open the chest with the power of the elements of harmony within it, originally attained when they learned a lesson corresponding to their own elements. Some Gnostic beliefs say there are 5 keys within us we can use to unlock the inner monad, placed in our divine spark before we came here, made so we can escape corruption, now hidden by the Demiurge. The cutie mark of Fluttershy is 3 butterflies, and in this episode, Discord tries to lead her away from her element of kindness in the form of butterflies.
Like you've been left behind by your so-called friends, huh?
Oh no, I'm certain they're doing their best to find me.
Well, it must be so upsetting to know how weak and helpless they think you are.
Not at all. I am weak and helpless, and I appreciate their understanding.
Yes, well, sure, it burns you up. I mean,
They're always pointing out your flaws, right?
Not really. In fact, I think I'm awfully lucky to have friends who want me to be the best I can be.
Discord was not able to lead Fluttershy astray with his deceiving lies like he did with the other characters, so he was only able to do so with mind control. Therefore, Fluttershy has the ability to withstand the powers of chaos. Plus, she has other associations with Discord throughout the show, such as being the one sent to tame him. I see parallels with the butterfly effect, which is actually part of what is called chaos theory. According to this theory, which is related to chaos. Small things like a butterfly flapping its wings or other stuff can affect stuff far away and make big causes or cause massive changes, such as weather in a different area in the world or any other massive changes. Fluttershy being seen as weak could be viewed as being seen as affecting things in small ways, yet her element is very powerful, causing massive changes with her magic of friendship, of kindness. Some spiritual beliefs state that small good things can create a chain reaction of many good things happening, causing massive amounts of good. Chaos magic is an esoteric tradition that originated in the 1970s. Practitioners believe they can use the power of fate, beliefs, and consciousness to manipulate reality. Plus, there are associations with Discordianism, as we can see here, and even chaos theory. Discord uses his magic to manipulate the world, causing things to be out of place and other types of chaos, showing that he can manipulate reality. In fact, Discord has been seen with the symbol for chaos magic. While the butterfly effect can be many different things causing different stuff, the most well-known example is a butterfly flapping its wings, which causes a tornado. A different episode, My Little Pony, shows Pegasi make a tornado in order to bring water to Cloudsdale. So seeing Fluttershy represents a butterfly due to her cutie mark, it makes sense that this episode is mostly about her trying to fly faster by flapping her wings. All the other Pegasi don't have enough power to bring the water up to Cloudsdale without Fluttershy. They need her small amount of help to do so. So when she comes to help, it makes them be able to lift the water up to Cloudsdale with the tornado, reminiscent of the butterfly effect, causing tornadoes with the flap of butterfly wings, as well as it being something that demonstrates that small things can cause a big difference, as what was done when Fluttershy joined the large amount of other Pegasi doing this. All this also parallels the saying that small acts of kindness can make a big impact. One of the 9 laws of chaos magic is the butterfly effect. Practitioners of chaos magic believe they can use the butterfly effect in their magical practices to do small stuff which will affect other things in larger or other ways. The mathematical equation seen here is important to the scientific study of chaos theory and the butterfly effect, since it is associated with what operates what causes the butterfly effect. Many would say it is just a coincidence that happens to look like a butterfly. However, I think it is some type of code or blueprint put here by the creator of the universe, designing it to look like this. Especially since it has this shape, yet is also what is responsible for helping the movement of butterflies and other stuff cause things. Yet there is a connection to the number 3 being how many butterflies Fluttershy has on her cutie mark. Since we learned that this, which is called the Lorentz system, or Lorentz attractor, is a set of 3 ordinary differential equations. The butterfly effect is associated with tornadoes from storms, and the Lorentz system is used by scientists to help predict the weather, including storms.
Discord uses chaos to create unusual chocolate rain, and even says,
"A big old storm of chaos."
The name of Fluttershy is a combination of the words flutter and shy. The meaning of flutter is for wings to be flapped lightly or in small ways, while someone who is shy is considered socially not strong, though I think they can be strong in other ways even if they're not strong socially or physically, such as being strong magically or in different types of ways, though her name Decoded is the butterfly effect. Since It is demonstrated as a butterfly flapping its wings lightly in small ways, which causes something massive. Those who are not strong in certain ways are viewed as small, or they do small things, or what is not strong that is related to what is small, or doing stuff in ways that are not strong, such as a butterfly flapping its wings lightly. Parallels can be found with the as above, so below principle, which states that what is small reflects what is large, as the same is true with the butterfly effect, which is about small things causing larger things. The dot in the center of this ancient depiction of everything sometimes symbolizes what is small, while the circle symbolizes what is large surrounding it. Plus, this image symbolizes many other things. However, when we apply what I said about our inner goodness in the center, I see Fluttershy as this central goodness. She is associated with the center or heart chakra too. A number of spiritual traditions state to remember who you are, like remembering who you truly are, what your spiritual essence really is, what it was a long time ago when it began. Also linked to remembering who you came here to be. Then there are those who state to find yourself, which is to find your spiritual self. They say the way out is to go in within us. The controllers of this realm hid the entrance out of the matrix in a place many would not think to find it, since a lot of people look to escape from stuff by going out there somewhere, though we can escape by going within on an inner rabbit hole journey, even though I think there are some places out there far away where we can escape from the matrix. Love or kindness associated with the heart chakra and North Pole Center can be viewed as the meaning of life when we calculate 42 with the ancient art of gematria.
The number 42, the first initial answer from deep thought, isn't insignificant. From this number, we can derive 144 and 1221. 21 times 2 is 42. Mirrored, we have 2112, the pi numerology value for North Pole. In English gematria, the phrase return to Eden 2019 equals 2112.
Pinkie Pie is represented by 3 balloons, which are symbols of happiness in many cultures. If we remove the E at the end of her name, we get the mathematical constant pi, deeply related to the number 3, and viewed to symbolize the underlying harmony of the universe in sacred geometry. Pi in math is derived from the Greek letter pi, shown as this symbol. It says it resembles a lowercase omega, that is this symbol, which is the 24th letter of the Greek alphabet, 42 backwards. Jesus says he is the Alpha and the Omega. The balloons on our cutie mark have this upper shape here, then 2 parts going down out. Also viewable on the Omega symbol. Also seen on many different depictions of the labyrinth. Again, the story can be seen when we view Tirek as the Minotaur and his Midnight Castle dwelling as the labyrinth maze, described as.
This place is like a maze. How are we ever...
Some associate the spiritual home where we began with the kingdom of God, and the spiritual place where our souls dwelled before they incarnated in physical bodies. The Bible says the kingdom of God is within you, and also describes the kingdom of God as an outer realm. I believe it is both within us and an outer realm. Thus, it is part of our spiritual center. The Bible verse here says, neither shall they say, see here, or see there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. Reminiscent of how the cat says, some go this way, some go that way, but it says he prefers the shortcut while pointing at himself. He says, me, myself, when he does this. indicating that the way there is within him and others. The cat has pink and purple stripes, matching the pink and purple colors of Twilight Sparkle. Remember the singing about the music of friendship being in their heart, matching Bible verses stating that Jesus or his peace or goodness related to him is within our hearts, that I identify with the heart chakra. All this is in all souls, so it makes sense that they sing, "The one and only thing I'm here to bring is the music in my soul." Also, could be referencing them bringing the teachings of Christ to people.
The heart chakra is often imagined as glowing energy within us, so it is a light, while the Bible verse here mentions light from God shining in our hearts. Plus, something similar is said in what is known as the Smile song from My Little Pony, resembling the genre of music I've been talking about.
Pony, smile, 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 fill my heart up with sunshine, sunshine. All I really
Pinkie Pie appears in the center of a crowd while singing this song. Remember the heart center? Ephesians 5:18 and 19 in the Bible says, "Be filled with the Spirit, speaking to yourselves in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, singing and making melody in your heart to the Lord." Sounds similar too.
Cause I love to make you smile, smile, smile. You fill my heart with sunshine all the while. Just give me a joyful grin, 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 and you fill me with good cheer.
Again, the Bible says in Romans 15:13, "The God of hope will fill you with all joy and peace, that ye may abound in hope through the power of the Holy Ghost." Thus, spiritually powerful joy. It makes sense the song is sung by Pinkie Pie to make others happy and smile.
There's one thing that makes me happy and makes my whole life worthwhile. And that's when I talk to my friends and get them to smile. Come on, every pony, smile, smile, smile.
With what we heard, it makes sense that the purpose and meaning of life is to make everyone happy and for everyone to be happy. Therefore, try to make as many beings happy as you can. Since she said this is what makes her life worthwhile. The reason we came here. The reason life exists. In the Bible, the word now translated as hallelujah is sung to God by souls in heaven when they rejoice, which means they are singing because they are happy. This is said throughout Revelation chapter 19, with what can also be translated as Alleluia. Heavenly spiritual songs about happiness sounds like what I've been referring to.
It is actually sung in Shrek.
The Bible says a large crowd sing hallelujah with a loud voice, matching the crowd of ponies we heard singing this, and Pinkie Pie shouting.
Smile, smile, smile from these happy friends of mine.
Ponies repeatedly singing smile is reminiscent of people repeatedly singing spiritual chants and mantras, often for positivity, and shouted.
Affirmations used for spiritual manifestation are repeatedly said when played with music, and sometimes focus on happiness. Music composed by Cecil Frank sounds similar to the background music of the theme song and beginning of the first episode of G4
and pre-show toy commercial.
Here is an example, composed in the 1800s.
There were two regal sisters who ruled together and created harmony for all the land. To do this, the eldest used her unicorn powers to raise the sun at dawn.
My little pony, my little pony.
His music was believed to be spiritual. It says, Frank was a devout Catholic who served as organist for the Church of St. Clotilde. It says he also had a belief that the presence of Christ appeared in the Mass he played for. Some of his music was based on a section of Christ's sermon. An episode called Putting Your Hoof Down also depicts a different maze than at its center, as seen here, is where Fluttershy, who represents the heart chakra,
as stated earlier,
travels to. So I see this as the heart chakra in our spiritual center. Iron Will, who is a bull creature, is also found here. So I think he represents the Minotaur in the labyrinth at its center, who is the obstacle Theseus must overcome to save people. So I think he also represents a spiritual obstacle we must overcome to activate our inner compassion. At first he turns Fluttershy into a much worse form, but then Fluttershy turns into a form that is not as bad, but still worse than how she was before. However, I think the truth is that she really stayed her original good self the whole time, not being stopped by spiritual obstacles. Fluttershy refuses to continue with supporting Iron Will's toxic training by telling him no, bravely standing up to him. As Greek myth says, Theseus bravely stood up to the Minotaur in order to save people from human sacrifices given to it. In cases like this, I think it would be good to say no, because doing so stops harm from happening. Originally, Fluttershy was too afraid to do this, but she became brave enough. However, she later still does other stuff gotten from this training, such as cruelly staring at her rabbit to make it eat, which I do not really think is a good thing, and do not think this is what she really did. Seeing she was originally shown as someone who would not do this. To the right is a depiction called The Labyrinth of Divine Love from the 1500s, matching Fluttershy's special magical love. In the center is an inscription saying, "Up onto the face of God." So God is found at the center, his love. Behind the story of Theseus slaying the Minotaur, there's actually a far deeper meaning to the myth. Here it says, psychologically, which in Jungian psychology this is, which is a branch of psychology that merges spirituality with psychology. It says, the labyrinth is often seen as a symbol of the unconscious mind. Carl Jung described the labyrinth as a primordial image encountered in psychological experiences, often representing a descent into the underworld, a journey into the depths of the psyche, which is like the mind, consciousness, unconscious, and spirit combined. Successfully navigating the labyrinth can symbolize achieving self-understanding or overcoming deep-seated fears by confronting the shadow self within. So the labyrinth represents a journey of knowing or finding oneself or changing oneself, similar to how the episode is about Fluttershy working on herself. Then there is the story of Princess Ariadne giving Theseus a thread so he can navigate through the labyrinth. It says, in psychological interpretations, Ariadne's thread can also represent intuition or the guiding feminine principle, the enigma, that helps the hero navigate the internal complexities. The episode is about Fluttershy not being assertive, considered to be what is feminine. Following information will come from this article here and the one I showed earlier. According to people like George Borges, the labyrinth serves as a representation of the infinite complexities and paradoxes of the universe. It symbolizes our collective unconscious and our psyche itself, with its complex twists and turns and dark recesses, hidden depths, especially since Greek myths depict it as a dark place covered by a roof of stone. The Minotaur represents our shadow aspect of the psyche, those repressed, bestial energies that we fear and keep hidden away. The journey of Theseus is a metaphor for the process of confronting and integrating the shadow, a necessary step in the path of individualization. So there's a connection to Fluttershy overcoming these or facing or finding her true self. Especially seeing the Minotaur represents the impulses and traumatic wounds that lurk in the labyrinth depths of the unconscious. It also symbolizes the ego that Fluttershy is stronger than with her kindness. The labyrinth not being able to contain the Minotaur at all times represented how people cannot always overcome their egos. Yet, focusing on our inner journey, we can confront our dark parts, our shadow self, overcoming the ego. Ariadne's thread represents our inner guidance. In the book, Owning Your Own Shadow, Understanding the Dark Side of the Psyche, this is connected to the aspects of the personality that we reject or deny because we don't fit with our conscious self-image. The episode was focused on Fluttershy's self-image or self, being her kind self instead of a selfish version of herself. Some of this can represent rage, fear, and shame that people keep hidden away in the labyrinth of the psyche. By facing the Minotaur within, we can begin to integrate the disowned parts of ourselves to reclaim the energy and vitality that we have repressed, encountering our shadow self. Though it can be, the shadow is not always a negative quality. It can also be a source of renewal and creativity, untapped potential. The hero in the maze must face the dark powers within himself before he can claim his true identity. Sometimes a tree was imagined in the center of the labyrinth, representing the world tree in the center of the world. However, the article says the labyrinth represents the complex journey of life, with its twists and turns, winding paths, and movement toward a hidden center. The qualities we often reject in ourselves are the key to the hidden treasure at the center. The journey through it symbolizes the ego's encounter with the shadow, representing what we hide that is within us. Rather than fleeing from our bad or undesired qualities and running away from the Minotaur, we instead must face them, stopping the Minotaur within. A lot like what Fluttershy does in the episode. The thread can be a metaphor for the ego's connection to the self that allows for inner guidance through the shadow realm. The princess eventually leaving Theseus can represent being disconnected from or releasing the ego. By following the thread of inner wisdom, we can begin to integrate the shadow, the last parts of ourselves that we have hidden away in the labyrinth of the unconscious. We can learn to face our darkest fears, to embrace the complexity of our being. Then we are led through the shadow realm to a new wholeness. By embracing its winding, we can begin to dissolve the rigid division between light and dark, conscious and unconscious. The ultimate goal of the labyrinth was to discover the self according to Carl Jung, the center of the psyche, which guides the process of individualization. Often symbolized by a hidden treasure or divine child, in alchemy this is the philosopher's stone at the center, which also viewed the journey through the labyrinth as a journey of transformation of the self. In what is called the Middle Ages, many churches and cathedrals were made to have labyrinths, representing a pilgrim's journey to Jerusalem or other stuff. Twists and turns represent obstacles one must face to get to salvation. Jesus represents the light of the world who guides people through the dark areas of the labyrinth to the paradise of our heart within, according to some medieval traditions. It is said here people will find peace within their hearts instead of looking for it out in the labyrinth of the world. When people walk at this labyrinth at a cathedral in France, they say they experience time differently, blurring the line between the inner and outer world. Ariadne's thread was shown being held by an angel, which represented the word of God guiding the pilgrim through the labyrinth. Based on his dream experiences and other research, Carl Jung says the labyrinth represents our inner self. He says whoever travels the labyrinth must retrace his steps, returning back to the beginning. So I see Discord's riddle. He goes on to say how the labyrinth represents the paradoxical nature of the psyche. As a labyrinth traveler must retrace their steps constantly, so too an individual pursuing wholeness must continuously return to the beginning, confronting the same challenges and mysteries at an ever deeper level. The self at the center is the innermost nucleus of the psyche. By walking the labyrinth with openness, the natural wisdom of the self will reveal hidden order within chaos of the unconscious, matching that of Discord's chaos.
This depiction even has a winged horse in the center.
Oddly enough, both of the labyrinths in My Little Pony have these green plant walls indicating they are hedge mazes, which are a type of garden maze, showing the Garden of Eden. The poet Dante considered the 9 circles of hell and 9 concentric firmaments of heaven to be massive labyrinths. Therefore, the entire universe can be viewed as a massive labyrinth, corresponding to theories of George Borges, who says this. He says that every path or choice we make diverges into 2. Then this cycle repeats for infinity in alternative timelines or universes. Thus, the whole multiverse of all the universes combined can be seen as a huge labyrinth lost from the center where the divine source is. Maybe when people arrived on Earth they were lost. They went a wrong turn in the labyrinth and got stuck on Earth and are now lost from the lands beyond Antarctica, which are also part of this massive labyrinth. Perhaps the controllers do not want us finding the center. While there is a center in the north, in the center of our Earth, I think there is a greater center in the outer realms. These mazes can also represent the Earth and lands beyond it, where many plants grow. Many other films depict this too, such as Maze Runner, Pan's Labyrinth, that currently has World Tree symbolism, and the 1986 movie Labyrinth, that shows a massive labyrinth which leads to different realms where beings dwell, similar to the worlds beyond Antarctica. Some art shows Jesus in the center. Some Jungian analysts have said the journey through the labyrinth is a metaphor for a journey through matriarchal consciousness. Ancient cultures often associated the labyrinth with mother goddesses. It symbolized the soul's journey to re-enter the womb to be reborn. Again, we see feminine connections. Sylvia Pereira, in her book, Descent of the Goddess, A Way of Initiation for Women, she states, the labyrinth is associated with feminine transformation. By undergoing this process, we shed our false self, attaining wholeness. It honors a cyclical and recursive soul journey rather than the goal-oriented and linear progress promoted by a patriarchal society that is associated with viewing feminine qualities such as not being assertive as bad. The book Ego and Archetype describes the labyrinth as a journey of the self and ego one must overcome to get past the ego. The ego must learn to let go of its sense of control. In fact, the book even states that the more we through the labyrinth represents self-discovery. Walking the labyrinth was done to mirror the process of the spiritual journey on a microcosmic scale or smaller scale. In medieval times, they walked labyrinths to do this, in order to get through the twists and turns, reaching union with the divine at the center. Even if it was hard, the path would eventually lead to the presence of God, symbolized by an altar at the center. The article even says, we must use compassion in order to be willing to descend into the labyrinth of the unconscious, which represents the struggle between the shadow and the ego. We must face the shadow with an open heart. Ancient cultures associating the labyrinth with a mother goddess and her womb resembles the riddle because we began when we were born or when we were in our mother's womb. So, returning to where we began is returning to the feminine. Some view the mother goddess as representing the creative source that gave birth to everything, so here is where our souls began. Some sources connect Ariadne and the labyrinth to what says there is a thread that weaves back through to the very origins of creation, to the very beginning of space and time. And it talks about how this represents a red feminine river of consciousness that leads us back to where life started. The beginning, because in the myth, Ariadne gives Theseus this thread which he uses to go through the maze and finds his way back to where he began. Some sources also say it represents the umbilical cord,
connecting a fetus to its mother. These sources even say that it represents the feminine intuition we should follow to go back home to the invincible love of the deep feminine. Greek myths about a king ordering people to be sacrificed to the Minotaur bear resemblance to what the Bible says about people making child sacrifices to Baal. Thus, the Minotaur being in the labyrinth that represents the womb can show how abortions performed in the womb are actually child sacrifices promoted by the Illuminati, even though they claim they are done to support women. However, they harm female fetuses and often show disrespect to motherhood. This is done by feminists who also encourage women to be assertive, as well as for women and men who support them to be unkind to men and women who do not agree with them. Fluttershy is shown as caring for the lives of all beings. Therefore, it makes sense. The labyrinth represents the journey of life, with the divine child sometimes depicted in its center representing the baby Jesus, or the young virgin with the unicorn. The self at the center represents our God image and divine spark, which animates the psyche and guides it as the God within. Alchemy goes beyond just transmuting metals into other metals. It also talks about transmuting the self into an improved version and chaos into order. There's also mention of the hidden treasure at the center of the labyrinth, which is not something that can physically be gotten. So remember what I said about treasure earlier. Like Theseus, we must learn to trust the inner thread to guide us, knowing that the thread of intuition will ultimately guide us back to the source. Again, in depictions like this, we see an angel holding this thread, along with depictions of elements including celestial elements such as the sun and the moon, and earthly elements such as symbols representing metals, symbolizing celestial and earthly forces together, a lot like what I talked about earlier. Theseus follows the thread to get through the labyrinth so it guides him, similar to how Alice follows the White Rabbit to get through Wonderland and how the White Rabbit can guide us. So it makes sense that Fluttershy's pet bunny is named Angel, since angels are depicted holding this thread. Thus, it makes sense the episode features Fluttershy interacting with him. The White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland is used in Jungian, actually pronounced Jungian, psychology, where it says that it represents a portal into the subconscious and a threshold into her own psyche, as well as what is called the Freudian return to the womb, a regression into hidden layers of thought and emotion, basically returning to where one began. The rabbit hole can also represent Carl Jung's concept of the abyss into the unconscious. Seeing that cutie marks are symbols that represent the ponies themselves and what they are meant to do, I view them as sigils and related symbols, which are types of symbols used to contact or summon various supernatural entities, including gods, angels, demons, beings called Olympian spirits, and I think others. In chaos magic, sigils are used to represent somebody's desired outcome. Basically, how cutie marks can represent the outcome of the ponies. The Seal of Solomon is used in magical traditions featuring
mini sigils. Therefore, it makes sense for Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark to be one, with what I said.
Stars with 6 or more points and sometimes other shapes are used in magical ritual summoning and other magical practices. Thus it makes sense this is her cutie mark. As is the case with ritual summoning circles that can have different types of stars. Occult traditions feature 7 sigils for archangels, Olympian spirits, or others, close to the number of cutie marks of the main characters.
There is a character named Zecora who makes magical potions. Her characteristics, lifestyle, belongings, and magical practice greatly resemble those of traditional African religions and magical practices.
Plus she has a corresponding accent.
Her cutie mark looks like a swirling sun, resembling symbols used in traditional African religions, sometimes known as the African swirl sigil. While her designs vary in different depictions, some versions show the character Tularula with this cutie mark, corresponding to the Celtic spiral of life symbol.
The power of the chest of harmony on the roots of the tree of harmony shows resemblance with Mimir's well in Norse mythology, believed to have the power to grant knowledge about different worlds and reveal hidden truths. Mimir's well is where the god Odin gave his eye away to get sacred knowledge and wisdom, allowing him to have mastery over magic.
Of the symbols called runes, it is located at the roots of the world tree, while the books at Twilight Sparkle's tree library are associated with magic and knowledge.
Ponies use a magical circular map of their world, which is flat, as is the art, to watch what happens in Equestria and beyond. It is located in the Tree House Castle, whereas Odin watches what happens in the 9 worlds from the tree Yggdrasil.
Buddhists believe each Buddha has 3 bodies.
There is the physical body, then there is the divine enjoyment body, and finally there is the ultimate reality or truth body, which understands the truth about everything. So supernatural truth of honesty. Also, the joy from Pinkie Pie's laughter can be seen as that which is associated with the enjoyment body.
The motto of Theosophy is, "There is no religion higher than truth." Its followers hold that truth is an ultimate underlying reality for all religions, philosophies, and sciences. They believe in 2 types of truths. There are relative temporary truths we experience in this world, which can be debated and are subject to change. Then there is absolute truth, which is enduring and unified beyond normal comprehension, that different beliefs hold within them and can lead to.
Each pony is given a gift after they learn. Lesson corresponding to their elements of harmony, which later transform into the keys which open the chest, that later causes the tree castle where Let the Rainbow Remind You is sung in to come. Again, we see the story of the 3 wise men, because they brought gifts during the birth of Jesus.
Next, there are spiritual gifts, which are extraordinary powers given by the Holy Spirit, such as prophecy, which is the ability to see the future, the gift of miracles, discernment of spirits, the gifts of healing, and others. Basically magic or psychic powers, which is what the elements of harmony are. But these gifts are associated with the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. They are even connected to a tree, as are the keys of harmony. They open it beneath the tree. And these are wisdom, understanding, counsel, fortitude, knowledge, piety, fear of the Lord. At least in some. There's different versions, I think. But each of these gifts are associated with a different virtue of the 7 heavenly virtues. Hindus consider the lotus flower to be a sacred symbol, while the chest of harmony is on a lotus flower with 6 petals. To attain spiritual balance, one must overcome the emotions of anger, jealousy, cruelty, hatred, desire, and pride when activating the sacral chakra, imagined as a 6-petaled lotus.
The root chakra on the lower parts of the chakra system, imagined as a 4-petaled lotus flower, has resemblance to the lotus on the roots of the tree of harmony.
Here is a map of the My Little Pony world from, I think, a My Little Pony video game or some other type of game. You see all these lands right here. Then up north in the Arctic, where the North Pole is, you see the snow he placed surrounds the Crystal Empire. Yet down south, where the South Pole should be, there is a snowy place called the Great Iceberg Barrier. A barrier is something that separates something from something else, meaning that something must be beyond this ice barrier. A lot of us know about hidden lands beyond the ice wall of the South Pole.
While the northern stars up here, we see stuff hanging on the tree castle, along with the tree of harmony. So I see the stars in the sky circling around the northern star, represented here as they are known to do. Myths say the world tree is high enough to reach up into the stars, and that the moon and sun circle it, while elements on it show the 7 so-called planets. The Kabbalistic Sephirites symbolize planets as well. The white rabbit showing you are late can also symbolize being late to meet one's deeper inner self or destiny. The alarm to wake up from the matrix when you have overslept.
And let the rainbow remind you is sun. Twilight Sparkle sings to the crowd
in order to remind them to have friendship. So she is sending them a message of friendship.
Eris is the Greek goddess of rainbows, who was a messenger between the gods and humans, sometimes bringing messages of peace and hope.
The ancient Greeks viewed seeing a rainbow as a reminder that the celestial and earthly realms are in communication, as well as that harmony can always be restored.
Her name, Eris, is the same name for this part of the eye called an iris, the exact area ponies get rainbow colors in their eyes. After they get rainbow eyes, ponies write a corresponding lesson into what I think later becomes the Journal of Friendship, as a continuation of them writing friendship lessons on letters sent to Celestia with the magic of Spike, matching the messages of Eris from a celestial realm symbolized by Celestia. The term is actually pronounced iris, when the main characters recount the stories when they were younger to the cutie mark crusaders about how they got their cutie marks. A rainbow is seen every time they get such marks caused by Rainbow Dash. Due to this happening a long time ago, prior to their current friendship, it is said,
all of us had a special connection before we even met.
I saw a rainbow that pointed me home. Dear Princess Celestia, today I learned something amazing. Every pony everywhere has a special magical connection with her friends, maybe even before she's met them. If you're feeling lonely and you're still searching for your true friends, just look up in the sky. Who knows, maybe you and your future best friends are all looking at the same rainbow.
The message we saw Twilight Sparkle about to send to Celestia shows the message of Iris, while they hug after this, which can be viewed as the interconnectedness of everything,
since hugs attach them to each other.
Explain why it is said they had a connection before they met each other. Because there are beliefs about when we were souls, we knew each other before we came into this world, and that we were all connected to a divine source before the illusion of separation. So Applejack saying there was a rainbow that pointed home shows the rainbow-colored chakra system
to follow to reach spiritual potential,
and our spiritual home as the divine source where we began. Matching beliefs about the light going through the prism representing the spiritual source splitting into the rainbow colors of the chakras. It is believed that what this light represents is most closely linked to the heart chakra and splits apart from the center, therefore the heart center. Beliefs about the souls of pets returning to a heaven where they started by crossing a rainbow bridge after being reunited with the owners in a green meadow, or the owners crossing the rainbow bridge to reach them here and be reunited, match this because here the rainbow represents their connection. When they reconnect with each other, the same way this bridge, or the Bifrost Rainbow Bridge, connects the world of humans with a heavenly realm, along with Iris being an intermediary connecting humans with the realm of gods by sending messages between them. Remember and let the rainbow remind you? They say, together we will always shine. Or when we combine the light that shines within, the cloud and rainbow symbol of Rainbow Dash corresponds to the bridge imagined as reaching up into the clouds. Plus, their friendship unites them as a rainbow connection. The Bible says a rainbow is a covenant or agreement God made to be had with humans and other beings. So a connection between God and the beings of art. The Bible says a rainbow is a token of the covenant between me and the art, a connection between God and the art. Soul families are believed to be people who seem to not be part of a family in the physical world, but were when they were spirits prior to them incarnating. They have spiritual bonds with each other, and knew each other before they forgot who they were. In the spirit world, when they connect with each other, they can attain spiritual improvement. Some Native American traditions hold that a rainbow is a sign from the Great Spirit, symbolizing unity of all people as one big family, a rainbow connection. The rainbow that points to Applejack's home demonstrates the treasure of friendship and giving within us, the home at the end of the rainbow, reminiscent of a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Sikhs sometimes chant Nam Japo with spiritual music called Kirtan as a spiritual reminder, so I see what I said about let the rainbow remind you. The place Floshai lives inside resembles a larger wide tree, so I see the world tree center and heart chakra center inside us. Our home has this part containing an entrance with plants growing on top, also seen with the rabbit hole in Alice in Wonderland that has a tree on it. With what was said earlier, it makes sense that 42 represents returning to Eden, where we began. The greatest divinity of all is at the spiritual center within us, and G3 references the North Pole as the heart center.
I am so sorry. I ruined Christmas for everybody. I didn't mean it. It was an accident.
We know, Minty. Oh, darling, of course we do.
You and Thistle are safe. That's all that matters.
You came all the way up here to give us back our Christmas. You've brought us to the most magical place of all.
The North Pole is pretty special.
I meant in here. Your heart.
The light around them matches the indigo or other colored auras, while the buildings at the North Pole represent the civilization beyond it. Celestia moving the sun and representing the Aurora Borealis brings to mind the 1908 book, The Smoky God, stating, people witnessed a sun different than the sun we see here above the land of Hyperborea, beyond the North Pole, held in the sky by some atmospheric force that had a throne belonging to the god of Hyperborea. Then Greek myths say the Hyperboreans were via Apollo, the sun god. Here I see the zodiac sign for Pisces in astrology. There is an episode of My Little Pony called Boast Busters, basically about Trixie bragging and boasting, as well as lessons about how this type of pride is bad. So I see what I said earlier about pride and Trixie. However, in this episode there is a giant bear which has stars on it. It is called Ursa Minor. You can see the stars on it are in the shape of the constellation Ursa Minor, while his mother is Ursa Major, who represents the constellation with the same name, so the Big and Little Dipper. Greek mythology says Big and Little Dipper are the nymph Callisto and her son, who were turned into bears, then placed in the sky by Zeus. Native American myths say Big Dipper is a bear who was chased by hunters and went into the sky. Then there are Native American myths about the giant bear associated with the Devil's Tower. Some say it used to be a giant tree that was knocked down by a bear, but other myths say it rose from the ground while this bear came. Yet, these myths associated with constellations. These myths tell us how the stars and other luminaries in the sky are not what mainstream science claim they are. Here are half-discs or wheels within other half-discs or wheels next to the Ezekiel wheel the Bible describes like this, so I think these are things that are related to each other. When a half-disc appears in another half-disc here. The Flammarion engraving shows stars with 6 points. Sometimes the light of stars can appear to have 6 points. I think this is actually what stars look like. Well, the light of them. I think the stars themselves are something else, but their light produces 6 points, such as with Twilight Sparkle's star. Yet at other times can make 5 or some other number of points, explaining why we see these depictions of stars with 5 points, rather than balls of gas in outer space, like what NASA falsely claims. This square covering with these shapes matches the one here. This Bible chapter says, the voice of the Lord is powerful. And it says, he maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian, like a young unicorn. It then goes on to say how God's voice can supernaturally control things in the world. A young unicorn is a little unicorn, and people sing with their voice. A lot of what I've been saying comes to mind. Scientific studies, which I believe are based on truth, even if many people say they are not, actually show that positivity and positive vibrations have power, as do the elements of harmony, since when people speak positive stuff in these experiments, they affect stuff in positive ways. As do the elements of harmony, they have these powers. With this stuff, these experiments, they show that can like change stuff like water and snowflakes and other stuff. When they speak positively, they change it into something else, but when they speak negatively, they harm it and change it in a bad way. This has also been done with plants, where they speak positive stuff to the plants and they grow better, but when they speak negative stuff to the plants, they harm the plants. So I think this means positivity and the elements of harmony are these spiritual and powerful divine forces that can affect stuff. Since this speaking is positive vibrations, I see a link to what I said about music, which is vibrations, being magic if used with those intentions. My Little Pony G3 has a song seeming to reference the ability of positivity to make plants and friendship grow. The green walls surrounding the heart-shaped plant resembles the walls of the labyrinth. I see the heart center in the Garden of Eden, seeing the plant is in the center, and the mountainous plant-covered walls of Hyperborea shown on old maps, plus the star shape above the plant showing the northern star around here. The plant is green and covered in flowers, while the green heart chakra is depicted as a 12-petaled flower. In the background you can even see a larger green wall similar to what is seen in G4, though this song, called Friendship and Flowers, references the pagan spiritual celebration called Midsummer. This tree, which represents the center of the world, also has heart symbols on its star. Ancient cosmologies depict the flat earth
on the back of a huge turtle, later to be referenced in My Little Pony.
42 and 10, 10, 10 aren't the only numbers concealed in My Little Pony, because My Little Pony G4 had 222 episodes. Numerology considers 222 as a special angel number that indicates harmony and balance.
In Shrek, there are donkey equine and dragon hybrid creatures resembling Pegasi. In My Little Pony, Discord is an equine dragon hybrid creature.
The talking ponies from My Little Pony share similarities with many legendary horses, which, as we can see here, were often known to have the ability to speak. There is an old fairy tale that is sometimes called the donkey, but it's also called the little donkey, just like in My Little Pony, they are little ponies. As we can see here, this story mentions a talking donkey, like talking ponies, as there is a talking donkey in Shrek.
The Bible tells us Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a young donkey, therefore it has been known as the little donkey. This is viewed as a symbolic event which represents Jesus as someone who is humble and a bringer of peace, like the humbleness of the element of kindness and the peace of harmony from the elements of harmony.
Myths about the horse, if I'm pronouncing this correctly, named Incitatus, belonging to the Roman Emperor Caligula, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, mention the horse acting like and being treated like how humans are viewed as acting and being treated like, meaning it can be considered what many people view as intelligent beings, like how humans are often viewed. It says, according to legend, Caligula planned to make the horse a consul, which was part of the government at the time. And it says, supposedly, Incitatus had 18 servants for himself. He lived in a marble stable, walked in a harness decorated with rare and special stones/jewels, dressed in purple, the color of royalty, and ate from an ivory manger. Then down here it says, Caligula made the horse a priest. But it also says, the horse would invite dignitaries to dine with him in the house, meaning this horse must have had some ability to communicate with them, like a talking horse. Many different creatures are described like this. I prefer not to spend too much time going over them, so you can probably find information about them elsewhere, including this article and other places. At the beginning of the first episode of My Little Pony G4, a book opens up. Then rainbows are seen in the sky.
The last episode of G4, called The Last Problem, is about them solving the final friendship problem, completing their mission of spreading friendship across the world and solving all the problems. Yet notice at the very end, when they have their friendship, if you look in the background, a rainbow appears. Then the book closes. Remember what I said about treasure at the end of the rainbow? During the end of the song, that is, Let the Rainbow Remind You, a picture is taken of the ponies. So they are remembering the moment, or treasuring the moment, of friendship, which is basically what happens in this episode too. The book documenting their memories to treasure them. The Bible, the Quran, Hindu literature, Norse myths, and other sources speak of a time when all suffering and bad will be ended, when a new world comes after this one ends, then only happiness will prevail. The rainbow at the start of the book representing the beginning of the rainbow, while the one at the end represents the end of the rainbow. I see this not as an artificial treasure. Rather, I view it as the treasure at the center of the labyrinth within us we can all share.